week, and I've been saying this every week because I truly believe that every week has been huge. I really feel like we've got a really great 10 teams, but tonight we have some amazing games. We have a game up first that I think a lot of people are excited for. Me personally, I'm excited for Area 77 versus Insomniacs. After that, Deuce Knights versus Team First Bloods. And then to wrap it all up, New Wave versus the Valley Private. How do you feel about this first series?
I am excited, especially after that short little break. I didn't have my little hit of this squad league last weekend, but this week we're coming back strong, starting off strong with two teams that are arguably probably one of the top 3 teams in NA right now, Area 77 and the Insomniacs. And I know a lot of people are gearing up to see this one because these are 2 very strong teams that are going to be going head to head. And I can tell you that I am excited, not to be discounted by the rest of the matches that we have tonight. Deuce Knights, one of the underdogs, one of my
wild
picks,
card.
Yeah, the wild card, as they have been. Their picks sort of outside the box, but going up against a very hungry and so far pretty dominant First Blood. And then after that, last season's finisher or last season's champions, New Wave going up against the Valley. We do know New Wave is kind of juggling around with a roster here in North America as they are competing in Latin America right now. And I know we here at the Squad League wish them good luck in their matches over there as well. But they're going to be taking on a very hard team in the Valley, probably one of our more established teams, and definitely a night to remember tonight.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be, I mean, overall, these are every one of these. The cool thing about tonight, except for Team First Blood, is all of these teams are teams that we've seen play in the past 2 seasons. New Wave, aka TSU, the Valley, man. The Valley are sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now. The Valley have been winning games, and I know it's still early, but I personally got to say that they're probably looking the best I have ever seen them in the past 3 seasons. Definitely this could be the season for them, is the way I've been thinking about it. Yes, they haven't faced against Area 77 yet. They haven't really faced against Insomniacs yet, or some of these other bigger teams, but they look very good. Raquel has been killing it on the KDA board as their mage right now in the mid lane, just completely dominating. The Sicilian pick for her has just been so golden. But I don't want to talk too much about future games. Area 77 versus Insomniacs. Now, Area 77, I'm a A77 fanboy right now. I feel like they're one of the best teams out right now. I think they're a definite competitor for BTK in the future. But Insomniacs also look very good, so we're going to have to figure out exactly how this goes. For anyone just coming in, this is going to be a best of 3. This is the first series of the night, and I'm definitely excited for it, Private.
Yeah, I definitely want to see how, if maybe they've adjusted. We have seen some differences in the meta over in Asia, over in Latin America. We've seen some different little tweaks, maybe seeing if that's going to be passing on over here, what these teams have, because they've had about 2 weeks now to start adjusting to what they've been seeing in the Squad League and maybe coming up with a decent plan now. I'm expecting probably the same prio bans or prio pick bans, being that Akai, Valentina, and even Grok, who's actually got a very strong win rate right now in the Squad League. So we're gonna have to see where these guys actually go with these picks and how these drafts are gonna actually shape up.
I mean, we know Yato has really been killing it with the Xavier pick, so I think that may be a very important pick for them. Yeho, on the other hand, I don't think Yeho's a really great Karina player right now, so I think it's a major reason for them to get rid of that. Yes, Pokey can run the Karina, but it's not something he's always happy to do, and I really feel like right now their major priority is locking Yato, a really strong mage. He's been a very important pivotal member to the team recently. So I think that's something we're going to see Area 77 looking for right now. Insomniacs on the second pick. Galaxy's been loving to run the Yuzong, things like that, but it's not as good as it used to be. So I'm kind of wondering what Galaxy is going to fall into as an EXP laner for his team.
Yeah, it is interesting too, because right now I think I explained it a bit before this started, but like what I've been seeing is like those marksmen, those mages are having the pivotal role with this super heavy tank driven clashes that happen, and the tanks they sit there, they last a long time, they soak up damage, but it's really coming down to those mages and those marksmen, whether they're doing the damage that they need, whether they're getting protected like they need. And unfortunately people like Yu Zhong have fallen out of the meta. We've seen in other metas where assassins are starting to come in as roamers, where they can take out those marksmen and mages early game. I'm just not so sure how it's going to go here, because from lately what we've been seeing is just like those big tanky clashes coming together, and it's just basically like a close your eyes and try to make sure and see who goes down first. So hopefully especially with these two teams, Area 77 and Insomniacs, I do expect to see a plan from them for those assassins, for those marksmen in here to try to maybe get them out of the game early rather than later.
I definitely think it's a possibility. I'm wondering, something we haven't been seeing a whole lot of recently, the Basha pick, and I know it's fallen off, but I still think it's pretty viable, and I'm wondering, I still see some teams overseas playing it, especially when the Akai is not in. But speaking of Akai, he is still open right now, and I'm wondering, Insomniacs kind of have the choice here. Do we ban the Xavier? Do we ban the Akai? Maybe we leave the Akai open to give them the Xavier and give ourselves something in return for it. They did take out that Julian. From what I know, is Ashley hasn't really been wanting to pick up the Julian as the mid laner. So I don't think it's something that Insomniacs really have in their arsenal just yet. So I think we see that ban a lot from them. Franco does get taken out. Hate's been playing a decent Franco the past 2 weeks. So it definitely makes sense for a ban. Franco's just been this thorn in so many teams' side recently that it's just something that I think Area 77 doesn't want to have to deal with.
Yeah, but with the Akai pickup, I'm not sure. I believe it was the last squad league we did, the last day 4, where we did see teams allowing Akai out and going with the Diggy pickup to try to counter that.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe that's a plan, if teams are a little bit more comfortable with Akai being on the field now that they've figured out that Diggy can kind of help them out with it. Or, it's going to be interesting here too, especially because now we're at a point in the seasons and with the meta where we've got a lot of powerful picks that are still left open, even when you get the prime bands out of there.
And the Dyroth does come out. Pogi immediately locking in that Akai. This is going to leave the Xavier open to Ashley, though. Valentina has been taken off, so he's a decent mage. The Sicilian also becoming very popular, but with the Dyroth gone, does Area 77 have an answer back to this Esmeralda? I think Thamuz has become a very popular pick recently, and I think he does have the ability to at least stalemate her. They also have the Uranus under their belt. We know that Merciless can run that as well, and we know how well it deals with the Esmeralda. So just banning out the Dyroth, yes, your Esmeralda may not get beat point blank, but I do think that Area 77 has plenty of answers to it.
Yeah, definitely. And especially with those, it's become a very odd game of paper scissors rock in that XP lane, where this hero beats out this hero, which beats out this hero, but doesn't beat out this hero that's at the beginning of the list.
Rock, paper,
scissors. So it's been very interesting to see how it goes in the XP lane, and they do go ahead and pick up that Damus right now, which is going to be I definitely want to see how well that plays into Esmeralda. I know it does very well into a Dyroth. I'm not sure I've seen it too often against Esmeralda. I do know that played well, a Uranus can kind of stalemate with a Esmeralda kind of mid to late game. But
I think in the late game Uranus beats her, man.
Yeah, it just
even beat her.
But we are going to see, we do see that Yve pick up on the side of Insomniacs here. Still such a very powerful pick with that real world manipulation, being able to kind of like box in your opponents. But with an Akai on the other team, kind of wondering how well that ult's going to be able to work. Yeah.
Does another question is, I haven't seen it yet. Does Xavier's CC stop the ultimate? I guess since it doesn't move her, maybe it doesn't. And
no,
then
it
also
just roots.
the Thamuz, because the scythes can move you. So if he can lock a scythe and then pull it away from her, does it stop the ultimate? So another question that maybe we figure out this game.
I'm not sure that it does, because I do know that Sicilian Sanguine Claws do not stop her ults, because I've learned that the hard way when I thought I was picking a counter and put out those Sanguine Claws and it didn't stop her, and I'm like, well, this is awkward. So yeah, so I don't believe that movement stops it. Well, I guess we'll find out, because I know these teams are going to be the ones that are going to be gunning for the mages, making sure that they can try to take those out as soon as these team fights are happening. Like, these aren't teams that just go for any targets. They know what they need to lock onto, and then all of them kind of like clamor around that and support those types of pushes.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the side of Insomniacs right now, they do look good. Good. But when I look at Area 77 right now, I mentioned how well Yato's been doing on this Xavier. Akai, the numbers speak for himself. Yes, the Diggy pick has been popular, but still the numbers speak for themselves. He's just such a great jungler right now. And now, personally, I believe the Thamus should do well against the Esmeralda. So to me, Area 77 looks essentially like they're winning this draft, and now we're starting to see them ban out some more junglers, taking out the Balmond, taking out the X-Borg, not leaving a whole lot for Yeho here. Maybe we see a Ling? Or what I know we were talking about it before, maybe we see a tank assassin, something like the tank Lance, something crazy. The Fanny ban coming from the side of Insomniacs along with the Beatrix definitely limits Lord T in his gold lane. With no Wanwan, no Beatrix, Yuna picked up that Claude. What's left for Lord T now in that gold lane?
Yeah, that is interesting too, especially that Ling wasn't picked up already. Maybe these teams not really liking that pick into it. I mean, we still do have the Barats, like you were saying, the what's his name? You were talking about it earlier, that he hasn't really been used too often, but you think he's a strong jungler. Boxia is still up there. But we do have a carry pick up on the side of Area 77. Still waiting to see that jungler for Insomniacs. It's very interesting. Both these marksmen, very late game heroes here. And you're gonna have to you're really gonna have to kind of push out that wall for oh yeah, and you'll be able to do it with that. They're gonna have a nice front line here with a Kufra, with a Thamus, and with an Akai there. I think that's gonna be able to give this Xavier and the carry enough room to be able to oh man, don't break my heart. Don't break my heart.
There's your Matilda, bro. There's your Matilda. Yeah. Paired up with the Akai, it could be detrimental. It could be huge.
It could be. Unfortunately, right now, even with my love for Matilda, I think she's got a 0% win rate in the league right now. Yep, 0%. So unfortunately, I've been waiting for, like we've said before, it takes a very mechanically inclined player to really play it and shine with it on the team, and the rest of the team really kind of has to go along with the flow, especially with the engagements and the disengagements that she can set up along with that circling eagle.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that just kind of adds, for once, I'm not super against Matilda here. I think it just adds a whole nother, even more CC. I think they already have decent mobility. I think they already have a lot of things going for the team right now. So this is going to add just a bit more CC, help a little bit more mobility around for the mid lane, because yes, Yato is the Xavier, isn't going to be super fast, but it's going to help him move around a bit more. But now we're looking at the Xavier CC, the Akai CC, even more crowd control from this Matilda now, which should, I mean, even the little bit of CC you might get from the Thamus, but all of this I feel like should help with Lord T on this Karina, possibly making movements if they creep into the end game too far. But really, Area 77 really likes to kind of fire off around that mid game, that 9-10 minute power spike, that mid game power spike. We've even seen them take a few deaths, like be losing 0-2, and then right around that 8 or 9 minute mark, 10 minute mark, they just start popping off and taking control of the game. But only time will tell. We're going to be jumping into this game now. Area 77 versus Insomniacs. If you had to pick a side of the draft, Private, who do you pick?
I I'm going to have to go with Area 77 on the pure fact that I feel like there is some protection for Eve for a disengagement, but I don't feel like they have the engagement that I see on Area 77. I feel like with that Matilda, they're going to have the disengagement, the ability to kite back and to engage and run after people, which I feel like running after people is something that Insomniacs is lacking right now in their composition.
Yeah, I mean, they have this Cho, like what we're seeing right now, a little bit of a, but it's not going to be enough. But Cho does go down. Poggy getting first blood in this game. Yes, we do get to see Yeho steal that litho, but still biting off a bit more than he can chew. And I was just about to mention how Cho really, he was such a great tank for so long, just such a great player, but we haven't really seen him shining. And maybe it's because of this current, tank jungle meta, things like that. But we haven't seen a whole lot from him in recent days.
Yeah, it does take a little bit of finesse for him to be able to get in and out of situations now, and especially being able to try to like split up the marksman and the mage from their groups with that way of the dragon kick. But it can be used well. It's going to take a little bit of patience. Usually, most of our engagements that we've seen with these matches happen around the time the turtle comes, as most teams, especially these two teams who are used to playing with each other, used to playing at this high level, are going to wait until they see an opening for these objectives.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think, at this point, Area 77 feeling pretty comfortable with it. We are going to see Gals kind of babysit Lord T a bit. I do believe that that Claude does win out in the gold lane in the early time. Eventually, I think it's going to come down to a lot of mechanics between these two marksmen to see who really gets the better. Yato, little Jukondo, nothing too major though, but Turtle is up, and it looks like Pogi's already kind of started on it, getting down some of this health. Merciless coming in to help zone out. Galaxy is able to steal that Turtle. World Manipulation does come up, but still not enough. A beautiful dawning light as Merciless chases them out of their own jungle. Hate will go down to Gal's Cutie with that circling eagle, so a nice pick from the side of Area 77, putting them at 2-0 private.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Insomniacs might just be a few seconds behind their rotations to even be able to get into position to actually contest that turtle. And then, unfortunately, Hate does get caught out trying to put some pressure onto them. So really not much happening in the way of Insomniacs right now. They did give up a turtle, and they have given up 2 deaths right now, but I wouldn't count them out just yet.
Yeah, it's definitely not end game. It's definitely not the end of the world for them. I do think they need to either pick things up, either play it a bit slower, because like you mentioned, they do have some late game potential with the Claude. Even Ling's not like the early game hero he used to be. He can apply pressure, but I think his damage really starts to come in more of the mid game, and he hasn't taken any deaths yet, and we haven't seen any big plays from him. I think if they can maybe focus in onto Yato, get a nice pick, maybe focusing on the Lord T and get down on some of these damage dealers. They don't really want to pick fights against Gal's Cutie and Pogi right now. That's, it's just a waste of time, honestly. You're not really getting anything. Even if you get a kill on to Gal's Cutie right now on this Matilda, it doesn't really help you. Same thing with Merciless. So I think they really, the goal needs to be kill Yato, kill Lord T, and a little something happening here, Private.
Yeah, Merciless in trouble here as Real World Manipulation comes down, Wave of Dragon onto him, and it is going to be taken down. A lot of regen coming. He is able to take down Yeho, but does go down. Oh, he does go down himself. Yeah, he does. Galaxy takes him down, but not before Yeho goes down as well. Yeho and Hate.
Yeah, it's definitely not, a good trade for Area 77 once again. Galaxy barely gets away from that, honestly. And once again, the dotting line from Yato comes down. I'm pretty sure it at least inflicted some damage. Yes, it didn't get a kill, but it helped a little bit. But in comes Galaxy. Nice falling Star Moon. Pogi able to walk right out, though. Not quite able to take it. Hate almost gets away of the dragon back toward his team, but not quite able to. Not able to make the big finish there. So again, we're back at a stalemate, but Area 77 continues to creep ahead. Not only that, Gold Lane Tower going in the hands of Lord T, putting them at a 3K gold lead now, Private.
Yeah, absolutely great CC by Yato on that Xavier to go ahead and stop Galaxy after that falling Star Moon, to just stun him there and allow Poggy to get away on that Akai. Just a beautiful kind of synchronization there. And we do see them going ahead and getting onto this turtle here. I'm not sure if Insomniacs are going to be able to counter this. Looks like they are trying to set up. They do see that it is happening here, but turtle is down to about a third health, and it looks like there's really not much that's going to be stopping Area 77. I believe that would be all the turtles so far that have gone over to Area 77.
Yeah, both turtles have gone into the hands of Pogi. Just playing a wonderful game. We are looking at some of these items now. We've seen that cursed helmet lock in for Pogi. Yato's got in that Clock of Destiny on the side of Insomniacs. Everyone, we've only have 4 members have locked in some prio items. The DHS has gone in the hands of Claude. Hopefully he can start getting into the second item, start getting to where he needs to be, because that's really the only major damage they have. Yes, they have the Eve, but it's kind of iffy to put a lot into it. Yeho also hasn't really shown anything, but Pogi with another pick onto Yeho there. Tempest of Blades does come down, but everyone's locking on to Hate now. Galaxy with the Fallen Star Moon trying to disrupt it. Hate Zaru not able to escape with his life, and several members do go down. A double kill going into the hands of Yato, and Pogi picks up the next one, putting out a 3-0 in 4, 7-1 on the board. Area 77 dominating this game, Private.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does seem like while a lot of fights are starting with Insomniacs engaging onto an Area 77 member, it doesn't feel like Insomniacs have the grouping or the positioning from their team to actually capitalize on it. It seems like they find somebody that they catch out, and then the rest of Area 77 is actually able to kind of group and meet them a lot faster than Insomniacs are able to actually come in and meet that caught out player.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely lacking in something, and I don't know. Again, Yeho hasn't really been able to do anything on this lane yet. I don't know if it's just targeting. Maybe Area 17 has been staying pretty grouped up in some of these fights, and they're just not able to really connect. I haven't really seen a lot of off-lane play, like a lot of gank, a lot of splitting up from the side of Insomniacs. Like, I haven't seen them targeted down on Lord T once yet. It seems like Yeho's just kind of really been sticking to the jungle, and the only time he takes fights is when he goes up against Pogi, Gals, and Yato. And like I mentioned in the beginning, I don't think that's what Insomniacs should be doing. But wait, finally a nice kick onto Gals. Gals may not be able to get away here. Blazing Duets does come in. Tempest of Blades goes down. Maybe a bit of an overkill, but they are able to almost get the kill. Gals will go down, but it's still just a 1-for-1. Yeho will go down next. Area 77 is there to help seal the deal. A 2-for-1 trade right when it looks like Insomniacs is making a play. Area 70 picks up the pieces and wins out in the team fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's starting to look like they're a little bit caught out of position here. And I have, oh my god! And then Ashley actually might be in trouble here. Does get caught out by that the spin. I want to call it the spinneroonie by Pogi. And now she's kind of like a beating feet right now, trying to pop some smoke. I don't think she's going to be able to get away. I think she knows it's over, throwing up some thumbs. But I'm pretty sure she's going to get caught out by the rest of the team here, and she is going to go down. And unfortunately, I feel like that has been an issue right now. I feel like she has a lot of respect for what they can do when they catch her, so she's been caught out of position when she throws on that real world manipulation. The last 2 that I've seen from her have barely caught the edge of, like, I want to say Area 77's characters to be able to actually do any real damage, because she's trying to stay so far away. We do have a little bit of a fight coming up at the top here. Does look like Hate is trying to get away. He is going to be able to disengage with Galaxy, but they're going to be giving up that red buff. Oh,
tough day for Yuna. Yeho almost going to take it out by Merciless here, though. Should be able to get away, bouncing a wall or two, but I don't know. He's locked up next to his tower. Lord T almost closing the distance. Yeho will be able to escape, but Yato sitting here does not have the Dawning Light right now. Yeho's going to be forced to recall on the wall, but back in the blue buff, Gals and Pogi stealing, making plays. I've barely seen Yeho be able to take his own blue buff peacefully in a while, Private.
Yeah, they've just been basically, as soon as they started getting these objectives, they pretty much own the side of Insomniac's jungle right now, and it's becoming an issue. They don't have the damage, and they don't have the cohesion yet, and they're not really able to catch people out. And we see Yeho in a little bit of trouble, does get caught. Tempest Blades does come down, but he is able to escape with a little bit of support from Ashley and was that Galaxy over there? couldn't see, but now it does give them enough room to go ahead and get started on this Lord. I don't believe that there is going to be really a counter here. This is not a Luminous Lord, so this is more of a, I guess, just to give them a little bit more wiggle room. We do see a little bit of damage going on. The Merciless Hate is trying to disengage here, actually, and Galaxy trying to run away. Oh, nice circling eagle onto Hate. Does a guiding,
oh my God,
light.
Galaxy.
Jesus. Yeah.
This is rough. And I mean, at this point, it's almost Blazing Duet coming in, but that's not going to do anything. I mean, it's a 10K gold deficit for Insomniacs right now. We're looking at a huge advantage for Area 77. I mean, we just saw Merciless get Falling Star Mooned, and just it didn't phase him at all. There wasn't a problem at all. Able to 1v2, and the Blazing Duet comes in, does nothing to anyone. Dawning Light does connect. Yuna knocked down to about 20% health, forced to go back to the base. Area 77 not relenting. Lord coming in private.
Yeah, Lord's going ahead and crashing into this bottom lane here. They're going to be able to shut that down, but it's done the damage, taking out one inhibitor. It looks like Yeho actually might be in trouble. Tempest of Blades coming down with a cover fire by that real world manipulation, but we do see that Yeho does get picked off, followed closely by Hate, and this Lord actually might be able to push all the way in. I thought that they were going to be able to take it out, but when they lose two of their players, we see that this Lord is crashing in mid. The mid inhibitor tower is going to go down as well, and all that is left is the top, and a very lot of damage that's happening in this in the just opening minutes. Only 11 minutes so far in this game, and we are looking at over a 10K gold lead right now, which is kind of amazing. And then we do see this top tower is going to be coming down. Is this going to be enough, or are they going to go ahead and disengage? I mean, they have enough power. There's really not enough damage on the side of Insomniacs to actually like take somebody down by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally, at this point, they literally just broke through all three inhibitors. Insomniacs, they do have some good defense against Siege right now with the Eve, and even with Yuna on this Claude and the Esmeralda, they should be able to maybe even survive another Siege as long as they don't tip this advantage anymore in Area 77. You know, you said 10K gold, what, 20 seconds ago? We're now at 12K gold. You know, it's just veering more and more. It's a very, very steep road right now, and they cannot, if I'm playing devil's advocate right now, 15-3, 12K, 11K, if Insomniacs wants to try to do this, you can't get picked off by Pogi like this, Galaxy. Dawning Light to come in and help seal the deal. Hate forced to try to dash away, but the Guiding Eagle able to get right on to Hate there. Merciless making the space, creating the movement for his team, able to make them move in. Hate trying to keep them at bay, but the minions are coming on the top and the middle. Yeho also engaging, but not able to do any damage to Gals or Pogi. This could be it for the Insomniacs. Merciless coming in. Pogi does have that whirlwind, able to connect onto you to pin him against space, and this is going to create enough room for Area 77 to help seal the deal. The base is down. Area 77 takes game 1.
Oof, and what a dominant show by Area 77. Just had a plan, executed it, especially with going for those objectives. Once they started winning the objectives, they just kept on rolling. Like, I mean, look at these scores, and unfortunately, like it looks bad for Insomniacs, but like these aren't slouches. This is just how dominant Area 77 can be, especially when they have the picks that they like, when they have the game plan and everything goes according to that.
Yeah, I did not, I've been hyping up this game all week, and I did not expect it to go like that. Insomniacs definitely just got, what'd you say last week? Slobber knocked? They got beat down. I mean, and look at it. I mean, we're talking 3 deaths. 3 deaths all over for the side of Area 77. Yato with a perfect game, Lord T with a perfect game, Pokey, Merciless, and Gals all only taking 1 death. I mean, they played everything to a T. I kind of want to think, what do we think is the problem with Insomniacs that game?
For me personally, watching from here, The angles that I could see. The only thing that I can say is that I feel like once you lost that objective, maybe had you started with the mindset that, like, especially this teammate with an Akai there, and with all the with the Thamus, with the heavy hitters that we have here, that maybe you should have just let that go, let the turtles go, and start focusing. That when people are going to go ahead and start focusing on these turtles, go ahead and start trying to take a lane. Go ahead and start trying to pull in for those ganks, and maybe like just switch it up on them. You get the turtle, but we'll get a gank and maybe some tower pressure out of that. Unfortunately,
New Wave do that. New Wave used to they just would forfeit the turtle and go for the gold lane. Like first 2 or 3 minutes, they would take gold lane tower and possibly get a gank on the gold lane, and you'd lose almost nothing from the turtle in that instance. You know, you don't really go to a deficit. The turtles doesn't give as much as it used to. So I mean, definitely a possibility there, Private.
Yeah, in the early game, I believe that first turtle, Insomniacs weren't even set up to counter it right away. So maybe a little bit with their rotations as well. You got to be crisp with that when you're dealing with a team like Area 77. You got to have your rotations down, clearing out your jungle, go for the gank, but you always got to keep in mind when that objective is coming up, because you're either going to go for it or you're going to go for a gank in a separate lane. And I believe that once they kind of started, and once Area 77 kind of smelled that type of like flaw where they were rotating late, they were able to start catching them out more and more, either rotating badly, or even when you would think when Insomniacs would try to catch them, the rest of Area 77 was able to close in so fast. Even though Insomniacs would initiate the fight, it was Area 77 that was able to close ranks around each other faster than Insomniacs could come in and actually do the damage onto it. So I mean, it maybe it's more of a like getting everybody kind of like together, or like the shot calling to make sure that everybody is on the same page.
Yeah, I do also have to mention, you know, the draft, like from the jump, they forfeited the Akai to first pick, and not only that, but they responded with getting a little bit of feedback. All good. Sorry,
yeah,
I could hear myself
no
for a second. I don't know if it was just me or if it was you could hear that, but so yeah, I can still hear. All right, I might need a second. For some reason, I can hear myself echoing in the background.
Yeah, Akai, and I've been saying this over and over again, and we saw it a little bit, a shade of it last 2 weeks ago with the day 4. If you're gonna let an Akai out there, there needs to be a plan. You can't just assume that you can't just assume that there's going to be something that you can do that we'll figure it out there. No, you need to have a plan. There needs to be, all right, we're going to let them have the Nakai. We're going to pick a Diggy into it, or we're going to pick something that's going to be able to stop this. Maybe even a Nana. I mean, I know Nana's not meta, but like, I'm just throwing that out there as something. You need to have something that you're going to be dealing with it, because if you just let it roam out there, there's just so much that an Akai can do, and especially at objectives where he can just hurricane dance you away from the objective, go ahead and retry it without really much that you can do to contest it. And especially with a Ballman ban, I feel like they're starting to think on another level, especially when it comes to these bans, because that was the first thing on my mind when I saw the Akai. I'm like, maybe a Balmont, maybe we just have a Beyblade race in here, because Balmont does battle it out with those objectives, with that lethal counter and the retribution doing like 6k damage to objectives. Yeah. So he would be able to go in there and maybe be able to steal that. But as soon as they banned that out, I was very much wondering what Insomniacs had in store. So we'll see. Maybe they have a plan this next time as well. I mean, if any team can figure it out, it's going to be Insomniacs to go ahead and bounce back from this.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, you know, maybe there's if there's a hero pool problem right now, something like that, because I was just so thrown by, you know, they picked up the what I was going to say earlier is they picked up the Esmeralda and the first they fired back with the Esmeralda and the Claude as their first 2 picks, like, and the Xavier was open. You know, plenty of things were there, and they didn't pick up any of it. So I'm just wondering if there's a slight issue with maybe how's Ashley's mage pool looking right now? Has she been practicing the Xavier? Because the fact that you let the Akai and you let the Akai go into the hands of Pogi, and then you let Yato get the Xavier, and like right now you're banning off the Valentina up front. My guess is they're trying to free something up for Yeho as the jungler, other than the Ling. I think they really want to try to get Yeho either on this Karina pick. I'm also surprised, like, they could have picked up the Basha jungle last game as well, but they did not fall into. We have seen Yeho run it, and like I mentioned in the beginning of tonight, I don't really think he's fallen off as hard as a lot of people think he has.
I don't think that he's fallen off. I personally, like me, I used to try to play him a little bit more. I find other junglers just easier to handle. With Boxia's abilities, you just really got to be on point, and it's very easy to miss some of those abilities because you see him coming from a mile away. You know what he's going to attempt, especially since he has to like travel in a straight line to kind of line up his jumps and his stuns at you. So I mean, you can sidestep it. So I do feel like there are other junglers that are probably easier to play with more reward versus the hazards of playing a box. Yeah,
it's true. Insomniacs sticking to pretty much the same thing that we saw last time, the Julian, the Valentina taken off. I'm wondering if we see something change up from Area 77 since they are second picks here. Maybe they just kind of focus on junglers here. Karina, maybe the Akai next. Really try to limit down on Yeho. It seems like, his Ling hasn't been as formidable as we've seen in the past, and I don't think he's gotten worse. I think it just has issues when you're up against an Akai, or you're up against some of these bulkier compositions. So maybe Area 77 can just keep him zoned into something like that. They do go for the Akai ban, so kind of staying on that track currently.
Yeah, I was gonna say too, Ling, I've always felt like Ling always takes a little bit of aggression in the early game. You need to have a little bit of pressure and damage. Once Ling gets even a tiny bit ahead, he's able to go ahead and kind of steamroll it, kind of in the same fashion that Roger is. But if you are losing that game, if you take some unpopular fights where you actually lose members in the early game, it's very hard for Ling to kind of climb back up, because I feel like he's able to take advantage of situations. He's not one of those assassins that can pretty much 100-0 somebody. He needs to take advantage of those fights where people are already dropping low. Then he can come in with that Tempest of Blades, finish people off, and then back to Finch pose onto a wall, and then move on to the next target. So maybe just the way the game pace went for Ling right now just really wasn't it for him.
Hold on, I'm a little thrown by this Claude ban right now. I don't know what Insomniacs is up to right now.
I'm wondering if they're trying to leave something open, because they picked Claude last time, and I'm not sure there's really much. I mean,
maybe they first pick the Beatrix here if Area 77 doesn't pick it, and then they just keep on focusing down onto Lord T right now. I got a feeling that's what, I mean, you gotta first pick the Beatrix here. I feel like maybe not. But the thing is, we do know Lord T is kind of limited. If they do not pick up the Beatrix, we're going to see Lord T jump onto it right away right now. Maybe the
very
Xavier
interesting pick. A very early Belmont pickup, and which does leave open that Xavier for Area 77 again.
I think they would have been better off banning that instead of the Claude. Ban the Xavier instead of the Claude all day.
Yeah, pretty interesting picks here. I am wondering what they're going to be putting into the lane to go ahead and deal with this Thamus as well. But I feel like we're going to need an early game. I want to see Belmont does have an advantage here, and I do like the pick, but I mean, I don't really like it as a first pick, just because you open it up to he's got some pretty blaring weaknesses, being that if he gets popped up, you pretty much have stopped the 90% of the damage that Thamus can do to you. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see how that works out for them. We do see a carry going ahead and getting picked up by Area 77. That late game damage that you can do to tank builds, just so crazy right now.
Yeah, really switching it up there with that carry pick. Even with the Beatrix open, Lord T just must feel confident right now. They are up a game, so maybe it's like, let's get a little bit of practice in with another hero. Yuna is going to lock in this Beatrix and hate hovering over this Franco. They banned the Franco last time because it was something that they didn't want to have to worry about. But now it has slipped through the cracks. No point to pick up the Beatrix just yet, but I got a feeling is we're going to see that Beatrix get banned off now, so it might have not been a good idea bringing that Dairoth up. And yeah, I mean, either way, like if they pick the Beatrix and they leave the Dairoth open, then Dairoth gets banned next phase most likely. Maybe not. Or you don't pick the Beatrix and now Beatrix gets banned. But if the Beatrix gets banned and Area 77 decides to focus in on the marksman bans here, it's definitely a tough game for Yuna.
Well, from what we're seeing right now, their Insomniacs it looks like they're gearing, especially with this Balmont and the Franco picks. It looks like they do have a really decent early game and some pressure there, something to kind of like keep that pressure and that frustration onto Area 77 into the early game. I think right now what we're going to want to see is some range, some late game potential in here that can carry them into the late, because once you get to mid and late game, you're not really going to be having as great an effect on that Franco, as great an effect on that Balmont. And interestingly enough, I'm wondering where the Stamus is going to go. Are they going to actually put that in the jungle? Because if it is in the jungle, I would definitely like to see some mobility on the side of Area 77, because that's what I feel is one of the biggest weaknesses.
Maybe the Matilda again.
Yeah, the
Seriously.
Matilda or the Rafaela as well. I've seen it done well. It's usually like he is slow and he is tanky, but when you give him that speed and you give him that mobility, it's just trying to run away from that damage in that region that he have is like it's a match in its own.
I mean, and the good thing about that Thamus pick this early, like in the first phase of draft, is it has flexibility like that. You know, if they want to put in the XP lane, they can, or if they want to end up picking something else up as their jungle, they can put them over into, you know, they can switch them around, is what I'm saying. There's a lot of possibilities. I like the Atlas pick here. I think that should be a decent. A possible counter to the Ballman, to the Dairoth, to all those front line, possibly even the Franco, you know, because those are the three guys that are going to be up front. So if Atlas can get a nice pick here, a nice Fatal Links, it could be game changing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that this is all gonna kind of like balance off of how this early game does. The later this game gets, the more it favors Area 77, especially with an Atlas in here now. You're gonna have that Fatal Links coming in with that Dawning Light, with all this area damage, and then now with a Lapu Lapu that's gonna be in there as well. So I mean, it's gonna depend. Are they gonna be able to be aggressive in the early game? Are they gonna be able to continue that, take objectives, keep moving? Like I said, like this is with the level that these two teams play at, it's not just about kills, it's not just about early game, it's about taking those objectives along with it. You need to have something to show for it when you get to that mid game, when these power spikes start kind of shifting over to Area 77. Have you made enough room to where they're afraid to go into their jungle? Well, we're about to find out right now. Game 2, Insomniacs versus Area 77.
You know, I got a feeling that I do. You mentioned it. Insomniacs has a nice early game, and then you pick up this Farza. And last game on the Yve, and this is like probably the second time in all of the season we've seen Yve not banned or picked. And I almost liked the Farza pick. Ashley just seemed really immobile last game. She seemed like she was just getting caught off. She wasn't able to escape. Just a lot of different situations. So I got a feeling that this Farza should help a bit more, even more to add on to that early game potential, these gank potentials. The mobility of her able to jump into this EXP lane or jump into that gold lane, you know, right away, just fly over with that wings by wings could be pivotal, especially with Galaxy, Yeho, Hate making these hook plays. We might see some really heavy early game aggression here, Private.
Yeah, and I'm definitely looking forward to that right now. Right now, it does seem like everybody's kind of just biding their time. No real like invades. We do see that Franco did go ahead and try to help out in that marksman lane, try to babysit a bit. So, we do see a hook onto Xavier. He's going to be able to get away. He is stunned, trying to get away. Not enough damage, and he does live to see another day.
I'm surprised Ashley didn't go for the chase there. She must have not. I guess she just used her skill 1, skill 2. But if she would have had those up, Hate with that gold crab steal too. That was dirty. Pogi gonna stay aggressive though here.
Yeah, depending on how good these hooks are. I feel like hooks. Oh, Ashley might be in trouble. I'm pretty sure she does have that wings by wings. Nope. Just but he does pay for it. Gal's Cutie does, but I mean that trade isn't really exactly what you're going to be looking for.
Fair trade all day.
But these hooks actually pretty good on the side of Hate here on Insomniacs, so that might be a game changer there as far as these teams are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I think Franco's, you don't even have to be a great Franco to be, you know, a game changer, especially towards the late game. You know, when those death counters get to 40, 50 seconds, you make one good hook, you can put a game into your favor during the Lord or something. Ashley coming in with the feathered airstrike, able to zone them away, give Yeho just enough space to take that turtle. Hate with the suppression on to Pogi. Pogi will get taken out here. A nice play coming from Insomniacs. So once again, early game, they are taking the advantage here, Private.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was wanting to see from them. Some early game aggression, that feathered airstrike coming down to provide support, and then that lethal counter into a retribution that was able to take that objective. And actually, Galaxy looking in a little trouble.
Whoa!
Dawning Light does come in and drop him just a little bit low. Looks like he is going to go ahead and try to get out of here. Unfortunately, we do have minions that are going to be crashing into here, and then Merciless is going to go ahead and take his way out of here as well. Interesting.
You know, Merciless, I wanted to mention it earlier, and I'm going to mention it now while we're in a little slow time possibly. Picks up this Lapu Lapu. Now, back in the day, like, you know, a year or so ago, back in like Assassin Dave, NACT, things like that, when Lapu was like a really good EXP lane pick, Merciless used to be a god on this pick. I'm talking insane flicker ults over walls. I used to love casting on his games on that Lapu Lapu. So I'm having a little bit of nostalgia right now watching him pick up this this Lapu pick. You know, it did get that buff recently. We still haven't seen it a lot in competitive play, but I just know he's been like itching to pick it. You know, like, come on, let me play the Lapu, guys. And Yato's like, no, you're not doing it. Fuck that. Excuse my language, guys. I had to use a curse word to actually sound like I'm Yato, you know, because that's the light version of it.
We do have a little bit of a setup up here. Hate going ahead trying to bait out this ability. We do see that. Oh, Fatal Links does come out. Feathered Airstrike as well. Does look like Franco is going to go down. Poggy taking a decent amount of damage, but it's not enough, especially with that ult on that Thamus. He's going to go ahead and be able to regen back up to about 75% health. So just unfortunate area for Hate to be in right there to get caught up with that.
You know, I just saw something that made me think, and I've seen this a few times when you have that Atlas, but then you have the Fars on the other team. I think Ashley's really going to want to need to time those feathered airstrikes correctly, because I've seen it before. Atlas gets the Fatal Links off, right? And then as long as Ashley can time that feathered airstrike right, so like, all right when you use that Fatal Links, I'm dropping the feathered airstrike so that anyone who wants to engage on my team, Yato, taking a bit of damage here, is able to sidestep. Galaxy dives in to get that kill. Yato off the board. A nice play from Insomniacs, finally taking advantage of this game. Gals maybe trying to zone them out. He does have his Fatal Links. Is he going to connect it? Another hook, suppressed. No time for the ultimate, and the lethal counter able to get the finish. Pogi now on the run here, pulling everyone under the tower. Dawning Light does come through to bring him down, and Pogi keeps on going. Ashley stroking out of the sky, but Yuna is going to chase down Yeho here and get that kill. Yuna now with the Rainer out, able to put a couple shells to the face. Lord T re-engaging, able to get the kill onto Yuna. They are back and forth with trades all over the map. Area 77 taking the kill lead on the board, Private.
Yeah, Lord T just came out from the strafe there and just started dumping on Insomniacs there, and able to pull out Ashley from the sky and then get 2 more kills for that triple. Oh man, this carry's already gonna be in trouble right now. Ooh. And just wide with a hook from Hate up there at the top. And unfortunately, that early game is starting to slip out a bit. They need to kind of regain their bearings, get back to what they were trying to do here. We just see Galscutie coming in. Oh, and he's able to get the Fatal Links onto Hate, and he is taking a dump truck load of damage, and he does go down. And unfortunately, you not able to do anything about it, along with that top tower going down in favor for the side of Area 77.
Yeah, Lord T 4-0-1 right now. Pogi has taken he's taken 1 death, but you know, I think when you're on that jungle Thamus, normally Thamus in the XP lane, you take a death or 2 in the early game, you're done for. You're donezo. But on the jungle side of things, you can still kind of keep your farm up. But I really want to focus in on Lord T. I mean, you're at 6 minutes, you've got 4 kills, your gold is already starting to skyrocket, and this is a late game hero who now is going to hit that spike even quicker. Turtle does go to the side of Insomniacs here. Another hook onto Pogi, will get struck down from Galaxy. Merciless with that warrior stance, able to do a little bit of damage, but not enough. Gonna get picked out from Yuna. A 2-for-0 trade, and the Turtle goes in the hands of Insomniacs. Definitely very back and forth right now.
Yeah, real interesting there. Both teams had the exact same plan in mind. They both did the exact same thing. Galaxy dove in, Merciless dove in, and they both separated both of these teams. But the only thing that was different there was that Galaxy had a flicker up and was able to get away, while unfortunately Merciless went into that warrior pose, and it was basically it. It was either do or die for him, and unfortunately there was too many members of Insomniacs, and they were able to take him down quickly.
Yeah, great game from Insomniacs. Definitely a huge turnaround. I was worried after game 1. I was like, what's going on with you guys tonight? But they are definitely looking well polished now. Merciless and Lord TF switch lanes now. We're going to try to see Lord T melt down this EXP lane tower as fast as possible. No one's really there to contest them. Yuna playing more in the mid lane at this point. I mean, there is always the looming threat of Hate's hook at any moment, you know? So you can definitely tell Area 77's playing it safe. Possibly a bit of a pincer move here. This could be bad. Hate will come down. Fatal Links does lock in, though, and Hate's not there in time. Yuna taken out along with Ashley, and now Yao's come in. The lethal counter lands down, but not enough for Lord T. Hate will also be taken off, and not a single death going on to Area 77. They're a 3-for-0 trade private.
Yeah, unfortunately, of all the players you want to face check a bush, definitely Ashley is not at the top of my list. And I mean, you saw them down there. You saw Area 77 down there moments ago. You have to expect that they're in every single bush. There has to be a plan there. And unfortunately, Ashley found out the hard way that you definitely need to make sure that those bushes are clear before you go ahead and wings by wings into there.
You know, Ash has not been on her gameplay. Huge picker play with the Fatal Links. Donning Light to help seal the deal. Yeo, Galaxy, and Hate all off the map. Ashley may just be next. Merciless dives in the tower, takes too many shots, and will go down. Maybe a bit more of an overextension than we wanted from Area 77, but still a huge show of dominance. They may just be able to take this mid tower at this point, Private.
Yeah, Yoon with that shotgun actually did, I mean, turn that fight around just a bit. I mean, that was pretty dominant by Area 77, but they dove onto that tower and into Yoon, used that shotgun, and was able to take down Gal's Cutie and Merciless quite quickly before being able to get away. So she turned a possible team wipe around a bit there, but still right now, Area 77 is pretty dominant right now, and we're looking for Insomniacs to kind of like regroup and kind of get back onto their game plan, because, I mean, they're not that far behind. 1K gold lead, even though there is a 4-death discrepancy, so they're not doing awful right now.
Yeah, I mean they're definitely not, like, for 10 minutes 1,000 gold lead is not a huge deal at all. And they're also essentially, they're not completely even on the towers, but that top tower is going down any second. Merciless maybe getting picked off here. Speaking of the top tower, beautiful flicker play followed up by the lethal counter and a tower take. Lord will start getting worked on here now, though, Private.
Yeah, when you see the Lord going ahead and being worked on, Gal's Cutie actually might be in a little bit of trouble. Is maybe going to be able to get away. He does have a little bit of health left. I think he is going to go ahead and round about here. That Lord is going to go ahead and be reset. Gal's Cutie is kind of waiting here, and unfortunately, I don't think it dispels very well. They do still have that lethal chain to be able to come up there. Hate does go ahead and take that lethal. Okay, so they did. I was actually about to say, did they steal that? No.
Whoa.
Insomniacs did get the turtle there. So this is kind of going back into their favor there. As long as they do not get greedy. They have a plan. They got the Lord. Disengage, regroup, get your wits about you, and then have a plan for taking on these other lanes, either syncing them up or going ahead and protecting that Lord. So that was a very good change of pace for them. They did get it up. They just need to not get caught up. Don't make any mistakes here. Have a game plan and let everybody kind of collect along with that right now.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken the lead now in gold. They've even the playing field completely on towers, a Lord on their side. Insomniacs definitely picking up their game a bit here. They do have the opportunity to make a big play, maybe take two towers off the field. Gals does whip the Fatal Links, and that is no longer a utility that they can use. Yeho taking a lot of damage here. Will get taken down. Lord T just melting down, uses that ultimate to help seal the deal, but the Lord has connected, and Galaxy in the bot lane. Suppression hooked onto Gal, and the Feathered Airstrike helps seal the deal. Yato with the Dawning Light just to try to keep them at bay, but Lord is still coming, but Insomniacs doesn't care. They've done what they needed. They've taken 2 towers off the map with the first Lord push of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure how well Yeho set up that with that. I'm not sure what that was. He went in there wanting to get that red buff, but then I have to ask, like, what next? What would have happened if you did get it? You would have died just the same, and I think they really could have used him on that last fight. Ooh. And we do see Galaxy going down. A little bit of overkill there from Yata with that Dawning Light, but he is already down. We do see the Feathered Airstrike coming down onto Lord T, is taken down to half health, and both teams going to go ahead and disengage here once these lanes are clear.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 12 minutes in right now, and it's a lot of action on the map. You know, it's either a hook from Hate or a Fatal Link from Gals, just back and forth. But once again, Lord T, 10-0-2. The man is playing godly right now on this carry. And you know, I was wondering, I was like, why are you picking up the carry? Why not pick up the Beatrix? And maybe this is why. Maybe he's put in some practice sessions. Maybe he feels comfortable with it. He is putting in work right now. He's got most of the kills. He's got almost all of the kills on his team right now. And I don't know if they've just been feeding him or if he's just been picking them up himself completely, or a combination of both. But definitely a problem. Yeho can't even engage right now. Like, I think the only opportunity for Insomniacs is to keep relying on Hate to get these hook plays, you know? Play a bit more for the later game, and even though, yes, Lord T's only going to get stronger, the rest of the team's only going to get stronger, Area 77 does have late game opportunity. Bit of a conceal play here. Pogi will get suppressed. Going to get taken out here. Feathered Airstrike does come down. Oh, but wait, Fatal Links is here. Merciless with the flicker in does get the stun onto Yeho. Beautiful response from Area 77, but Merciless not able to seal the deal. Maybe biting off more than he can chew. Will get taken out, and they're not able to answer back. Area 77 maybe getting picked apart. Lord T forced to use anything to escape and just can't. Yato all on his lonesome now. Lord back up. Insomniacs, a 4-for-0 trade.
A perfect Purify use by Ashley. That Fatal Links went out. Ashley was able to purify out of it and still rain down damage as they were in that Fatal Links, trying to put on damage on the Insomniacs. And I feel like that was the game changer. Ashley was able to get away, get to position, and still rain out damage onto Area 77. So that Fatal Links actually worked against Area 7 as they all grouped up to try to take down Insomniacs, and instead we're getting damage put on them by Ashley as well. Had she been caught in that, I feel like that would have been a complete team wipe.
Yeah, I mean, after that, I mean, at this point, Insomniacs definitely looking like they got this game in the bag. They've now turned their gold deficit into a 7K gold or 6K gold lead, 6.5K gold lead. Another Lord in their hands. I would say that Area 77 still does have the capability to survive this siege. Lord T should be able to melt down this. Melt down this Lord. The problem is Hate. They need to watch out for these hooks. Ashley with the Feathered Airstrike helping create some space. Able to stop that inhibitor from going down. Area 77 putting up a nice defense right now. As long as no one important gets hooked by Hate, they should be able to last this quite easily. Another wave of minions are coming in though. Area 77 grouping up in the mid. Gals with conceal play, not able to make anything out of it. Will get hooked, flickered in. The sniper lands down and the shotgun comes out. Gals cutie off the map. Back to the top lane. Area 77 is trying to save an inhibitor. Dawning Light will come out, but the Feathered Airstrikes help create space for them to close in. Bogey also hooked down, forced to jump away, but Galaxy with the flicker, able to get the kill. Merciless trying to come in and defend. The lethal counter goes off, not doing enough damage, but Merciless cannot survive. Lord T able to take out Galaxy at least, but you're going to lose an inhibitor here of Area 77, and you may lose more if you don't defend this push. Take out the last minion. Insomniacs with the sniper able to take out the second inhibitor as well. A beautiful, well-played push coming from Insomniacs there, Private.
Yeah, some great hooks and almost questionable. I always get nervous when an Atlas is hooked by a Franco into his team. I'm just like, man, you guys better kill him quick before those fatal links come out. But yeah, they were able to take him down quickly and then score another one onto Poggy. Unfortunately, dove just a little too deep, did Insomniacs, and it ended up costing them Galaxy. But right now, Insomniacs in a great position right now. They just need to keep their calm. They got this Lord coming up in 36 seconds. You want to make sure that you have yourself in a position. Unfortunately, we do see that Gal's Cutie is in a position right now. They do have this Lord covered, so we just want to see, are we going to make any mistakes? Are we going to be face checking Bush? Is Ashley going to get caught out? You know, these are the mistakes that we're looking for, because it seems like once they're on their game plan, Insomniacs are actually able to like match with Area 77 right now.
I mean, at this point, they're not just matching, they're making plays, they're beating them, and it makes sense why Area 77 banned out that Franco, because Hate, oh my God, Gals, he's gonna get suppressed here again, maybe able to get away, does at least escape. He's got enough tankiness now. A nice sounding light onto Ashley. She's gonna take a bit of damage there. Yeho maybe starting this Lord a little prematurely, but he's going to try to pull it over to his side of the map. Galaxy doing a wonderful job with the macro, pushing in that top lane, and Area 77 cannot contest it, or will not contest it. The third Lord of the game going to the hands of Insomniacs, and they don't want to let up, keeping on this aggression, Private.
Yeah, a great aggression too. They're pushing these lanes because they know that those bottom two inhibitors are gone. So when they push on these lanes, then Area 77 is forced to deal with it. Even for that half second that they had to deal with it, it was more than enough time for Insomniacs to go ahead, grab that Lord, and now they have some breathing room while they wait for this Luminous Lord to come in and hopefully line up these lanes so that we have everything crashing down and maybe a final push here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they do, once again, I mean, I feel like a broken record. They have the ability to stop a siege. They have great siege ability. They have great wave manipulation with, you know, Yato and this Dawning Light like we're seeing to help slow things down, put on some chip damage on those minions. The problem is Hate right now. He is just landing these hooks so consistently, stopping them at every moment. Gals now in a bit of a bad position. The rest of the Lord coming in private.
Wow,
oh
yeah, Lord
God.
comes in and gets destroyed. Feathered Airstrike does come down and is able to put some suppression on there. We do see if a lethal counter does come out, is taking down Gal's Cutie. Are they going to be able to push it down? Hook lands on to Lord T, and he does get his immortality pop there, and he does go down by you. Merciless trying to put some damage onto there. This base is actually taking a lot of damage. Are they going to go ahead and fake it? It does. It is enough, and Area 77 does lose their core. Congrats to Insomniacs taking this to a game 3.
I mean, they even in the last moment, Area 77 did a decent job at you know, defending that, but it was just too much at that point. You know, 3 Lords. I feel like maybe they needed to contest that last one. Maybe they felt like you know, they could survive one more push, and they did melt down that Lord very, very, very fast. But
both teams,
when it came,
even that Luminous Lord, when it came into base, Lord T just melted it, and it was basically just the actual players that were actually doing the damage to each other there.
Great play from Insomniacs there. We're looking at a game 3 now. You know, they played a wonderful game. Lord T on his point. I mentioned him many times that game, but I mean, when it comes down to one player, you know, you can't put everything on to just his shoulders. And once Yuna kind of got online there on that Beatrix, we saw those sniper shots start hitting hard. Gals, I think it was the first Lord contest. Gals got hooked and then hit by a sniper shot and was just brought down to so little health so quickly. So Insomniacs played into their hands. After about 11-12 minutes, the game just creeped more and more into their favor, and they look good. They look so much better than game 1. I'm excited for this game 3, Private.
Yeah, I'm wondering though, as we were talking up Merciless on this Lapu, could there have been a better pick for that? Because he didn't seem to have the effect that I really would have wanted on a Lapu, maybe diving into the back lane. Because like honestly, Ashley played a great game. You don't see many kills on her.
I'm just
you don't see many kills on her. I'm talking about like not getting caught, getting herself in position, providing that suppressive fire, the sieging ability. And I'm not saying that she was like the best there, but it stood out to me of the players that I thought would be the weakest, the characters, the Farja, I felt like they were going to be able to dive on her. So she was doing a good job of getting out of the way of that and making sure that she was actually still in a position definitely more than last game. And I think that's where I'm talking up, is because the comparativeness between her Yve and her Farza game are just worlds apart. Farza was in position, was able to get out of sticky situations. Yve had a lot of trouble, even when she wasn't in danger, had a lot of problems actually being in position. That real world manipulation oftentimes missing the entire team or only catching one of them. So it was just a world of difference, maybe on the comfort that these people feel on some of these characters. And then, like I said, with the Lapu, I felt like Lapu would be diving more for Farza or trying to get that back line more, and kind of provided more of a, I want to say a tanky kind of like a, hey, look at me, attack me type of like person, instead of like somebody that could dive into that back line.
The thing is, anytime someone tried to dive in, you had hate there ready to suppress you. So there's just that constant fear of like, do we really, like, Merciless at that point couldn't even jump back there. We are jumping into the last game bans though, and Insomniacs not wasting any time. All right, we're not going to give you a Kai this time while you're up front, which I think is smart. You know, I do think that they still, I think if they put maybe they're probably still going to ban off the Julian here and the Valentina. That's my guess. Area 77 firing back off with this Franco like we saw in game 1. Game 2, they did let us slip through the cracks, but I definitely don't think it's something they want to have to go against. Heat is just a monster on it, as what we just saw.
I think the biggest weakness that we saw because of that first game is early game and some type of aggression that you're going to put. You're going to need to include that into your comp if you want something successful. You can't just bank on a late game and hope somehow that you make it there. There has to be something propping you up through that early game. And honestly, if Insomniacs can key in that with the next matchup, they might be able to take it over Area 77. But like I said, Area 77 has showed they've been solid. They know how to draft their comps. I think last game, I think that Franco did throw a little bit of a bit of frustration into it. People getting caught out by those hooks, and then Atlas, while Atlas still was landing some great fatal links, it just wasn't enough with how far Insomniacs had started getting ahead toward the end game.
Yeah, I mean, so at this point we've seen Area 77 just completely dominate, right? Insomniacs last game didn't completely dominate, but definitely just played a well-polished game. But this is they do forfeit over the Julian. Heat though will lock in this this 1-1, and I mean, you know, will lock in this 1-1 though. So that right there, I feel like is a fair trade for Insomniacs. I was a little iffy about that Ballman band, but you definitely, this really makes up for everything. I mean, I'm questioning which one is honestly the better pick. 1-1 has been such a dominator in the gold lane, but Julian in the mid lane has also been such a monster for Yato. Like, if it's not Xavier, it's Julian, and we see that both those are open right now. Yato wasting no time, so we see that Area 77 definitely prios to Julian much more here, Private.
Yeah, he does do an immense amount of damage. I was actually kind of expecting Xavier and Juan to go on the side of Insomniacs, but they're going to go ahead and leave it open, and I'm going to go ahead and assume that Area 77 is going to go ahead and pick it up. Thamus, not a bad pick, very strong, able to deal. It might actually be a match for the Julian, especially with all that recovery that he does have.
That's a mid lane Julian.
Oh,
that's a mid lane Julian. That's Yato's going to be running that. I promise you, Yato's going to be running that.
Well, in that case, terrible picks all around. Don't agree. No, I'm just kidding.
Bro, I'm telling you, it's gold, man.
Did you see Zia play it? Hopefully, if Area 77, if I'm going off of just a percentile in Squad League right now, Julian isn't the greatest, but we're talking about Area 77 right now, and I do expect them to use him to his full capabilities. I've just not seen him at that level yet in Squad League.
Do you know why?
To see how, because
you know why? Because no one's played a mid. Because no one's played a mage yet. Mage mid yet. I'm telling you, man. It's been a popular pick in a lot of places. Um, Z- the BTK Sybil game, Zia ran it as a mid lane mage. A lot of other big teams have been running it as that. It is the position for him. I mean, and it just adds this whole. You get another CC character in your mid lane who's like able to get these huge knockups, make plays from beginning to the end of the game. I mean, hopefully we can make you a believer here. Hopefully Yato doesn't fail me.
Xborg picked up here on the side of Insomniacs. I believe this is going to be their jungler. I'm just kind of curious as to how this is going to work. We do see the Ling ban for them as well. I'm not sold on Area 77's or Area 77 Insomniac's early game yet. I want to see what kind of pressure we can keep up early. The laning phase for a Wanwan pretty weak, matched probably only by a Claude. Both their laning games not the greatest, but late game, mid to late, you're gonna start seeing Wanwan start popping off here if they can protect her, if they can maybe gank that lane. Depends on what their plan is. Are they going to go for objectives, or is it going to be like kind of the same thing that we saw in the first game where they were just a half a step behind those objectives and then kind of let it steamroll into a we do have a Lance ban here.
Yeah, I mean, they're just zoning out Bogey's hero pool right now. I mean, no Kai, no Ling, no Lance, no Ballman. Poggy very limited at the moment.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what we get here. We did see a Sicilian ban out there. We still do have the Farja, the Eve. Not sure how comfortable. I mean, they didn't ban out Eve. Maybe assuming that Ashley isn't going to feel comfortable on that after the first game. Not really much that I see that can counter the Eve out here, though.
I mean, the Julian can knock her up. You also have the Falling Star Moon from Esmeralda. I don't know if Eve will be the greatest pick. They still might go for it, just especially because you have the Xborg, you have a nice front line hitters, people who can kind of fight in that range of space of the real manipulation and do well in it. I think the major problem from what I'm seeing right now from Area 77 is going to be Yuna on this Wanwan. The possibilities of just wiping teams out in the late game. You did mention that they kind of have a lack of early game, but now with Hate on this Cho, should be able to add a little bit of aggression in the early. I also could argue that Thamu's, I think he kind of outbeats Esmeralda in the first 4 or so levels, and then as we creep more into the mid to late, Esmeralda will get the better end. But I think that Merciless is going to have to be on his P's and Q's in the laning phase of this game.
Well, yeah, and that's usually where an Esmeralda can shine, is her ability to clear out lane and then rotate onto those mages and those junglers, which is where she really shines. But if Galaxy can go ahead and keep Esmeralda busy, keep Merciless up in that lane, making sure that like the things are kind of even and she's kind of stuck up there, I think we might see some Insomniacs pull forward a bit. Now we're going to see what kind of Eve, Farja is all that's really left for a mage here. Maybe I don't see where you would use a Lilia, especially you don't want to get that close to a Julian or a Ruby here. So it's going to be very interesting to see.
I think the mobility of the Farza would be a bit more helpful here. Yes, I like the Eve, but also like we said, first game, I think the lack of mobility was really just hurting Ashley, and especially against the Julian, against the mobility of a Claude, and now we have a Benny also, and this Ruby to add even more CC to the field. I think the Farza may end up being a better pick. The Kagura also very possible. And I do like it, able to, she can be slippery. She can still output the damage. Just a nice, for some reason, I feel like we never mentioned the Kagura, but she is just such a she's not super S tier, but she's still always viable, I feel like.
She can be. I feel like it does take, it's a higher skill cap, and I feel like it's a lot more hazardous to play. You do need to get a lot closer than you do with a Eve or a Farza or a Sicilian. You do put yourself in harm's way when you teleport to your umbrella, use that ult, and then try to dash away again. It's all on how you play it, and I feel like it's a very high risk, high reward type of little battle you go in with that. But we're gonna see how this actually works out here. Game 3, last one for this series of Area 77, taking on Insomniacs and Benedetta. Pogi on Benedetta. I'm definitely eager to see how this.
We were talking about Benny before the stream started, and how I didn't like New Wave was picking it over in League of Latam, but we'll see how they do with it. You know, you were talking about. I want to talk about that Kagura pick a bit more. Just the whole composition of Insomniacs in general. Very, very dive comp. You know, like you said, Kagura's really got to get in there. You have this Cho who's got to get in there. Yeho on the Sexborg, same thing with Galaxy on the Stamus. The only one who's kind of backline is gonna be this this Yuna on this Wanwan. So I think a major goal for Area 77 right now, Yato and Benny. Really focus on getting to that back line and taking out Yuna. It needs to be such a target for them in these team fights. Bit of an engage happening in the mid, nothing too major. The Litho does go to the side of Area 77s here. And again, just to disengage, but I think that's going to be a huge deal for them is focus Yuna this game. Even when we get into the late game, you're going to need to find a way to burst her down and get her out of a team fight first.
Yeah, but I don't see her even getting into a team fight until you got some people low where she can start coming in and dancing around. If you're smart, especially on a 1-1, you know your problem is CC. You're going to be waiting for those abilities to be baited out first. So we're going to see how well that they can play into this. A little bit of engagement here between Hate and Yato. Umbrella does come down on the Yato, takes him down past half health, and Gal's Cutie there able to assist with the disengage.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need to play the angles. Area 77, not going to want to come in head first to a lot of these team fights. You're going to kind of want either Yato or Pogi on this Benny to kind of play the bushes, play the sides, not be the person to just jump in, but almost roam around the map a bit more during these team fights and look for the moments that you can strike into that back line. The endless battle down up here at the top. Down in the bottom, though, again, just kind of back and forth, no kills on the board, but Turtle will be coming up here, Private.
Yeah, we do see the Turtle. Yeah, it does go down. Merciless actually might be in a little bit of trouble here trying to escape from Galaxy, but that lot of damage coming on from that ult, and he's going to be going down as well, while Pogi on that Vendetta is going to go ahead and start initiating onto this Turtle. A little bit of engagement here. Gal's going to go ahead and try to provide some support. Ashley actually taking a heap of damage and is going to get zoned out by Yato, but Pogi able to pick up that Turtle. Great zoning out by Area 77 there to ensure that that Turtle can get picked up in peace.
Yeah, it's what that Ruby pick I think is going to do very well with right now against the Thamus, against the Cho, and even against Yeho. Anytime they try to engage, Ruby should just be able to lock them up with that skill too. You know, kind of stop them in the tracks for a second, give a bit more time, even if just a second or two. Give time for the rest of the team to move around and adapt to each team fights as it comes. So I like the Ruby pick. And I really like all the CC on the side of Area 77 right now. It's especially against the comp that Insomniacs have. But wait, nice way the Dragon on to Gals here. Not going to be able to take him out. The Yin Yang overturn does come out, but Yama offended, able to bring her back in. Almost helped seal the deal, but again, nothing happening on the map. Both teams engaging and disengaging very well here.
Yeah, doing a great job of making sure that they do have an escape plan when they come in here. They're not all inning like in that first game, especially on the side of Insomniacs, which is what an improvement over the first game that I like to see, is that they have a way out. They're not just all inning onto these fights. They know that if they don't get it, if they do get countered by Area 77, they have a way to go ahead and counter back. Pogi and Yeho just a little bit of a dance here as Yato throws some damage up there as well. And yeah, we're kind of like at a stalemate here. Both of these, we're probably going to be waiting for another Turtle, and that's when we're going to see the next engagement here as both these teams kind of respecting the damage and the team fighting ability. We do see a little bit of Way of the Dragon does come out there onto Yato. Yuna coming in with the damage as well, and Gal's Cutie not going to be able to get away. 20 seconds for this next Turtle with 2 kills on the board now for Insomniacs. Well, 4 kills altogether.
Oh, luckily Pogi able to take out Galaxy. Still 4-2, so Insomniacs finally taking a bit of lead. The gold, though, is not too major. I mean, we're looking at literally a standstill. Everyone should be on the map before this turtle, but we are seeing Insomniacs starting to push a little bit of aggression here. The Cho is going to be something that Area 77 needs to watch out for. That way of the dragon, you know, hitting those picks, whether he's on the Franco or on the Cho, you got to watch out for, hey, Yeho able to steal that turtle, Area 77, knowing they can do nothing about it and deciding to back off.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're doing all right. It's going to all come down to, I feel like it's going to come down to these marksmen pretty soon. Both of them still doing their fight, trying to farm up as fast as possible so they can start providing that support. We did see a little bit of a hint of it as Yuna came in with that last team fight to go ahead and help out Insomniacs.
Yato's doing a great job at clearing this mid wave, though, really kind of controlling it. And it helps keep himself a little bit ahead of Ashley in these rotations. So I think that could be helping them a bit in this early game for the side of Area 77. This is definitely probably the slowest game we've seen so far. Both teams definitely pacing it. A lot on the line here. Who's going to walk away with the victory? Yeho with the last Insanity, able to take out Yato there. So now it looks like we may see Insomniacs push in. They have a full wave to try to take this top tower. Merciless by himself. Area 77 is answering back in the mid lane, not even trying to rotate down. Merciless should be able to fend this off. Insomniacs does not want to push the engage. Pogi also rotating up now, private.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't feel like they had the pressure that they needed to for that top lane, especially on an Esmeralda. That's not exactly the person that you're going to be wanting to dive here. Yuna going ahead and taking up her position at a mid lane, but then going to go ahead and rotate back to bottom. 35 seconds, still locked on for this Lord. Hate going to go ahead. Oh, he does get caught there. Not able to G-Kundo out of there. Does way of the dragon onto Gals Cutie. Able to take him down. Probably a miscalculation on the side of Gals Cutie there. Does cost them a kill there. 2 and 6 in favor of Insomniacs, but still not able to transition this into a tower yet.
Yeah, neither team has taken a single tower, and this is unheard of for the past 2 games. We're at 7 minutes now, only 8 kills on the board, and not a single tower is taken. Over in the mid lane, a little bit of action, but no kills yet. Hate trying to find that moment to pick off Pogi here. Pogi luckily has not taken a single death. Yeho sitting at 3 in 1. You know, you were talking about gold laners earlier, and I would say, wait a second, Pogi does phase out, able to dash back, but cannot steal that turtle. Yeho able to secure it. Yato taken off in the top, or in the mid bush, will be taken out from Galaxy there. And definitely not having the best game of his career tonight. Hate looking for a position on the Mercy, does not decide to make a big play.
They just have such slippery characters, even on both teams. This Kagura, Pogi on this Benedetta, and then the CC that you get from the Ruby, from the Cho. Man, it's just it's so hard to lock somebody down on these. And as I say that, Ashley gets caught and might be in a little bit of trouble here. Way of the Dragon does go onto Yato, but he is able to get away. Ashley able to get away, and like I was saying, it's so hard to kind of lock these players down. As they're all just basically kind of like using those little dashes, using those abilities to get out of these otherwise sticky situations.
Most definitely. I gotta say, man, Yato's making me look really bad right now. Hyping up this Julian mid, and you're not playing your best game right now. 0-3 and 0. Does still have time to scale, but he just seems to be on his own so much. I don't know if it's the reason why his Gal's forced to kind of rotate with someone else. Will get taken out from Yeho there. Yeho
we might be looking
on the
at a
other
tower
turn
down here
is
at the
playing
bottom.
amazing. Blazing Duet does come out. Lord T not able to finish it off. The rest of Insomniacs do come in to help zone him back. Maybe finally taking the first tower of the game here soon.
Well, honestly, that was a great Blazing Duet. Didn't really do much for the players, but it was enough to take down that wave and ensure that they couldn't push onto the tower. So just quick thinking by him, threw that out there, and then went ahead and teleported back. But is the rest of the team going to be able to go ahead and stop this lane push? And it looks like they are. So, I mean, still no towers on either side here right now. Both teams doing a great job of, well, mostly Area 77. I feel like they've been on their back foot this entire time, and they've been able to still protect their towers. So we're definitely going to need to see Insomniacs going ahead and enforcing their will. They've been winning the fights, they've been getting the kills, but can they take the towers to go ahead and get these along with these objectives?
Oh, Ooh, nice I'm offended on Yuna there. Maybe finally going to be able to get the kill. Yin Yang overturn does come in, but no one is able to finish anyone just yet. Yeho now locking on to Pogi. Gals will get taken out in the back from Hate there. Pogi forced to run away. Hate maybe a bit too deep. Will get knocked up from Yato there. Flickering. Bob Weave able to escape, and just like you said, the slipperiness of some of these picks. Yeho now working on to Merciless here, 2-for-0 trade. Lord is up. This could be bad for the side of Area 77, Private.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm just not feeling the effectiveness of this Benedetta pick right now.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there's the amount of damage that they need for these engagements onto Insomniacs. All of these engagements, they last a pretty decent while, but it's always Insomniacs coming out ahead. You saw Esmeralda, Merciless chased Yuna almost practically into her base, but then came back, and you would have expected the 4v5 there for them to be able to take it. But right now, we're just still a little bit more of an engagement. But no, then both teams go ahead and get away without a scratch. As I was saying, though, Esmeralda was able to come back basically a 5v4 onto Insomniacs, and they still weren't able to get the kills or get that team into their favor.
Yeah, and we're starting to see Area 77 crumble now a bit. Definitely doesn't look amazing for them, and you know they do by picking up the Julian. They do kind of sacrifice some of the burst damage that you would get from like the Kagura or the Farza, especially with those 3 deaths happening to him in the early game. So it just doesn't seem like they have anything big. Lord T is starting to, like we just saw from that last Blazing Duet, he is starting to melt them down a bit. But they need to make a move quickly. Gals coming in. Last Insanity to help seal the deal. Does not get the finish, though. Yato forcing them back. Nobody taken out, but Lord still crashing. They've lost their top tier 2 tower. Pogi will get Way of the Dragon back toward his tower, and they should be able to finish this. I do not think he can escape here. Yin Yang overturn to help seal the deal. Ashley gets the kill. Thumbs up emotes coming out, and towers are melting down for Area 77.
Yeah, it's a very tough game for Area 77 right now, as they are lacking the damage, and we do have about a 7k gold lead, no 6k gold lead in favor of Insomniacs here right now. So there's really not much that Area 77 can do except for wait for a mistake by Insomniacs here. But right now they are a well-oiled machine. Grouping together, Hate does come in. Gals Cutie able to throw some damage down. Merciless does come in with it all. Blazing Duet does come on onto Yuna. Is he gonna be able to get away? Yuna coming in to try to put some damage down. Oh, a suppression on Ashley, but does go down rather quickly. Yato is going to follow right behind Pogi with that ult. That's going to be singled out. This is almost a full team wipe if they can get it on the Claw. Lord T coming in, trying to put some damage on, but man, powerless to watch as this entire team gets taken down.
Yeah, I mean, this right now, Hate's just coming in at such key times. Even when Pogi comes in, thinks he's going to maybe be able to get a kill or something on to Yeho or someone of that nature. Hey, able to zone him away. It's just too much bulk and not enough damage for Area 77. Blazing Duet does come out. Will he finally get the kill on the Galaxy? He does. Able to defend that push. They have not lost an inhibitor yet. Area 77 still staying on their game, wanting to find a moment they can come back here.
Yeah, unfortunately, even though Lord T was able to get that kill onto Galaxy, that Blazing Duet was hitting like 4 members of Insomniacs, and I didn't really see their health taking too much of a hit. They're so tanky right now, and I don't think Lord T is where he wants to be as far as damage is concerned. It's unfortunate right now, because even if they are playing it right, Area 77, they're just so far behind that it's not really having a great effect.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough game if they want to try to push this out. Also, they haven't been able to get anything onto Yuna yet. Yuna sitting at 1-0-6, and I mentioned that they needed to make that a big priority. They weren't able to get any ganks in the early game. Honestly, I feel like I never even saw Area 77 try to get a gold lane gank onto Yuna, which maybe it should have been something they did in that first laning phase in the first 5 minutes or so. But with that, now Yuna is just a looming threat, and with the bulkiness of all of Insomniacs, it's like, how do you even get to the back line? How do you even focus out Yuna when you can't even get through Galaxy and Yeho right now?
Well, I just feel like Insomniacs have more longevity. They've got, the longer these fights go on, the more it favors them. Oh, and then we do see Poggy getting a little bit separated there. Hate is going to go ahead and cheat Kondo away, and you see that the Insomniacs are able to go ahead and pick up the Lord. Poggy in trouble here as Galaxy goes ahead and zones out the rest of Area 77, but it does look like Merciless might be a little caught, puts on the NAS and is able to get away. But man, like I said, like the longer these fights are going on, and you see Xborg does get that immortality pop, but is going to go ahead and disengage now. Like the longer these fights go on, especially with Yeho on that Xborg, he starts doing that true damage the longer the fight goes on. And there really isn't anything at the back end of that fight that is aiding Area 77 right now. The longer these fights go on, the worse it is for them. And unfortunately, they just don't have the damage to be like popping, to be taking on Insomniacs right now.
Yeah, they've got nothing to follow up. And, you know, I feel like you mentioned Benny earlier not being all that, and I the same thing. Like normally, even like with the Akai or some of these other tanky jungle picks, it feels like even they do a bit more damage than what we're seeing from this, but they are engaging. Inhibitor has gone down. Hate with the conceal play will get the way of Dragon on to Gals. Yin Yang overturned to help seal the deal, but members are still up. No one's fully gone down. Blazing Duet comes in, able to clear up Hate. Yuna trying to chase down Lord T. Area 77 finally answering back, but minions are on the base. They're going to be forced to go back. Pogi now trying to help, maybe salvage one more falling Star Moon coming from Merciless, but he needs to be careful. Do not get taken out from Yuna here. Will fight the bow. Tank comes out, and Yuna gets the kill. Make it a double. Will take out both of them. A beautiful response from Insomniacs there as Area 77 just tries to keep them out of their base.
Yeah, honestly, I think Area 77, they went ahead and they understood. I think Merciless and Pogi, I think that was a sacrifice. They didn't have their team with them. I think their only job there was to hold them off long enough while the rest of Area 77 was able to kind of clear out this lane, get themselves some wiggle room here in the defense here. Because, yeah, there was really not going to be any use there. You weren't going to be taking down the entire team with two members of Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, it's I mean, we're creeping more and more into the late game. This means that those few deaths, maybe there's a chance. I'm Offended does come on to Yeho here, but minions are going to keep on waving in. Does Insomniacs play the hard push, or do they just play it safely, eat up the jungle, and wait for Lord? You know, I mentioned Yato was at a big deficit in the very beginning of the game with 0-3-0. As we creep into later, he should start dealing a bit more damage here. Merciless also took a lot of deaths in the early game. So at this point, Area 77 is really focusing on the late game. You know, I don't think they're completely out of this. If maybe they can get a Lord steal here or something, and or defend one more push, they do have the opportunity. I don't think that's that they just lacked in damage. Like, I think that they just fell behind really hard, and like the heroes that they needed to not die died. You know?
Yeah, well, and unfortunately too, I feel like one of the bigger weaknesses of this Julian is mobile heroes that, like, you can see his abilities coming, and he really punishes those people who stand in his abilities, who aren't able to get away. And unfortunately, the entire team of Insomniacs feels like they have that on their side: mobility, flickers, dashes, and escapes. A little bit of a jockeying pull here between the Lord here. Oh, Merciless does seem like he's going to be caught here. Yuna and the rest of the team are going to quickly take him down, and if this doesn't result in a team wipe, it is going to give them room to be able to take this Lord. We do see Hate going to go ahead and disengage while the rest of the team is on this Lord. Still, it's about 2/3 of the life left, but the rest of Area 77, I think they know they need to make something happen here, trying to press in, but not able to get any wiggle room. Do you see Poke going in onto it? Is it going to be enough?
Oh, he kills the Lord! But for not possibly here, 2 against 5. Is Insomniacs going to try to end this before the Lord can even reach anything?
Honestly, that's your best answer right now, and well, a valiant effort by Pogi, but it looks like Insomniacs are going to go ahead and push on. Blazing Duet does come out, but it's not enough to stop this push by Insomniacs, who take, I want to say, the upset victory over Area 77 in this series.
I don't think any, you know, none of us guessed to, you know, I've been forcing all of the casters to put in predictions, and not a single one of us put Insomniacs as the winner, and they have now rubbed it in our face, Private.
Yeah, an absolutely great. I love the mobility of this comp, not just the mobility of it, but how well they played together. They'd go in for this was just such a far cry from the first game where it felt like they were uncomfortable. They would make plays or they would make create openings onto Area 77, but the rest of Insomniacs weren't ready, weren't able to capitalize on it. That was completely different here. We saw them going, they would still kind of make the same mistakes. They wouldn't be ready, but they had disengagements this time. They had a way to get out of that, and that was really kind of wearing thin on Area 77.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and you said it the whole time, they just had that longevity. And I think the moment Yeho got a bit ahead, you know, the export jungle definitely isn't something that we see all the time. Comes in some clutch situations, but the moment he was able to get ahead there, and you know, he was like 3-1 in the first, you know, after a minute there, it showed. And once he got that immortality in, it just made it even more problems. Like, there's a lot of team fights where they were going, they would get Yeho down really low, and in my head I'm thinking, but his immortality hasn't even popped yet. He's still got a whole another 2 lives with his passive, you know, like, so Insomniacs end up getting the better there. You know, on that Wanwan, did an amazing job. The Boateng came in a lot of clutch situations. I mean, nothing crazy. There isn't really a single member I can focus on, and that's normally a good thing when I have a team that wins and I'm not like they just carried. You know, everybody really played their part that game, I feel like, from the side of Insomniacs.
Yeah, especially because Yuna on that Wanwan did take a little bit of time to start even joining team fights, but that gave Insomniacs, the rest of them were doing their job, getting these objectives and kind of like baiting around a lot of these abilities. I feel like even though I was saying that I'm not a big fan of Julian, I don't want to use this game as an example because I feel like all of these picks were very much geared
hard
towards
counters,
making sure, that Julian was not going to be able to land those chains, land that sword and stuff like that. They were very mobile, able to get in and out of situations. As soon as they saw those chains come onto the ground, they were dashing away from it. I mean, all of these characters were basically in that role. And unfortunately, I feel like that it was just a big damage discrepancy when you're able to take down, when you're able to pretty much nullify the mage on your opponent's side, and then their jungler Pogi with that Benedetta. While Benedetta is able to get in and out of sticky situations, I do feel like, especially early game, you are lacking a pretty decent amount of damage that you can be outputting on there. So then you're basically just waiting, unfortunately, for Lord T to get fed there. And unfortunately, like, the damage was not there. Perhaps with something a little bit more, Ruby was a decent choice, because like I understand what their feeling was. You wanted to get that CC on there. You wanted to keep them still so that your damage dealers, the Esmeralda, for Merciless to go ahead and jump on them, for Yato to be able to put those abilities on there, and for Lord T to get in there. I'm just not sure if Ruby was the right choice for it. But yeah, especially with this mobile over here. I mean, I don't think there's really too many supports or roams that you could have picked there that would have gotten this mobile of a composition down.
Yeah, definitely going to be troublesome. But that is it. Insomniacs take it 2-1. Definitely an upset to a lot of us. But I feel like, you know, that you mentioned whenever they first jumped in the lobby, whenever we first started the stream, you said, you know, 2 of the top teams. You know, this is a game that I think a lot of people have been waiting for, and it did not disappoint at all. We see it go the whole way. And not only that, back and forth, Area 77 take game 1, and Insomniacs clean it up with the reverse sweep. But up next, we have, I think, another pretty exciting game. We have Deuce Knights, the wild card team, up against the rookies of the season, Team First Blood Private. Now this Team First Bloods, I know you've been hyping them up, I feel like, and I feel the same way. I mean, they're just a team, you say the words hungry, I say the words hungry. They're a team that have come in here and they are winning games. Like, I think they're it's one of the first new teams we've seen come into the league and just like clear through. Hit 2 zeros, be sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Normally new teams come in and they have a little bit of trouble adjusting to the skill level of everyone else in the league, and Team First Blood does not seem to break a sweat or miss a beat. They are coming in strong, but how are they going to do against, you know, a team that Deuce Knights, they're not your average team. They throw in a lot of left fielders, a lot of weird pitches. They're not always speedballs, man, and it works for them. They're a team that's hard to draft against, I feel like, just for that reason. Sometimes they stick to the meta, and sometimes they just bring in these insane compositions, and they still end up bringing in the wins.
And that's something I was going to discuss here a little bit, is that if anything, if you have a game plan going in, if that's all you have is like, all right, this is the comp we want and this is what we're going to go for, and if you don't have anything outside of that, I feel like Deuce Knights can really mess you up, because they're going to pick something wild, and you're going to have, this is going to show whether you can kind of adjust on the fly when you get in there. What did we see in the first game? It was like 3 assassins to go ahead and take down, was it Ashley, who was playing on The Simpsons? And they pretty much gave her like the worst game she's ever had in this league. I think she took like 13 deaths that game. But they play something so outside the box that sometimes it's something you're not prepared for, something that your pre-comp, something that you've come up with like beforehand, going up with the coaches and writing all the stuff down. You have to be able to adjust on the fly when you're facing a team like Deuce Knights, because they are not constrained to the borders of the meta. They'll go outside. They don't care. It's going to be really interesting to see how this game goes. And I love seeing teams face Deuce Knights just because of that kind of like outside the box thinking that they usually have, because it kind of forces team. Yeah, exactly. They put it in something differently, and they force other teams to do something differently. And that's what I'm assuming.
Last season, they literally had teams banning Mia against them, just because of Rose on the Mia. Like, we've seen, like, they're definitely, and I think that just adds, you just mentioned having to switch things up in the fly. Not only that, but, just drafting. Like, it's so, I think a lot of teams have trouble drafting against them, because, and it's not just like, normally after game 1, teams kind of like draft depending on how that game wins, but because of the way we see Deuce Knights change around in their composition so much, it's like, it's not even like a week-to-week base or like a season-to-season base. It's like a game-to-game. Like, one game they bring in a composition, and now it's like, okay, well, we're going to draft against that because we had trouble with it or whatever. And now it's like, all right, well, we're going to go back to regular meta. Now you're screwed, like now we're going to get the Akai jungle or something. And like, it's just it definitely adds a whole different layer to things. And no, Deuce Knights has not taken home a title just yet, but they've definitely held strong, and they made it to playoffs last season. They got, I'm pretty sure, top 8 in the last NACT. So a lot of, I see a lot of people in chat. I see a lot of people, like, when they come into these drafts and they're like, what are they doing? And it's like, yes, it's crazy, but it works for them.
Yeah, and even with some of these picks, even outside the box picks that we've seen, if they're picking it into something, it's because they know how to play these characters and play them well. And I think that's what throws off a lot of people. They don't expect that they're gonna see a Maya and they're like, all right, yeah, okay, but not expect the level of play that they can put on with the Maya, or even picking when it used to be easy peasy as the jungler, when he would pick a Ling into their Barats and still come out with the victory. Like, it wasn't doing a lot of damage in the early game, but the team kind of rallied together, and that's what they do very well here. But I mean, Team First Blood has been very strong here. I want to say I doubt that they're going to be flustered by an outside the wall pick. They've shown that they do have great synergy. They do have the compositions down. They know how to handle the metas. Just a couple of the standouts. I know Ari, if you're going to want to shut down or hold down First Blood, you're going to need to control that Wan. R plays an absolutely devastating Wan, as we've seen through a lot of these games. And the rest of the team just has been so dominant so far. So, I mean, are they going to be stopped here? We'll have to find out, especially, I guess, a team like Deuce Knights, who have just, they've been a consistent outperformer as underdogs.
Yeah, but before we go any farther, before we jump into this Deuce Knights first team first blood game, we are going to get them ready, get their ping checks down, and we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, literally only 5 minutes. So make sure you guys stay tuned if you want to see this next game coming up. Use the bathroom, grab some food, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be back shortly. So I'll see you guys in just a few minutes in the draft.
There it is, guys. That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy in his back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up from right under the ultimate.
All right. Deuce Knights up against Team First Blood Private. I think it's going to be a great game. Welcome back, guys. This is the second series of the night. Deuce Knights are going to have first pick here. And, you know, we mentioned it a lot. Deuce Knights, the wild cards. What's your prediction on this game, Private?
Honestly, I as much as the wild card, and I am a fan of Deuce Knights, and I've talked about this before. I believe Easy Peasy isn't on their roster right now, or isn't jungling for them. So there is a little bit of adjustment on the side of Deuce Knights, and with that, and with the solid games that I have seen from First Blood, I'm gonna have to go ahead and give it to First Blood here. Maybe I'm gonna say maybe a 2-1. Okay. Not something that's going to be a sweep, but there's going to be some adjustment here.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's going to be a sweep. I don't think I put any of tonight's games as sweeps. I only put one game this week as a sweep. But I do think that First Blood can win on this. It could be 2-1. There is that. I don't think it's a guarantee. I think Deuce Knights, you know, they're slippery guys, man. You got to be careful playing against them. They were able to beat Insomniacs, and we just saw Insomniacs, you know, take the win on Area 77. So Deuce Knights definitely have, you know, a couple cards up their sleeve. But it's not going to be an easy game. First Blood has been on their P's and Q's lately. So I think First Blood definitely has my favoritism towards them. I think they can definitely pull out on top. And if they do get going, like, there is a possibility that they could sweep. They could 2-0. I'm not completely counting it all out. But I don't think this is going to be an easy match completely for either team.
I mean, we did just see an upset, Insomniacs over Area 77, so this might be the day for huge upsets. So all that means is that First Blood needs to be on their P's and Q's. Deuce Knights is not a team to underestimate. We're going to see how that rolls on here into this draft mode.
Yeah, I'm checking out everyone else's predictions, and Phantom, I think, was the only one who gave the game to Deuce Knights. Ryan, 2-0. Frisky, 2-1. G 2-0. So Ryan's the only one who really counted Deuce Knights in. Maybe he's got a fortune teller's ball. Maybe he knows what's going on. But we are into the draft now. Grok with the first ban, fired off with the Akai. Two big beefy boys, as G would say, thick boys, banned off rip.
Yeah, really interesting there as well, because you went from not even seeing Grok in a match or pick ban from the last series to seeing him being the priority ban here right now. And then a respect ban with that. Well, maybe not even just a respect ban. Juan wanted on herself is a menace, but then you give that over to now I'm afraid to say the name. And it's gonna be a menace even more. So so yeah, probably a little bit of respect there. So we're gonna see how well their marksman can go ahead and deal with that as well. There's a lot of things that are gonna be open here right now, especially with this Xavier and the Grok, man.
Yeah, I mean, the Julian's open, but I think honestly, like, I like the Xavier ban. I think I think he's a problem. I think he's got a lot of abilities on the map, and I think we don't really see him do bad any games. Even if a team loses, we don't really see him ever do bad. So I think it's a fair ban. The Dairoth possibly be left open here, which is always going to be a thorn in one team's side for that EXP lane.
Yeah, there's a lot of we got the Karina still open, we've got the Ling still open. Julian gonna be that priority pick. Hopefully we're gonna see something magical out of him here. Like I said, I've not been so impressed. I do feel like maybe the NA teams do still need a little bit more building and team building with that character to kind of make him really meld into the compositions here. We did see like a lot of mobility really is a problem for Julian, but on the side of First Blood, they do go ahead, pick up that Eve and the Belmont, both actually very strong picks here.
Yeah, I mean, the Ballman's definitely been like that runner-up jungler when after the Akai's gone, after some of these other options aren't. He's definitely really made his way to the top of the list, which I like to see. It's one of the things that you know, when it comes to some of the new tank jungle meta, I'm not super crazy about it. It's enjoyable, but it's not as fast-paced as when it was Assassins. But one thing that I think has been awesome is seeing some of these older heroes actually come back, like the Ballman, the Thamu, some of these other picks that we haven't seen in a while are now becoming a lot more popular.
Yeah, and that's been one thing. The games, they last a little bit longer. It's probably a little harder, I want to say, to call these team fights. They just all clash into the middle, and they're just out surviving each other with their healing and the regen that they got. And you're kind of like, oh my god, who is gonna win this? And finally, you start. It's like those cartoons where you see all the smoke coming out and like the main character like creeping out through the bottom of the smoke pile. But these games, I mean, it's been a completely different meta with having this tank meta and having we don't really have that assassin one hit diving in, getting the quick kill, and then being able to get out. It's been a real, I feel like it's almost been like more of a team game now, because everybody has to be involved in these fights for you to be able to like come out ahead.
Everyone definitely has to play the part. One thing I've noticed though, looking at this, is Karina's still open right now. I don't know if it's just something that it got missed in the radar, but it's not even getting banned out. Both teams focusing on gold lane bans right now. And we know this is one of the advantages, I think, of Deuce Knights, and having Rose pick up these weird gold laners sometimes is they're not really scared, I think, to take out all the meta gold laners. You know, it's like, fine, you want to ban one? We'll ban one too. Like, you wanna take out gold laners? It's fine. We'll just put Rose on the Mia or something like that.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting on that gold lane. I do believe we still have, I mean, we have the Clint up still, I believe. Haven't really seen too much Popol and Koopa lately, but yeah, like there are still those kind of like outworldly picks that can come out from Deuce Knights, especially for that gold lane as well. And right now, I'm definitely wondering what we're going to be looking for in that jungle, and a smart ban on the side of Deuce Knights. I feel like right now, especially this season, Carrie has just been a kind of like an underappreciated menace right now with the damage that she can put out.
Yeah, I mean, she's made a huge comeback with the tank meta rising. She is another hero that has come out of the woodworks and is now viable in the gold lane, and a lot of teams are picking her up, especially because when the Beatrix and the Claude and, you know, a lot of these other things. One gold laner that I haven't seen a lot recently that I still think has some nice viability is the Clint, and it seems like a lot of teams just haven't been wanting to rotate over to him. But with such limited options right now, that may be something we see this game.
Ooh, and this is going to be an interesting pickup by them Atlas, especially with those that ultimate able to kind of group everybody up. We saw it was while Area 77 didn't win with it last series, it was having such a huge effect, and especially if you can play that very well. And we do see that Maya pick coming out. Is First Blood going to learn firsthand just how
No.
Okay. No. Not even close. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Is this going to be that? Yeah, the tank Lance that we've been hearing rumors about. We'll find out. Lance has kind of fallen out of the meta, but there have been little whispers in the pro scenes across the oceans that a tank Lance has been making a comeback. So we're gonna see how this kind of operates around. And there's that Clint pick that we were talking about. So it's gonna be very interesting. I don't like a Maya into a Clint. I feel like he can kind of burst her down. We're gonna see how fast how these games go and what kind of focus that these teams put either onto the objectives or onto these gold laners to kind of like shut them down, and what kind of maybe opposition that Franco can provide for Deuce Knights to maybe upset the balance of First Blood in this early game.
Yeah, I think one thing that Hendrik Lozal needs to be careful about on this Franco is going to be does he use the hook for just anybody, or does he wait for Yves to pop the real manipulation? Before we jump any further, for anyone just joining, this is the second series of Day 5, Deuce Knights up against Team First Blood. Definitely going to be a great match, great series. This is a best of 3 for anyone that doesn't know. Welcome to the North American Squad League. And like I was saying, I think, a question that's going to be for Hendrix right now is, you want to make sure you're using that hook to maybe get
Yves out of that real manipulation, but also like when you really got, he's going to be forced to time those correctly and use them at the right time here, because if he just uses it and hooks onto memory or something like that, or hooks onto Joyboj or something, then he's totally open to be caught inside of a real manipulation, and the rest of the team can pounce in. So they're going to have to kind of play this correctly if they want to be victorious in this game.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression we saw by both teams as Godburn was going ahead and trying to throw some annoyance onto Oh, and a flicker hook on the Joyboj. He is going to be able to flicker himself away to safety, but man, a little bit of damage there is going to be enough. It is, and Darwin with a surprising amount of aggression there, able to take down Joyboj, getting that first kill for Deuce Knights.
Yeah, wonderful early spike, especially if he's going to be building this as a tank Lancelot. Being able to get a kill that early right now is huge for him, because it's just going to help him scale even faster, and that's something that I think he's going to lack on building tank. It's a bit tougher in the early game for him possibly, but this is going to be, I think this is a great start for Deuce Knights right now.
Yeah, definitely. And we do see that Eve might actually be in trouble. Restart is going to have to disengage, able to sprint away. Memory going ahead and putting the damage on, but Fleur able to dash away.
Yeah, nice play down in the bot also. Darwin keep on making moves. Does get stunned up from Joyboj though. Nice hook from Hendrix. Just misses onto R though. And nothing too major going to happen, but definitely a close engage there for Darwin.
Yeah, a decent amount of aggression here. This is a far cry from what we saw in the last series, where both teams kind of waited for those objectives to come up before they clashed them together. Here, it's looking like both these teams have no problem just engaging right from the forefront. Looks like Godburn actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. Oh, but it does look like a lethal counter, not enough to take down Godburn, and he's going to go ahead and continue to kind of like prove in that little bit of annoyance as Deuce Knights go ahead and start on this turtle. Is there going to be enough in the counter? We do see a real world manipulation coming down. Not going to be enough, but she's turned her attention from this turtle, and it does allow Deuce Knights to go ahead and get that restart. Actually in trouble, might be in trouble, does get taken down by Fleur. And man, what a great setup and just great cohesion on the side of Deuce Knights is what we were saying. They're surprising.
Yeah, they're definitely making some nice plays, and Godburn just feels comfortable on this Uranus right now. Down in the gold lane, no kills on either side yet, but that's exactly what Rose wants. She's like, listen, if I can get past the first 30 minutes without taking a single death, I can scale. But seriously, Rose will pop off a bit sooner than that. And a nice hook onto R. She's going to get bursted down. Fleur gets the kill. Joyboj with those fatal links trying to slow them down, but it's just not enough. Hendrix with a wonderful play. And this is going to give Rose even more of an advantage in this gold lane. Help her scale up even faster. Darwin now under the tower, pops the retry. Trying to outphase this tower shot, able to take only a few. Hendrick misses the hook. Real manipulation does come out. Memory gonna take that gold crab, and Darwin gets away with just a sliver of health. Does get taken out from the burn. A nice play, a nice response from Restart, but is it gonna be enough, Private?
Yeah. He tried to negate that damage from that magic worship on Restart. Just not enough, but he's playing. Besides that, I was just going to say he's playing a great game on Lance, a character who has really fallen out of the meta. Godburn actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to go ahead and pop that sprint and get away. Still getting that regen that Uranus is known for. Man, he's just not afraid. This actually might be enough, though. He does take a decent amount of damage. That lethal counter able to finish the job, and Memory does go ahead and capture the kill on him.
Yeah, and they are responding back, so Team First Blood starting to hit a little bit of spike. Darwin chasing down Prophecy. Should be able to possibly catch him, but Memory and Joyboy ready. Darwin smells the ambush, runs away, but still needs to be careful for Joyboj. Turtle will come up now, but a nice play. You know, looking at Team First Blood, yes, they took a couple deaths. R will go down. Rose picks up that kill, but Team First was definitely not giving it up just yet. You know, yes, they took those few deaths, but their gold deficit is not that much. It's only 1,000. They're still holding on. They still have plenty of opportunity. And yes, Clint has taken 2 deaths already, but honestly, like Clint's one of those marksmen I feel like that can die, you know, in the first few minutes, and it doesn't matter. You know, once he gets in that Blade of Despair, once he gets in that Endless Battle, things like that, he's still going to be outputting some insane damage.
Yeah, it's been very interesting here too, because the only reason I want to say that Team First Blood was able to go ahead and get that turtle and get a little bit of momentum into their factors because they did take down Darwin. So they do take advantage if they do get upset. If they do feel that hole in the armor there, they are able to take advantage. So they do need to make sure, as if you're playing on the side of Deuce Knights, make sure, because if you make a mistake, First Blood is going to come back, and they're going to come back hard.
Yeah, I mean, they will definitely come back hard, and they definitely haven't even gotten their. They don't have a whole lot of early game. You know, Atlas is basically useless till level 4. Ballman does have some nice engage, but other than that, they don't really have much. They're gonna hit their power spike more around the 10-minute mark and on. The problem is right now is Clint. Clint's now taking another death. I think at this point, and what they should have done earlier is the moment they noticed Hendrix on this Franco was just like look at him again. He's like, I'm just gonna just keep on messing with R here. I'm just gonna keep on messing with him and not stop and help Rose scale and scale and scale in this early game. So I feel like Joybush should be down there. Like, listen, if you guys are gonna run 1-2-2, we're gonna run 1-2-2 as well.
Oh, nice suppression by Hendrix allows Darwin to go ahead with that Thorn Rose and get the kill. Memory actually might be in trouble here. Floor trying to set it up, and Restart actually has to lay down some CC to help Memory go ahead and eke out of that.
Yeah, Fleur now also playing aggressive here. Gonna deny Memory of that blue buff, and that's huge, man. You know, especially where we're at in this game right now. Deuce Knight's really just putting on the pressure, starting to strangle them, not only out of their lanes, but out of their own jungle. First Blood finally, you know, not playing like we've seen. I mean, they're playing well, but they're definitely getting just outclassed right now against Deuce Knights.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't feel like they're playing bad. I feel like Deuce Knights is on another level right now today. This is something different that I've seen these past few days, or the past last weekends between them. They are, especially Darwin on this Lance, a character that we haven't seen in the meta for a while. All the rest of the team is just following up. The Francos landing these hooks. They're able to single out characters that they need, and they're just playing a really great game right now.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of teams too, Deuce Knights maybe being one of them, are practicing a lot recently. You know, they know this North American Challengers tournament's coming. There's starting to be a lot more money on the line in NA, and Deuce Knights definitely seems like they've been stepping up their game, just getting better and better. Godburn really forcing Esmeralda back to base there, and Deuce Knights really just on top of it. I don't know if they did a little research, immediately noticed this kink in the armor of this gold lane right now, but it just seems like no one's ever there for R. Multi-Rose will come in, possibly going to be able to get the outplay, does take out R. R can do nothing there. Hendrik Lazal now also taking a bit of damage. Real Manipulation does come out. Restart cannot get away. The Fatal Link's able to save her, but Joybush may go down. This pressure comes in. The lethal counter tries to seal it. He is able to get the kill onto Darwin, but will pay the price. It's a 2-for-1 trade on the map. Another kill going to the hands of Rose. 4, 0, and 3.
Even though Darwin did die there, just the ability, the know-how to be able to use a Thorn Rose to avoid being killed by the lethal counter was enough for him to put just a little bit more damage, so that it wasn't just a one-person trade there. It was a 1-for-1, and they were able to go ahead and pick up Memory. They're playing just such a solid game right now, and unfortunately, even when we saw that Multi-Rose landing that stun into the bush, caught Click trying to teleport out, and man, they are a well-oiled machine right now, and it's going to be very hard for First Blood to stop this.
8,300 gold right now for Rose. You know, we're only 9 minutes in. She's literally, another big hook on a Prophecy. I think a lot of teams are going to have to start banning this Franco out, man. It's just becoming a problem. They are trading up, finally securing their own first tower, but they've almost lost a tower and a half here. Multi-Rose also securing that mid lane tower now, both mid lane towers. I mean, Deuce Knights are just controlling this game right now. Engaging. Darwin does get a little cut off. A nice hook on Joyboj though, but Fatal Links helps bring him back into that real manipulation. Is it going to be enough though? 3 members of Deuce Knights will go down for the price of Joyboj. A nice trade for Team First Blood.
Joyboj with that Fatal Links, perfect. Right while the real world manipulation was down there, allowing restart just to find one area to start raining down damage on. And this Lord probably really isn't going to have an effect as 4 members of First Blood are there to meet it. Possibly might be the turning point that that First Blood has been looking for.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely, they still have the opportunity. I'd like to see the items one more time. I was wondering if Clint did get in that Blade of Despair just yet. So he has a Blade of Despair. He has the Endless Battle. He could have gotten them a little bit sooner. And yes, he doesn't quite have any defense yet, but it looks like he's going right into another damage item here. So I do think, even though he's still, Joyboj will go down, but Multi-Rose quickly gets picked off. R starting to do some nice damage. Does get caught up though from Darwin. Fleur secures the kill though. A 2-for-1 trade into the hands of Deuce Knights, but either way, we saw the opportunity for Team First Blood there. We see the damage that R is starting to output, even though he's got 6 deaths on his board. Like I said, he's going to be locking this Malefic Roar next. So, I mean, as long as he can stay in a safe position away from Darwin, he should be able to help out the team.
Yeah, I was just about to say, as we were discussing Clint's build, if you looked over on Rose is 1 item away from full build right now, and then she saw her take down Joyboj there. Man, it's going to be a menace here right now. They're going to need to focus these down, or it's going to be a rough time. Godburn, might be caught. Does get taken down by R, and finally. Yeah, finally. But it's still 15-9. We do still have a little bit of a 3K gold lead on the side of Deuce Knights. So we're gonna see if First Blood can go ahead and rally here, kind of collect their wits about them, reorganize here, and start having a game plan for it. Because right now they're starting to hit their momentum. They're starting to get their items. They're starting to do the damage that they need with that real world manipulation. Joyboj is starting to catch Deuce Knights in those Fatal Links in well placed and cohesive like little team fights here. So, and we see them all, they're all starting to stick together. They're not getting caught out anymore.
Yeah, which is good, and I think that's what they need to do at this point. Honestly, 3K gold isn't really, I think that's like the limit point. You don't really want to get to 4 or 5K, but a 3K gold deficit is not too huge. But we do have some suppression on the Joyboj. Will get knocked up, enough CC to help secure the deal. Fatal Links does come off and helps get them locked up, but the rest of the team does not want to engage after he's taken out. Godburn now zoning them away. Darwin does start the Lord, but restart picked off from Multi-Rose, and now Multi-Rose gonna lock onto this Lord and melt it down quite quickly.
Yeah, just an immense amount of punishment there, and that is such an unfortunate thing there for Joyboj, caught out there way out of position, and the rest of the team was trying to provide a little bit of support, and then restart got caught there at the end, which did allow Deuce Knights to go ahead and pick up this Lord. Man, it's just all these things, these little mistakes, you're getting punished very hard for. You gotta kind of like tighten up your shot group with these types of games, especially against a team like Deuce Knights.
Yeah, and they are just pressing forward, not taking the slow route at all. Their lanes are a little unsynced right now, so it looks like they're going to try to commit a lot to this mid right now. Maybe they can pull something off here. Godburn keeping Prophecy at bay. A nice stun coming in from Multi-Rose there. Fleur not able to get the knock up, and Godburn will be taken out from R. The Lord has connected and taken out the inhibitor, but I don't know how much that's going to help. The suppression lands on a memory, but the World Manipulation comes out, and they're able to take out Hendrix, make that Rose 2, and Darwin may just be next. He goes down. A 4-for-0 trade, all they get in the inhibitor, and in my honest opinion, I feel like First Blood comes out on top in that.
Oh yeah, of course, and especially because, and this might be that that little bit of underdogness. This is what probably keeps them down a little bit. The side of Deuce Knights is not, you mentioned it, not lining up those lanes, and that's a kill zone when you're flooding your entire team into one lane, forcing all the damage into there. I mean, and especially you're going to be at a disadvantage if you're attacking a base, because that tower is going to provide so much anti-sieging potential for you. you. And probably a big mistake. They do have 2 inhibitors missing right now, so there still is a decent amount of land for First Blood to travel here to kind of make this even again, but they are starting to inch their way forward.
Yeah, they definitely have the opportunity to fight for the next Lord. Gold is now even. And, you know, you mentioned them just pushing down the middle, and not only, like, you don't only not want to do that, but you also don't want to do that against a Eve. Like, you already have one of the best, like, siege defense heroes or even siege attack heroes, you know, to open up space. And now you're just pinholing yourself into this little spot. Godburn will get Fatal Links and taken out. A nice pick when the Lord is coming up. The counter is just a bit longer too, so Lord will be up right before Godburn gets on the field. Team First Blood now starting to put the gold into their side as the lead. The only thing that's really holding them back is by losing those 2 inhibitors, they automatically have macro against them. You know, the minions are always going to lose in those 2 lanes, so they're forced to just consistently send someone over to help clear those waves, or at least get them to the other side during these Lord contests.
Yeah, and a really interesting fact about that too is that the inhibitors are missing at the bottom lanes while the Lord is at the top. So you're gonna have somebody all the way across the map while this Lord is up here. So it's gonna be a really interesting to see how they can compete with this 4v5 can First Blood. Oh, we do see a conceal coming in. Hendrix Laval does get caught, and we do see the real world manipulation come down. Hendrix flickers, but into Rose. Is that a smart choice? Rose, it's putting some damage down, but does get taken down as well. Not looking too good for the side of Deuce Knights. Darwin coming in with some damage on the restart. Is going to go ahead and try to disengage here. Are in trouble up at top floor, able to take him down. Now looks like we are tied up right now. No, 2 for 1 right now. And looks like Darwin and Godburn are being chased out. Look, trying to put some damage on there. Fleur trying to come in here. Godburn is just surviving.
Can't even see him. He's got 4 people on top of him. I can't see his name, his health bar, or anything. He's just running through.
It almost looked like that might have been a bad side for Deuce Knights, but Godburn just basically rounding up 4 of them and just making them chase him there. It actually gave them a bunch of wiggle room and some time, some breathing room actually. While this
Fleur being
is
able
still
to take
up.
out R too. Fleur takes out R in the top side of things and able to just really slow down First Blood with that. You know, he's at this point, he's their only real burster. You know, he's their only real big damage dealer, and they need him in these team fights. So the moment you get him down, there's no way to really burst down Godburn. He's able to just sit there between all 4 of you, and there's just nothing you can really do about it. Godburn, though, does need to be careful. Pops that concentration to be able to get away. But still, Lord is up now, Private.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting game here, too, of mistakes. These mistakes that have been happening have been costing these teams a lot of fights here. We've seen before that when Godburn gets caught or when Joybaz gets caught, and we did see, Darwin is able to pick up the Lord here very quickly. Very good macro on the side of Deuce Knights. But the mistake I saw in that last fight was Hendrix Laval went ahead, was trying to disengage from the team, and flickered into the bush that Multi-Rose was hiding in. And it's like, why would you bring the enemy team there? Because now Multi-Rose was forced to go ahead and put some damage out, but then was taken out quite quickly by 4 members up there. Luckily, the rest of Deuce Knights, Fleur was able to go ahead and take down R as well in a trade for that, which actually helped them kind of keep that Lord from being taken. And now we have a Lord pushing on the side for Deuce Knights.
Yeah, Lord is coming down, and I mean, with 2 inhibitors gone, the gold is just about even. They should have some opportunity here to maybe at least take this top tower. Finally, they have synced their lanes a bit better this time. Not completely coming at the same time, but that's not always completely needed. Restart's going to have to choose which way they want to use this real manipulation. A conceal play does come in from Hendrix. He decides to go for the top tower, trying to salvage that inhibitor, but Lord continues to crash in. Multi-Rose will get taken down, and a Fatal Links locks on to Godburn. He tries to use the frozen play, but not quite able to get away. Fleur with a beautiful knockup, but still not enough. 3 members go down. It seems like every time they get into that bottleneck of the base, Deuce Knights get wiped out.
Yeah, it was really interesting here too, because up at the top you had Multi-Rose split off from the pack to try to take out that top inhibitor tower, but they wisely sent Restart up there to throw down that real world manipulation, and unfortunately Rose just kind of stood there really banking on her ability to put on damage and take down that tower. Ended up getting a kill, and now we see that that inhibitor is still up there.
Yeah, definitely not a good play, and that's the sacrifice they're making. Oh, wait a second, Darwin uses that winner Trancheon, will not get away. But I mean, that's the thing is you bank into this all damage on the Mia, right? Because I think that's like the only thing you can really do with Mia. Like you don't really want to spend anything on defense. I mean, possibly a Radiant Armor may not be a bad idea here, because like you're sitting under road manipulation and you just got annihilated. So I mean, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a major problem as this game moves forward.
Oh, a lot of damage going on the memory, who got caught with a hook. Are in trouble as well. Oh, might be able to get away. You see Joybosh coming in for the save, and Godburn's not going to be able to go ahead and clean this up. We see a hook coming out. Restart gets caught. Might be in trouble, but are providing a little bit of damage. We do see the lethal, the chains coming out. Joyboy able to get out of there. Real world manipulation is down while they're trying to put some damage onto Restart. Unfortunately, Hendrix Love all goes down in exchange for memory, and now Godburn's going down. A 2-for-1 trade there in favor of First Blood, but are they going to be able to make something happen here, especially with 2 inhibitors down right now?
Yeah, this is definitely rough for the side. Honestly, for the side of Deuce Knights, I mean, yes, Team First Blood's having trouble with these waves, but it seems like every team fight we have seen Team First Blood come out on top, and Multi-Rose already starting on this Lord and melting it down pretty quickly. Fleur with the pick off onto R there. That is huge. Restart on the side, Joyboy with the Fatal Links. Prophecy trying to come in. Who's going to get this Lord? The Retribution is up. Darwin able to secure it. Third Lord going into the hands of Deuce Knights, and Rose able to take out Joybudge on top of it. And these are large death counters. R will not be back on the map for another 36 seconds. Lord crashing in. I don't even know if they're going to be able to be there for the Lord crash.
Yeah, that was a great balancing act by Rose there to kind of bait out that ability from Joybaj, the Fatal Links, and then you saw from the back there, Darwin came up from the side and snuck in on that Lord to be able to take it down. It was a very good play by Deuce Knight, just such cohesion and synchronicity by them.
Whoa, Restart's down. Oh my god.
That was a base
Rose. Slow down.
They deleted that thing.
That was fast. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Normally they give me a second to be like, and the base goes down, but Rose just instantly, once she got onto that base, it was over. Once they were able to take out R there, and I gotta give it up, honestly, that balancing act of that last Lord there, they only had 3 people on the map. They had Rose, Darwin, and Fleur. And that was like risky, but they had Fleur set up in a nice bush. R walks right into him. Fleur gets the knock up and the instant wipe onto R there. So Fleur and Darwin can just help seal the deal. Wonderful game from Deuce Knights there. And after that game, I'm wondering, maybe Deuce Knights take the sweep here.
Yeah, that was a really interesting fight there. That's what I'm saying. Like, I saw Multi-Rose there just sitting there beating down the Lord, and you saw Joybaj there on that Atlas kind of coming in. I'm like, are you just gonna stand there, Rose, while he's gonna use Fatal Links? And as soon as that Fatal Links came out, you saw Darwin come in there on that Lance, able to pick up and capture that Lord. Not only get that Lord, not only was Rose able to bait out the Fatal Links, but able to still burst down Joybaj. And man, this Maya, I don't think I was here during the prime of, I came in toward mid-season last NASL, and I don't believe I got the honor of seeing Rose on that Maya, but man, I am a believer in it right now.
Especially the way that they use Hendrix to really babysit her a little bit and help her scale in the early game. I mean, she had, like, when everyone was sitting at 4,000 gold, Rose had 8,000, so definitely a great gameplay by her. Not only that, but Hendrix and Fleur. Darwin and Godburn as well, even though they're both sitting at silvers and bronze, man. Like, I feel like the whole team did well. But I got to get it up to Team First Blood. It seemed like they were going to lose that a lot faster, and they were able to really come back in around that, 15-minute mark and almost take the game back into their hands. They just ended up losing that last Lord, and that just helped seal the deal. They were already 2 inhibitors down, and once you're that far down, you're down to the 3rd Lord. It's pretty hard to defend anything, let alone when you have Rose coming in the back door and just slaughtering down onto your base.
Well, I mean, even though he got the bronze, Godburn did his job, tanked 50% of the damage. On the numbers, statistically, tanked more damage than the rest of his team combined. So he did his job. Maybe the Mobile Legends all-knowing point system doesn't recognize it, but I do. Like, he did his job there. He did get caught out a few times, and we did see every single time that each team made a mistake, the other team, the opponents, were there to kind of go ahead and capitalize on it. And unfortunately, just a few more mistakes on the side of First Blood this time.
Most definitely, but we are going to be sorry. I just I got a little dazed out there for a second. So at this point, Deuce Knights hold strong, and honestly, like, this was a hard game for me to predict when I was looking at this game, because, like, I know First Blood is, like, when you look at the score, when you look at the leaderboard, they're doing very well right now, and we look at them as a team, but Deuce Knights do have experience, and I think what makes so many people count them down is their randomness, their wild cardness, the Rose on Mia, you know, things like that. It's what always, I think, makes people like kind of frown about them. Like, you're like, Deuce Knights, gross, you know, but every time, but they know how to make it work. And like with the last game, like, they know when they have a comp, and it's something that I think they do so well. They know when they have a certain composition, they know how they need to be on the field. And like they had Hendrix down in that gold lane a lot, and the problem with First Bloods is First Blood probably, they either needed to send someone down to the gold lane to help, or they needed to heavy pressure into the mid lane, like start invading, start putting pressure onto the jungler, because Hendrix is busy down in the gold lane. So Team First Blood not really being able to read the situation well, to whereas Deuce Knights able to read the situation perfectly and execute perfectly.
Yeah, and we do see that Luffy is going to be stepping in now to the role. I believe he's stepping in for Prophecy on Team First Blood now. And we do see the Julian and Valentina bands going to go ahead and come out there. Looks like they are not trying to mess around as First Blood with that Julian anymore. Deuce Knights made them a believer, made me a little bit of a believer too. He was locking on to their marksman pretty heavily, pretty quickly, and able to take them down very fast during those team fights. So I mean, if anybody, I'd be taking them out as well too. I do want to see how they're going to work around, because they have had some unorthodox bans here lately. We do see the Masha ban coming out, and Akai follows, answered back by the side of Deuce Knights.
Yeah. So did Fleur play a better Julian than Yato? Is that what we're saying here? better Julian than Yato. I'm glad somebody played it good in the mid to help seal the deal, because I definitely think he's a viable mid laner. But like you said, Masha getting banned, we don't want to see. We're also taking out the Eve, which I'm surprised, because Restart ran the Eve last time. But the Xavier is open right now, unless Deuce Knights decide to ban it out. Definitely a possibility here. I'm wondering what else they could really ban. They do go for the Xavier, so what does this leave open for the side of First Bloods as their first pick?
I guess we're just gonna ignore
Karina again.
Yeah, Karina now. We just she old news.
Yeah, we
apparently.
just last game they just act like she didn't exist. She got a super nerf. And, you know, maybe there's some inside knowledge that I'm not quaint on or something that I don't know. And maybe maybe there's just a team maybe they can't run the Karina.
I don't even know what it's even close like to compete at a level. All I know is that when I'm in matches and I see a Karina open, I'm just like, let me get that Karina.
You just get tanky and you run around and never die. That's about it, right? It can't be that high of a skill cap. I mean, G can play Karina, so you must not be that good to be able to play her.
Yeah, and they do go ahead and pick up that Franco, not wanting to see it on Deuce Knights anymore. But on the side of Deuce Knights, they answer that very quickly with a Ling pickup here. So wondering if that trade-off is going to be worth it for them. It's very interesting that we see these bans here. We did see a Grok ban initially last game as well. So I want to see if that maybe comes into play here. I was going to say, like, Lilia doesn't really seem like a first pick for me. She usually seems like a counter. some very heavy or slow tanky heroes. They do go ahead and pick up that Sicilian, though. It's going to be a little bit of a late game for them, so I'm definitely going to be looking for some type of hold the line type comp for the side of Deuce Knights to be able to help this Ling get into favor, to give the Sicilian time to get his damage.
Yeah, I definitely think they need something something bulky in the front, you know, maybe a Kufra, even, you know, I would honestly even like a Lolita here possibly for the side of Deuce Knights. I feel like having that stun immediately and just being able to, you know, press in and maybe even try to get an invade off in the early game with the Sicilian and the Ling and a Lolita could be nice here.
Pretty interesting that we see a Esmeralda pick up early here, especially since we do still have the Dairoth, the Thamus open, which can counter that, but we do give the Wanwan over to R. And from the games I have seen, even just here in the squad league, R is actually pretty disgusting on that Wanwan. So this might be a mistake, and we do see the Thamus gone ahead and picked up. So that's going to be laning against Luffy here on this Esmeralda.
Yeah, I mean, and it should do well against the Esmeralda. And you mentioned earlier how the EXP lane just becomes this rock, paper, scissors. And it's almost like, who's going to pick EXP lane first? Because, like, it's what, and I like it about EXP lane now. It's one of the things I like is there's no, like, really super overpowered pick. I think the Dairoth kind of sits on the top. Personally, that's my belief, but right now Thamus is definitely making a stride, looking very good. We haven't really seen him do bad in any games. You know, he's always kind of either held his own or won out in the lane. I think the major thing that Deuce Knights need to worry about right now is this Wanwan pick, like you mentioned. Wanwan already extremely OP. R showed us last week how great he can be on this pick. They were talking about his Wanwan in the Discord for several days after that. So definitely excited to see how he does tonight. Are seeing some mages banned out along with the Ballman here. I'm a little wondering about the Lilia ban here.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, because the biggest problem that that First Blood had last game was really kind of underappreciating the Maya pick and what it brought, because that already told you that you're gonna have a duo lane down there. They're not just gonna let Maya by herself, because like you were saying it exaggeratingly, but like she needs time. She needs like a good amount of time to be left alone to be able to farm up without being bothered. So she's gonna need some support down there. I'm not sure what we're gonna have to be able to answer that on this side, because I doubt, especially with them taking away the Franco, it depends on what this roam pick is going to be and what this marksman pick is going to be on the side of Deuce Knights, and are they going to be able to apply that same amount of pressure? Because I feel like that was probably one of the key points of shutting down First Blood last game, was being able to shut down that marksman lane pretty heavily.
Yeah, I think the Grok could be good here. With that, I think the Grok deals with the Franco hooks pretty well, as long as he has that first skill, you know, procced up and everything. So he can kind of do the scouting, do those bush checks without being in too much threat of the Franco. I just don't know if the Grok would do amazing against the Wanwan. He's kind of a sitting duck sometimes. He is fast.
He's going to be a pretty big and easy ult for her.
Called it.
And we do have a Lolita out there. I'm not sure how well Lolita will play into an Esmeralda, as her passive does give her whole team shields, and so that means it's going to be kind of a buffet for Esmeralda, but it doesn't matter how you play into this. And we do go ahead and see this Lunox, the final mage pickup on the side of First Blood. And I'm actually very curious. I don't think we're going to go with the same Maya pick, are we?
I don't know. What I want to see from Deuce Knights, let's see what exactly it is. I mean, maybe gonna pick up the Popo, which I don't think it does horrible. I think the problem is like that CC that you count on level 4 could be trouble, but I got a feeling we may see some possible, you know, Hendrik likes to babysit the gold lane for Rose. The thing is that's not what I want to see this game from Deuce Knights. I want to see like level 2 and 3. Like I'm talking like early, like before level 4 comes, before Joy Budge on this Franco can use his ultimate, his Bloody Hunt to peel. I want to see aggression into the enemy jungle. I want to see Darwin, Fleur, and Hendrix just pushing in. You know, level 1, 2, and 3, you have a lot of guaranteed CC there with the Lolita and even the Sicilian and those Sanguine Claws. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for possible jungle steal and maybe even a possible early kill onto Karina.
Yeah, the problem for me though is what they have early game. There really isn't a lot of damage, and I kind of feel like early game, the edge, if you're going in and you're invading, the edge kind of does go over to First Blood right now, because I feel like Deuce Knights are really banking on this late game right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely with the Sicilian, and yes, there is a lot of late game, but I don't know, man. I just feel like yeah, I think they lose their early game, like right around once everyone hits level 4, they're screwed. But I just feel like Sicilian is surprisingly, like, even though he's a late game hero, he's surprisingly decent, a lot more decent than he used to be in those, like, in the mid even, you know. So, and like I said, I just feel like the Lolita's meant to be aggressive. Like, she should be giving vision. Oh, little play this time. Joy Boy coming down to the bot lane, helping out R instead. Hendrix immediately also coming up.
Oh yeah, Joy Boy unfortunately not as accurate as we saw on Hendrix on those hooks. So kind of giving away his position, allowing Rose a little bit of time to react and get away. Unfortunately, does hook a minion there. So yeah, maybe just using this Franco to go ahead and take it away from Deuce Knights might be enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to be careful there, and we know that. I'm wondering if we're gonna kind of see similar to what we saw from Deuce Knights last game. A little bit of engage though on Hendrix, taking a bit too much damage. Memory will get the kill. First Blood going to that Karina, and Darwin's got to jump to the skies just to try to escape Private.
Yeah, real interesting engagement there too. Franco went ahead and baited out to try to take that gold crab while you had Karina in the bush hiding. Baited out the abilities, and then Karina was able to go ahead and get that quick kill onto Hendrix.
You know, I hate how Thamus looks when he's running without a scythe. It's like his alarms go. Well, wait a second. Nice hook on Hendrix here. Fleur trying to fight back. Darwin and Memory both contesting for this turtle right now. Getting close to that retri mark. Temps of Blades goes off. The Memory gets the turtle. Retribution not able to lock in time for Darwin, and then Joy Boys goes down. Darwin able to get killed. Memory quickly responds back. The flicker through. Restart gets the kill onto Darwin. A nice pick in the early game. Team First Blood fighting back in game 2.
Yeah, First Blood not messing around right now. Oh, and R able to, looks like they did go ahead and trade lives up here at the top, I guess. I mean, that's what you can hope for there. Godburn actually putting a lot of damage down here onto Luffy, onto this Esmeralda. But man, First Blood really, like I said, this early game by them, there's really not much that Deuce Knights can do. Godburn actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. Does get jumped by 4 of them and taken out quite quickly. And that is 5-2 in favor of First Blood with a 2K gold lead here in the opening 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, we do see Darwin trying to make up for this, you know, fighting for this blue buff. Maybe even gets the steal here, but Memory coming in. A nice hook just to help secure it. Memory, make sure he gets it. Thanks for taking that down a little bit of health for me. I was worried about it. Walks over and takes the Lethal Wander. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, they're just having their way right now. Very comfortable right now. Their rotations are on point here, and it looks like Multi-Rose actually might be in a little bit of trouble. Hendrix goes ahead, provides a little bit of vision there, does let Multi-Rose know what is going on, but is it going to be enough? Looks like they're going to go ahead. A hook goes wide. Memory kind of dancing around here. Hendrix going to go ahead and put a stun on there. We do see that Darwin is coming up, and I think they're going to go ahead and disengage from this tower. Probably took just a little bit too much time to try to set up there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's definitely looking good for Team First Blood. And we're talking about early game, end games. Team First Blood also has a decent end game right now. I mean, you've got the Lunox who's just going to burst things down. Godburn, a little low. Is he going to be able to fight on known as Luffy? Gets the kill Godburn will be taken out. Darwin doesn't even try to focus in. Instead, going to clear out this wave and stop any more damage from coming on this tower. But known as Luffy, still sitting in this bush, waiting for another hit. R chipping away at this tower. 7-3 private. 3,000 gold lead already. Or 2,000 gold lead already.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is what I was talking about that early game. And then what I was mentioned before, Ling, I feel like shines when you're ahead and really struggles. If he's behind, he might actually be in a little bit of trouble here. Does have a hook, does land on the dome, and he is having Tempest Blade does come out. Is he going to be able to get away? Uses that to go ahead and climb up the wall and escape, and is going to have to go back to base while this turtle is up. And I'm not sure they're actually going to be able to go ahead and take it. They go ahead and reset it anyways.
Good play from Darwin there, escaping with the Tempest of Blades, but continuing to get caught off there. Deuce Knights this time really having trouble going against the Franco, and so far the Franco's been pivotal, important to either team that it's been on. Turtle maybe going down here, but off map, multi-rose taken off from R and Hendrix. And Joy Boj. This could be bad for known as Luffy though, but the Esmeralda may just be a little too tanky. The sprint has popped. We're going on a goose chase here, boys. Darwin does come in with the seal play. They still can't get the kill. The stun locks in. Known as Luffy fighting back though. Tempest of Blades comes down and they finally take out Luffy. But while all this is happening, R secures the first tower in the gold lane, and the rest of the team chips away at that mid lane a little bit. So even when they lose something, they buy time for the rest of the team to make moves.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Deuce Knights went ahead and started that turtle without Retribution, which allowed Luffy the ability to go ahead and ult, or
Just thank you.
Oh yeah, again, they're just getting these things stolen. These mistakes that we saw, like it was pretty even in the first game, but the second game right now, they are just being punished really hard, and they're uncomfortable because they're behind right now.
Yeah,
another hook coming out does go wide on Godburn.
They definitely seem, in times there's been teams that I've seen that they don't play as well when they're behind. They seem to not know how to strain things out. A little bit of action in the mid lane though right now, and Restart will be taken out here. It's kind of big. A good step back for Deuce Knights. Important if they can keep this up. And like I was saying, Deuce Knights need to know how to slow down a gear. When you're losing, when you're falling back, you need to maybe let them come to you. And now the suppression comes on to Godburn, and that is not what I meant when I said let them come to you.
Yeah, unfortunately, another hook lands on the Hendrix Love. All flicker back and does take down R, but Hendrix is going to pay for that with his life. And unfortunately, I think this is the double-edged sword of the aggression that we saw last game. I don't think Deuce Knights know any other speed but full force 110% forward. They're just going to keep on coming at you, keep on going, regardless of where they're doing, regardless of how the gold is or how the kills are going.
Yeah, they need to, and this is a game that they definitely want to maybe pace. They have the Sicilian, they have some opportunity. Even Popo, he's sitting at 3 deaths right now, but eventually he will be able to be a bit more helpful in a lot of these team fights, not only with damage, but with the vision and the CC he can provide with his ultimate. So, if Deuce Knights can pace this out, they definitely have some opportunity. The problem, once again, is R in this 1-1 hasn't even really shown any full capabilities yet. We haven't seen any crazy Boatangs yet, and we're just waiting for that moment to happen, right?
And we do see suppression on the Rose. Does get caught. Hendrix might be in a little bit of trouble. R coming in from the top is going to go ahead and put some damage on, but not enough. Tempest Blades does come down. We do see a Luminous, or a Numenon hammer comes down, and Fleur dies as well. That is a 3-for-0 trade, and on the side of First Blood here.
Yeah,
God,
First Bloods are just... First Blood is going down. Deuce Knights focusing on, trying to run away. Godburn taking a bit too much damage. Will get taken out of the towers. R chips away at that tower. Team First Blood just sweeping through this game, honestly. We're at a 5K gold lead. Lord will be coming up shortly. R sitting at 7,000 gold right now. Looking like Rose was looking like last game, but didn't need a babysitter the whole time. So we're definitely seeing something very, very different. Another tower going down. Tempest Blades goes off. Darwin try to get away. Maybe even get the kill here. Does get taken out from Restart once again. And now Hendrix lives all by himself. Focused in from R and Restart. Both 10 goes off and Hendrix goes down.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like Deuce Knights, they are not, they kind of had the problem in the draft where they drafted heroes that don't really meld into their type of play style. Like you wanted to be patient, you wanted to kind of wait till the late game, let FBLOOD get set up on that Sicilian, but now they keep on playing aggressive, they keep getting caught out, and now First Blood is kind of taking advantage of that and is really far ahead here right now.
I'm also wondering if maybe Godburn isn't super comfortable on this Thamus. If it's something that, because yes, Thamu's been around for a long time, but if you're a player who maybe started playing competitively in the last year or so, he may not be an EXP laner that you used a lot. You know, so right now he's not doing wonderful against this Esmeralda. He's been having some issues. So there might be a couple growing pains as well with this composition that they're running, you know, so maybe we'll see something different. We also are, you know, I don't know how much I've seen Rose on the Popo and Koopa, but definitely really worked themselves down in that draft. But here comes Joybosh, will get stunned up from the Popo. Sanguine Claws does miss, but Hendrix gets stunned out of the Numenon Blast. I mean, that's just rough right there. Oh my God, in comes Restart with the DD. I mean, Team First was just slaughtering through right now.
Wow, that one gets caught up by R over here too as well. FBLOOD trying to make his escape here as Memory and Luffy are going to go ahead and chase him down. Hendrix Love all probably not really going to be able to do much here to go ahead and counter it. But man, what an aggressive pitch by them. And Hook does run into that shield, and unfortunately Hendrix is powerless to do anything but watch here. Multi-Rose is going to come in here, but I think this might be a wrap. All the lanes are synced up right now and all the inhibitors are down. It is just the core left. Are they going to go ahead and push this into core? Are they going to keep on going? We have Darwin coming in and the bottom. We do see a hammer does land onto all three members, and we do have a little bit of
It's a bait.
A lot of damage coming on. Memory's going to go ahead and take him down. R takes down Darwin. Luffy does go down, but this core has a little bit of life left, and R's going to go ahead and finish it up nicely. And man, what a different game than the first one there. First Blood, very dominant, and pretty much exercising their will in that game.
I mean, even that last thing, like, let's all stand still and let this Lolita hit us with the Numenon Blast, and then just boom. I mean, just such quick responses after that. And Team First Blood definitely showing that they're not ones to be counted out here. Yes, you beat us in game one, but don't get too ahead of yourselves, because we came back strong in game through an 11.5-minute game, 24-7. You could almost say that they beat Deuce Knights better than Deuce Knights beat them last game.
Yeah, it's really interesting here. I'm a little questioning on some of these picks on the side of Deuce Knights. Multi-Rose on that Popol and Koopa. And we did see it seemed like Godburn was a little uncomfortable on Thamus, and then Darwin on this Ling. I didn't really feel like Ling was going to have an effect on this game too much. Not it didn't, all this late game damage that we were supposed to have, it just really came. I feel like we gave up picks in the Wan, we gave up the Karina, we gave up the Esmeralda. We didn't have anything on our side or on the Deuce Knight side that really combated that or really added that was worth giving up those picks.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of issues overall with the draft. And honestly, even the draft, I don't think it was horrible. I think there was just a lot of mess ups overall. The off lanes, like both their side laners did not do well at all. We had 7 deaths onto Rose, Godburn, also 0 and 5. And when you start losing those off lanes, you started to let R and Luffy on this Esmeralda just start to scale, do better and better. And then at that point, it was just a wrap. Not only that, but the Karina. And we didn't see Karina get banned or picked in the first game. So maybe at that point, Deuce Knights is like, all right, maybe they just don't run Karina. Maybe it's something they're not comfortable with. And then it comes in as I think it was their 4th or 5th pick for Team First Blood. And they showed that they can run it very, very well. So maybe Deuce Knights, need to pick up. Maybe they need to ban this Karina next game or do something, because they definitely I don't know, the way that game went, if Team First Bloods gets their hand on the 1-1 again or gets their hands on the Franco this time, it could be rough.
Yeah, they just didn't have that pressure that they needed. And like you said, when they're losing the side lanes, you've basically lost two aspects of the game. You've lost the early game because those objectives are going to be going over to your opponents, and you've lost the late game because now you're letting the enemy's laners start farming up. So, I mean, you gotta have something that matches up there in the late game. Deuce Knights, just immediate ban on the 1-1. Not even thinking about it. That's the first thing they're going to go with, and they're just going to go ahead and throw out Franco.
Franco, though.
Yeah, I think they have other plans for what they want for the first pick, and they don't want Franco to be on the First Blood side, which is interesting because I don't want to say Franco didn't have an effect. I just don't feel like it was as memorable as an effect that it could be if Deuce Knights were able to get it.
I mean, definitely. I think that's why I wondered. I think Deuce Knights should leave it open for themselves there. But this is what I mean from Deuce Knights. Like, this is what makes even casting or analyzing their drafts and stuff. It's almost like they come into every game with a preset, draft strategy. Like, okay, we're gonna go for play blue 32. You know what I'm saying? Like they come in and they're like, all right, so this time we're gonna do this. They do get the Xavier this time, which is huge. So maybe that's part of this. We ban out the Franco, leave a couple more things open, and force them to. They had to opt for the Julian this time, from the side of Team First Blood. So they at least get something out of this.
Yeah, we still do have a Karina open right now, which is baffling to me. Yeah. I'm not sure if they're going to pick it up or if First Blood wants to pick it up or like the first game is just going to be out there.
I don't know. I think that would have been a better ban than the Eve ban. But we will see. I mean, they, like I said, they get the Xavier, and that's probably what Team First Blood is thinking about. It's like, okay, like we know we want the Esmeralda, but what's the next pick? Do we just bring in the Karina immediately? Instead, they go for the Beatrix here, which the Beatrix, time and time again, has been good. It's probably one of the best marksmen in the gold lane right now. And with the Esmeralda up, we mentioned the last time, the Dairoth counters that. The Thamus can deal with that. So I don't always agree with early picking this Esmeralda nowadays.
Yeah, but we did see that there was, even with the Thamus pick last game, Luffy was still having a pretty decent success in his lane. Now, how much of that success he would have been having if First Blood wasn't up by so far and having such a great game so early, I don't know. But I do know that there really wasn't much that Thamus was providing to his team. He still seemed like he was held up in his lane, taking on that Esmeralda. We do see that this Masha pick comes out. Interesting picks here right now, just because Masha's going to provide hopefully a lot of that early game aggression. Depends on how well they do it. I've seen Masha's get stuck in the lane, or if this is even going to be a roam, or is this going to be an XP lane?
I think Deuce Knights actually sometimes likes to run it EXP lane, which we don't see a whole lot of, but I feel like Deuce Knights is one of the teams that they like to put the Masha in the XP lane.
We're going to see how well this works out. Joey Baj, they do go ahead and pick up that Sicilian. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a late game damage. Both Beatrix and Sicilian going to be a little bit of a mid to late game scaling there. So we're definitely going to want to see if First Blood is going to have anything early, something to kind of hold the line. This is what I was saying was the weakness about Deuce Knights last draft, is that they didn't have anything early game. They didn't have anything. They were banking completely on that late game, but they were still playing like they had an early game comp. Yeah. So we're going to see how well this kind of scales. And we do go ahead and just ban out that Karina for the second. For the second part of this. It's good. Yeah, she was a menace that last game. You just don't want to see her in there. It's going to be interesting to see what we get. And we do see a Uranus.
Okay. They're banking right now, I think, on the fact that the Masha is for Rome, which again, the Masha still could be Rome. It's a flexible pick. So I think the Uranus ban from them is decent. It helps limit of what can deal with Esmeralda, and maybe they just know. Because I feel like if the Dairoth was going to get picked, it would have got picked game 1. It would have got picked game 2. Maybe they just know that Godburn can't play the Dyroth or something, so we're going to take out the Uranus. Also, one thing I got to say when I'm looking at Team First Blood here is very late game. With Beatrix, late game, DHS, tank killer. You got the Sicilian, you got Esmeralda. Do you think they're going to pick something a bit more early as these last 2 picks? Or are they going to just really hard bank for the late?
Well, that's what I was talking about before, is they need something early. Balmond does match that. He does have a lot of early game potential, is able to take objectives and help with that, with his lethal counter and retribution combination there. So, but that's going to be really interesting, because you know what? One of the selling points of a lance is that thorn rose, or rose thorn, or I forgot what the triangle is called, but that combined with retribution does give him, I want to say, around like 5-6k damage to be able to take an objective. So it's going to be an interesting battle between Balmond and Lance here to see who can actually get on top of these objectives, because that's always been one of the things that had annoyed me when Lance was meta, is trying to take an objective over him, because he still can put that ability out with his retribution, and you've got an immense amount of damage going on to an objective that you just can't counter.
Yeah, now looking at this Rafaela pick, I think, normally I would say I really dislike a Raph pick when it's paired up with a Lance, just because he's so mobile and he doesn't really get any bonus. But I think right now it should do well, because I was mentioning, I think in some of the earlier series, that Xavier isn't super mobile. So it should help him a lot keep up with the Lance. Not only that, but you have this Masha, who I think should get wonders from it. And then you have this more very short, the short range in your face marksman that is carry on multi-rows. That should also benefit pretty well from the speed boost and everything that you get from this Rafaela. So I think we haven't seen Rafaela a whole lot in the league, but I think Team Deuce Knights should be able to do pretty well with it.
Yeah, we're gonna see how well this goes. That pickup of Matilda there, depending on who she targets here, could be the game changer here. There's gonna be a lot of mobility on the side of Deuce Knights. Actually, both of them too, with Matilda with being able to use her abilities to get her team in and out of situations there. We're gonna see how well this goes, but this is the third game between Deuce Knights and First Blood. The last game of this series for the night.
Game 3. This is our second game 3 of the night. Maybe we'll see one more. We'll have to see. I did predict all of these as game 3. So whether I got the predictions right or wrong, I at least got the number of games right. I had a feeling that this week was definitely going to be a long one. And a lot of these games are going to go back and forth. And I feel like as we get farther into this league, we're going to see a lot more game 3s. I think I mentioned in the very beginning, a lot of these teams seem to have gotten pretty good over the past several seasons. But we are into this game now. Masha will be in that EXP lane going up against this Esmeralda, and I think the Masha actually does decent against the Esmeralda. I don't think she wins, but I think she can at least hold her at bay, and you might not lose the lane completely.
Joybaz here trying to put a little bit of pressure on Adawin with. He's trying to force out that retribution. I don't think he's going to be able to. Oh, it was. Yeah, I think he did force out the retribution from Fleur, so might not be able to pick up this Lethal Wander. Joybaz actually might be in a little bit of trouble making his escape as Restart providing that suppressive fire, and is able to help her escape.
Yeah, and this is one of the problems with picking up that Rafaela tank, right? You're not tanky in the early game. Like, not at all. You are a support mage, you know what I'm saying? So it takes a bit till you can really take shots to the face and be able to survive it out. So they're gonna have to be a little careful. We just saw Sicilian fire 2 shots off and bring Godburn and Hendrix down to about half health there.
Yeah. Down at the bottom, Rose is just all up in Luffy's lane here right now, not really being scared away at all.
Or
and actually going to put some damage. Yeah, it's really interesting now too. And then Rose is pretty much just forcing his way onto it. Going to take a decent amount off that bottom gold lane, or in the XP lane.
Yeah, and up in the top though, we are seeing R and Godburn just kind of face it out. I feel like R is definitely going to have the advantage in the early here. Godburn's is going to take some time. We've seen Carrie do well. You know, you said that she was earlier. You said that she was a, you know, underappreciated pick, and I do think that she should do really well against the Esmeralda, against Memory, as we get to the mid or late game. But it's going to take a bit to get to that. I'm wondering, and since Hendrix is on this Rafaela, we're not going to see that babysitting. You know, that because there's not really much he can do up there to help out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they kind of get this turtle uncontested and unanswered for. Like, usually if you allow that out, there's something you want to answer for. You're either going to be putting pressure on a lane, ganking somebody there, but they just kind of let that turtle go. Maybe kind of like not having their rotations as tight as they want it, and that might be a hallmark of this Matilda right now, kind of like throwing that little annoyance out there onto the team of Deuce Knights.
Oh, and look at Memory and Luffy coming in. Do they get the steal there? No, he does secure because he had the retribution and the Memory did not at the time.
Yeah, so like they're still kind of like pressuring it up on a little bit better of a pace for this game than the last. Well, definitely a huge different pace than the last game. I do want to see probably a little bit more pressure from Deuce Knights up onto the top, because R is really kind of having his way with this top lane now, especially because Godburn is such a slow clear on that carry.
I mean, I'm wondering, I think they really need to do something. Like you said, big damage coming from R there. And I said it, Hendrix isn't going to be able to help much in this early game. You finally have it at level 4, but a nice circling eagle on a Godburn restart also coming in. Hendrix will go down. Luckily, Darwin does get the kill onto R, though. And Godburn does survive, which is a flicker of health there. Memory staying aggressive, ready to maybe take this blue buff here, Private.
Yeah, they Godburn luckily able to get out of the way as there was a lot of support provided on the side of First Blood coming in there. Memory is going to go ahead and be able to take that buff. And yeah, now they're just going to go ahead and start putting on some pressure. This turtle's going to be coming up in 11 seconds, and it does look like Deuce Knights is in a better position to go ahead and try to counter it.
I don't know if they're going to want to, though, man. They're not, they're definitely a little bit behind here, 2,000 gold. Memory knowing this and just staying aggressive. And now with that blue buff stolen from Darwin as well, it may not be the best time. And look at Joy Boy just heavily keeping pressure. Multi-Rose and Hendrix cannot do this alone. And Darwin's having trouble even securing his own red buff, let alone go for the turtle. Circling Hill does log into Darwin, and Darwin does go down. The Holy Baptism is able to stun them up, but not fast enough. Death going on to the jungler of Deuce Knights.
Yeah, very not as fast a paced game as the last one, but they are kind of having their way still here. Very slowly, very methodically, getting the kills, getting the objectives. You see R up at the top, taking down this tower now. I mean, it's not the same kind of result as last game, and I feel like Deuce Knights kind of got to get their wits about them, got to get organized. And unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's the comp's fault here or just kind of like an aggression fault on the side of Deuce Knights here.
Yeah, they're having a little trouble, man. They're having a little trouble with this Matilda constantly in their face. And then when Memory joins in, you know, we were worried if the side of Team First Blood were going to be able to round themselves out. But wait a second, Fleur getting caught up under the tower. R coming in, using that Nibiru's passion, not able to land on anyone, but still making a mark. And Nona's Luffy comes down with the Falling Star Moon, able to get the kill onto Hendrix as Restart continues to keep on pressure. Sanguine's Claws come out, and the Feast of Bats is on Godburn, forced to run away. They take the Tier 3 tower, and then they disengage. But Team First Blood continue to chip away. You said methodically, precisely, just playing this game to a textbook T.
Yeah, it's only 6 minutes and they're already 2 towers and they have about a 5k gold lead. They're not doing team wipes here, but they're just piece by piece taking what they need to here. And I feel like, unfortunately, Deuce Knights was not providing any support to these side lanes, to ganks here. I feel like these picks kind of like went really underutilized, like to be able to go ahead and provide support to these side lanes or something, and now they're being chased down. Hendrix Laval has a circling eagle locked onto him, might be in a little bit of trouble. Fatal lethal counter does come down. Godburn does go down as well as Darwin. And man, unfortunately, it looks like this is going to be the same story as game 2 with this aggression that we're seeing on the side of First Blood.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned not applying pressure to the off lanes, and it seems like that's kind of been the story tonight for a lot of teams. It's like we just haven't been, some teams just not seem to be ganking for some reason, not really finding a target, and right now R needs to be a target, and they just did not capitalize at any point. Big falling Star Moon into the back. Fleur and Hendrix both go down. Joy Boy pushing forward. Another wave of minions gone, and the recalls are out as Darwin stands his ground.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like that has been like the biggest story here. We saw such success from Deuce Knights when they were able to go ahead and duel up onto R to kind of shut him down. But right now, without that type of pressure, allowing them to get those early engagements without an answer, Restart actually might be in trouble here. Darwin diving in there as Luffy tries to stave them off. Multi-Rose gonna go ahead and disengage.
Oh,
and
nice
Restart taking down as Hendrix Laval taken down as well. But that Dawning Light taking down Restart. Amazing amount of foresight there and map awareness.
Yeah, but still just not enough. You know, you get one, you lose two, you get one, you lose two, and that's it. It's 2-10 right now. 10,000 gold lead for the side of Team First Bloods. You know, I was a little worried in game 1. Team First Blood was not playing on their A game. They got a little outdrafted, a little outclassed, as we said. But now Team First Blood really stepping up their game. And we thought they were getting outclassed in game 1, but this game they are doing the outclassing. I mean, we've said it a few times, just methodically picking away, not even a super high clash game, but they are making sure they're coming out on every team fight. They're making sure they're making every moment count. Darwin trying to play around with Restart, not able to, will get played down. Darwin off the map once again.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's about a 10K, almost a 10K gold lead, sub 9 minutes. And things are really not looking up for Deuce Knights here right now. Just a very well-oiled machine is First Blood right now. They are playing, they closed up the gaps. They're not allowing that the pressure onto R. They're making sure that the lane rotations are tight. Joy Boy locks onto Rose. Rose actually might be in trouble trying to run her way to safety. And then you see Luffy going ahead and putting some damage on the Hendrix Love. All Darwin trying to disengage.
Oh.
But Luffy comes in with the all, does take down Godburn R. And a lot of damage coming down, and they don't even lose anybody. Takes down 3 heroes. Don't lose a single person. It is now 2-14, and I think this
Yeah.
I think we might have angered the beast with that first game.
Yeah, definitely a tough time. I mean, Joy Boy 0-0-11 right now, playing this Matilda wonderfully. I mean, just exactly what you want to see. Dawning Light does come out. Multi-Rose, not enough health. The lethal counter able to help get the finish as Restart gets the kill. Hendrix a little low on health here, trying to run away, but not able to. Known as Luffy dives under the tower. Does take too many shots, and Hendrix Lazal gets a kill, but the Lord still coming. It's 3 versus 3. Make that 3 versus 2 as Godburn and Darwin try to defend, but the Lord is on the base, and several members are still up. All members of Deuce Knights are down, and Team First Blood take the series.
Well, they swept that up nice and clean.
GG.
Yeah, great job to both teams. But First Blood, man, that first game, apparently they were still a little sleepy, a little sluggish, and finally got their wings spread out a little bit for those next 2 games, because those were some very dominant games by them.
Yeah, I mean, just completely turned it around, completely brought it in their hands. And even with that game, just showing so many different layers of their capabilities. You know, and they were able to, I just love how the Matilda and Memory were able to play nice and aggressive in the early, and that's kind of what I wanted to see from Deuce Knights in game 2. You have a nice jungle, I mean, you have a nice roamer who can kind of play into the enemy jungle a little bit and keep distance, but they just weren't able to pull it off, and Team First Bloods was, and maybe the Sicilian just worked well against Hendrix there, but once again, you know, Hendrix on this, they needed, Deuce Knights needed to be a bit more careful in those first few minutes. They had a very weak roamer who needed to get a couple more items in. I mean, look, she literally got 1 core item in that game. 20 10 minutes. Yes, it was only 10 minutes, but still, you should have at least 2 items in by then. And she wasn't able to get there, and just Team First Blood just fed off that. They just fed off that and continue to push in.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately it's those little mistakes. Like I feel like Deuce Knights were a lot tighter in their first game. There were small mistakes that you could see, and they were able to kind of close ranks around it. But the second 2 drafts, the second one didn't really. I don't feel like it favored their play style. They were too aggressive for a late game comp. And then this last draft that they got, I didn't feel like they had any real early game to kind of like really close in around the aggression that Matilda could provide in their jungle. Like, I mean, Darwin constantly was just being engaged. I don't think he got one buff that didn't have at least a little bit of aggression from the side of First Blood, and that type of aggression, along with allowing the side lanes to kind of be contested unanswered, really is what kind of like sunk it in for Deuce Knights. It's the change, it's the difference that made their first game a victory and their next 2 games unfortunately a loss. But First Blood, like I understand that first game they're kind of like off their rocker, kind of on their back foot, a lot of pressure, a pride to R, but man, able to make up for it with those next 2 drafts and play a significantly different game.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Deuce Knights didn't do what they did in game 1, which is like really just focus hard on R. You know, really just put as much pressure on R as possible in the early game. Yes, they had the Franco, which made it a bit easier, but even in game 2, we didn't really see them try to make that play. And I think that's what pretty much carried them in game 1, and then we just saw them never really go back to that strategy. And I think if maybe Deuce Knights would have kept up with that each game, just put heavy pressure on the gold lane, maybe even give up the turtle and continue to press down onto the gold lane, then maybe it could have helped them out in game 2 and game 3. But we'll never know. Deuce Knights does take the loss. They do win a game, so they do get a point off that, which keeps them on the leaderboard. Team First Blood, on the other hand, continues to climb up in the leaderboard, and not only with Area 77 now taking that loss last year, Team First Blood now is above them on the leaderboard, and depending on how the Valley does in their next game, could possibly be coming up into first place here soon.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how these other matches unfold. But man, I was just really surprised. It's a great game by both, but like, man, First Blood really continues to I don't want to say surprise me, but impress me with the how well maintained they are in this league as a new team. Like, they look like they've been here. You were commenting on it earlier. They look like they've been here forever, like just as long as any of these other teams. They look like they've been they're veterans of the league. And yeah, they had a little bit of an upset at the beginning, but able to kind of rally up, and that's kind of like the hallmark of some of these teams. Anybody, it's always easy to kind of have your nerves and be relaxed when everything is going in your favor. But when you take those losses and when you're behind, are you able to come back? And that's something that Deuce Knights showed today. Or Deuce Knights that First Blood was able to show today, is that they took that early loss, able to kind of get their wits about them, come up with a plan and execute it. Not just execute it, but dominate the next 2 games.
Most definitely. But we are jumping into this last game now. It's going to be the Valley up against New Wave. We are going to try to get these teams into the lobbies as quick as possible. And as we do that, we are going to jump back into a quick break. So make sure you guys stay tuned in. Thank you for everyone who has watched in the night so far. We'll be back up in just a few minutes, guys, so don't go too far. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Thank you, everyone, for watching, supporting. We really do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
This is the first and currently only Mobile Legends League in all of North America.
A place where the top teams from the United States, Canada, and Mexico get to battle it out over the span of 10 weeks.
What are they battling for, you might ask? To start, 3,000 USD, 50,000 diamonds, but most of all, the right to say our team is the best.
It's been an amazing journey these past 2 seasons with teams like Area 77 and New Wave go home with the glory.
But as there will be 6 teams returning from previous seasons,
we do have some new faces coming in as well, and they look hungry.
For those of you loyal viewers who have been sticking with us through the past 2 seasons, we have to say thank you. And for
all of our new viewers,
welcome to the show.
we hope you
And I
enjoy.
hope you enjoy.
There it is.
Welcome back, guys. This is New Wave up against the Valley, the North American Squad League, Day 5, Week 3, last series of the night. I know we were already delayed a little bit today, and now we're finally here with the last series. And like I said, New Wave versus the Valley. For those that don't know, most of New Wave's main 5 composition has been down in South America, playing in Liga Latam. So until I think next week, we're still only seeing most of their bench team. They've still been doing decent, but they're going up against a team right now that's on the top of the leaderboards, a team that, like I've been talking about all night, and I've talked about to Private and G and some of the other casters throughout the past few weeks, I feel like this is the best we've seen the Valley thus far, Private.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Not messing around, and that's what usually puts people down in the points, is that they will win the first game and then they kind of mess around with the second game, try some outside the box compositions, and maybe earn themselves a loss before cleaning up in the third game. But not the Valley. This season they have been tight. They go in, they get those, they win, and they don't really test anything. They kind of have been. They get those sweeps, and that's what's kept them at the top of the leaderboards right now. And definitely going to see an impressive game here in between them and New Wave, and might be a little bit of an uphill battle for New Wave, as they're going to be juggling around the roster and facing a team right now that really is not messing around in the Valley.
Most definitely, we are going to see New Wave up with first ban, first pick. So it's definitely not going to be the I'm wondering if we're going to see the same thing that we've been seeing all night. Of course, each team has kind of taken their own approach to thing. Like we saw Area 77 make Xavier a very important pick for themselves. Kush has been jungling for New Wave over the past several weeks. They are going to start off with this Ling ban. I'm pretty sure we've seen, I don't remember what the hot picks for Kush were, but I know that Guapsi on the Akai was definitely vicious. So that might be something we want to keep our eyes out for.
Yeah, definitely not going to be expecting to see an Akai. And if we do see Akai, there's going to be a plan for either of these teams with it. Ling was the first ban here. Definitely want to see what the second one is going to be for the Valley here. And like I said, they've been drastically different drafts, especially for the ban phases for our last 2 series. But it looks like we're kind of in familiar territory here right now. We do see the Ling and the Valentina ban, kind of prototypical of this season so far.
Yeah, so Kush has been, now that I'm looking at some of my notes, Kush has been killing it on the Ballman. And I'm guessing, because so many of these tank junglers have been getting banned out, it's something that we've seen a lot of teams fall back into, but it looks like this time he's going to ban the Ballman. Some other picks that I think we need to look out for is Mamiel on the Xavier. She's done pretty well on it. And Raquel on the Sicilian. Raquel's been leading the KDA boards. I'm talking I think she took 0 deaths the first week in 3 games or 2 games, took 0 deaths. And had a 29 KDA or something like that. So definitely a pick we want to look out for Raquel. If she gets in that Sicilian, we know she could be dangerous on it.
Yeah, really interesting. The only thing that we have seen left of Kush is that Lance. So I think we're going to probably see something new out of him today. I'm not really sure how well we're going to be seeing a Lance here today. We do see that Julian ban coming up on the side of New Wave, along with an Xavier on the side of the Valley. So, I mean, not a lot of junglers. I mean, there still are. I mean, there's a decent amount of junglers left, and then the Akai getting banned out. So I'm really going to be interested to see what we're going to be picking up as a jungler on the side of New Wave.
Yeah, the Eve is open as well. I wonder if that's going to be a prio here. It's funny because for 2 seasons, it was always Esmeralda first pick. That's going to be the first thing. But just how much change. I feel like mages and marksmen have become very important as some of these first 2 or 3 picks. And it's just interesting how over the past several months, the priority of what we put up front, especially as a first pick in your draft, if you are first pick, first band, the way that teams have been approaching this. With the Karina open, though, Kush is going to grab that up quickly. And I keep wondering why does this Karina private keep getting left open with these teams?
The only thing I can think of right now, either they know something that I don't know, or she's been banned so long that people have forgotten how dangerous she is. They just haven't seen her on the field for such an immense amount of time. They're just like, oh, who's that again? Oh, Karina? What does she do again? But we do still see the Valentina still get banned out again. So people remember what she does. Maybe just not as afraid of the Karina as they used to be.
God, I hate that Sicilian skin so much. It's like E-boy to the max. It's like K-pop E-boy.
That open
anyways.
chest does not entice you?
No, it does not entice me, man. Not at all. Not feeling the vibe. Anyways, they do go for the Claude and the Sicilian pick. Now, the Claude pick private's become pretty popular recently, you know? And I remember... I don't know if it was the end of last season when Blade Armor got revamped up, and we were really worried about Claude there for a while. We were thinking like, oh, he's dead. Like, and it just seems like he's actually become a much more popular gold laner. And I'm wondering why teams haven't really been answering back with the Blade Armor for him.
Yeah, that's been really interesting to me. But while he has become more popular, I dare say that I don't really feel he's been as useful lately from what I've seen in the games. Like, he'll get picked up there, especially I think the first series we had a Claude versus Carry, and I felt like Carry was actually wait, what was that game? I believe, did Claude go off on that game? It does take a little bit of a late game for him to start coming online. But I mean, especially here with this pickup of the Franco, he's going to be able to provide a lot of that aggression and the possibly dual lane that will be able to get Claude a little bit more fed and give him a little bit more breathing room to be able to go ahead and farm up.
Yeah, I mean, if they can... We know the Franco does wonders in those gold lanes, right? Helping secure a little bit of safety, which I think we might want to seize from Arvel this game for sure. Because I mean, Clint does have some mobility, so he can probably at least kind of deal with the Beatrix in the early game and maybe even handle the lane himself if he can out mechanics her. It's just going to be a bit of a harder road. I think as long as Beatrix keeps her distance, maybe kind of focuses the sniper a bit more in that laning phase, can possibly get the win over on Claude. Now, one thing I got to point out, though, is the Karina and this Lolita. You know, I mentioned in the last series how the Lolita is meant to kind of be aggressive, I feel, with. She's literally the only hero with a guaranteed stun level 1. Like a non-skill shot stun, just a click, you're stunning someone. And it just adds such a level to her aggressiveness, I feel like, in the first minute or two of the game. And I think right after blue buff, I'd love to see, I think Kush and her should just really get aggressive.
Yeah, but what we do see on New Wave is a pretty aggressive early game. Unfortunately, on the side of Valley, it is kind of a late game comp that they're kind of featuring here right now. I doubt we're going to be going with an alpha. I feel like there's a lot of heroes that do what he does, especially as far as getting health back and regen. There's a lot of heroes that do that a lot better, including this Stamus that was just picked up. But that does open it up. We've been talking a little bit about this, that the first person to pick that XP lane is basically asking to kind of get countered. So we're going to see what they answer with, probably a Uranus, or actually, I don't really know what else would probably counter in the lane against the Thamus.
Yeah, I mean, there's honestly Thamus is. I feel like Thamus. I feel like all of them kind of stalemate each other right now. Like the Uranus, the Thamus, the Dyroth, except for Esmeralda's getting her. Esmeralda's kind of fallen to the bottom of the food chain. I feel like so. I think the Dyroth could deal with it, but again, for some reason, a lot of teams just haven't been picking up the Dyroth for some reason. But finally, there it is.
That's interesting for me. I personally, from what I've seen, I feel like Dyroth does meet a match in Thamus, and I think at the best here we're gonna start seeing a stalemate at that XP lane. So it's gonna be just about how well that these teams can go ahead and support. Like we were kind of getting into it in the last game. The support of your side lane is important. We do see a Boxy about to get picked up here. Nope.
I was hoping. Now I'm confused.
Doesn't look like they're gonna go ahead and, I'm gonna guess this is real.
Nope, it's going to be the Thamus.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. It's actually surprising to see a Yuzon. He has kind of fallen out of the meta here a bit. Possibly going to be used to go ahead and try to counter that feathered airstrike from Farja here with Mamil. So we're going to see how well that these comps can go into each other. I was going to say, like, the early game was just a little bit off on the side of the Valley here. We're going to see how well they can kind of hold the line against New Wave here.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing about it is there's not a whole lot of peel for the side of New Wave. Like, yes, they have the Lolita and everything, but Lolita and Karina and Dyroth are gonna have to just kind of go in, you know, to whereas and that leaves Farza and Beatrix pretty open. So if Yuzon can play things right, maybe he can get into that back line and cause some mayhem under the Farza and Beatrix. But then again, the story is kind of similar to the side of the Valley here. Not a whole lot of peel for the Claude or Raquel, but one thing I can say is the Franco he's not really a divey person. He's more of like, I'm going to bring you to me. So maybe the Valley decides to keep Arvel more in the middle of these team fights, maybe even more towards the back to help peel, help use that Bloody Hunt suppression to save Flint or Raquel when things get tough.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's going to be the biggest factor here is going to be on that reaction speed of the teams. When an opponent, when somebody gets hooked by Franco, is the rest of the team going to be there to be able to take it down? Or are the side of New Wave going to be able to provide some suppressive fire with that feathered airstrike immediately to be able to take that down? It's going to come down to how these players play. And we see this duo lane. It's going to be quite an annoyance for OA down here. Oh, gets caught by a hook and taking some damage, is able to roll out of the way. But man, I think that's just a taste of things to come for OA here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it happen in game 1 of Deuce Knights for his team First Blood, and looks like we're seeing a bit of a replay here. But luckily, Thirsty King is rotating down now. He's like, listen, this is the game we're going to play. And I guess I'll come down here to hang out as well. Both junglers taking the same path from top to bottom. So now we are going to see a bit of an engage here. Kush pushing in on Arvel. Should be able to get this kill probably. OA also taking a lot of damage. Neither one able to get the finish though. But OA goes down to the burn, and Guapsi now moving on to Thirsty King here. Thirsty King brought down about half health. Kush finding Guapsi though. Raquel tries to help out, but Guapsi will go down, and now Raquel is on the run. The flicker, the stun. Raquel locked up and taken down. Kush gets the double kill private.
Oh man, that was a great engagement by both teams. Unfortunately, honestly, kind of like a luck roll there for both teams. Both teams actually able to get both of their marksmen out of the way from being chased. And we do see Turtle here going down. JC is going to go ahead and get onto that Black Dragon. Kush is able to pick up the Turtle, but a lot of damage coming down. Feather Airstrike comes down, putting onto damage. Kush does go down. Unfortunately, Guapo goes down as well. And it looks like a Numion Hammer did miss with that hook. JC trying to put on some damage. Chronix might be in trouble here, but does go down, is able to take down a JC. Great engagements here already, and this is definitely a far spin from what we were seeing from the last 2 games. These dudes are 100. Oh my god, Mario gets caught, might be in trouble here. Sanguine Claws go wide, but this damage is just enough to take down Mamiel. And man, these guys are not hesitating. Yeah, they're like, let's wrap this night up, guys. Nice and easy, quick and easy.
We're at a kill at about every 20 seconds right now, guys. If you wanted hype, we have now arrived on the hype train. 3 minutes in, 5-3. But it seems like New Wave is holding a little bit ahead in this gold, holding a little bit ahead in the kills. They did get that last turtle, so it's looking good for them right now. Arvel continues to sit down in this bottom lane, which also means Thirsty King is going to be sitting down in this bottom lane. A bit of a rotation from Mamiel. You know, I'm wondering though, Raquel has taken a death now, but so is OA, which is good. Both gold laners taking death. No one's really got a huge lead. Raquel also taking a death though, which at this point, like, that could be a little rough. We want the point when you're Brenda Sicilian is really, even if you don't get any kills, try to go death free in the early game. You want to get as many stacks as possible so that mid to late game you hit a nice spike.
Man, that was the second Numion Hammer that was countered by Arvel with that hook. He was just waiting for it.
Yeah.
It's actually quite precise, and I'm actually kind of wondering, especially when we start getting into the late game, we start seeing the Farza with the feathered airstrike and the Numion hammer. Arvil's going to be there, and he's going to be honing in for the snipes with that hook.
Yeah, and he already looks pretty good with it. I've seen Arvel on the Franco before. He does well with it. Pretty sure last week he ran it a few times and he was doing well with it. So excited to see how it plays out. Guapsi. The real thing is how this jungle Thamus is going to play. Guapsi already at 1-2, which isn't a regular for him this season so far. He's normally really dominating. Turtle will go into his hands, though. Feathered Airstrike comes out, and JC is immediately taken off of the map. No members of New Waves are down yet. OA coming in with that Renner, trying to make a shot. Maybe the flicker play decides not to, but Mamiel continues to output pressure. Guapsi and Arvel forced to go back to base.
Yeah, and that is like doubly unfortunate for New Wave because you did have OA rotate all the way to the top to try to put some damage on there, not able to get a kill. So they basically got a turtle unanswered and a nice push on the side of the valley with Flint here too. So kind of like a double loss for them in that.
Yeah, definitely rough. And, you know, you would almost think that we'd see maybe a little bit more pressure from the side of the valley here with that Franco and with the Thamus and everything. But it seems like really they're just playing a bit more defensively here. Franco's kind of staying on his side of the river. He's not really looking for vision that much in the enemy jungle. He's really just kind of following around Guapsi through the rotations and never really passing that river side. But finally, speak of the devil, they are coming in a bit here, but still nothing too major, just preparing for this next turtle.
Ooh, we do have a conceal coming in. Arvel going to try to jump in here. Does miss a hook onto OA and not really going to be able to capitalize on this here as well. We do see Thirsty King and Mamiel coming in here to provide some type of support. Is met in the bush by the Valley. Numion Hammer is going to come out. It does not. It gets canceled. Guapi takes down Thirsty King, and it looks like Guapsi is going to go down as well. Looks like we're at a 1-for-2 trade right now. Is Mamiel going to be able to think twice about it and is going to go ahead and disengage? But the slowness that we were talking about from the Valley is kind of what I expected. We were talking about a little bit. Their early game isn't fantastic, so they are probably trying to play a little bit passive until they get those power spikes, until they get those items to be able to really start pushing their advantage.
Yeah, but JC is going to be having a lot of trouble up here against Chronicles. Just dashes that ultimate. Mamiel comes in with the feathered airstrike to help keep everyone at bay. Don't come in and touch Chronicles. Playing safe, but he is going to be able to take this tower now. And I mean, yes, they definitely want to bank on Raquel right now on this, you know, for late game. They want to bank on Basic in the gold lane or Flint Narada on this Claude. But they need to, I think they need to staunch something a bit more than what they're doing now. We're at a 3K gold lead, which, you know, I mentioned in some Series 0. 3K isn't the end of the world. So when you get into the 4 and the 5K, that deficit really matters. I've seen a lot of teams fight back. I've seen a lot of teams win team fights with a 3K deficit. So the possibilities are there, but they're losing 2 towers already. They're about to lose this bottom one. They definitely need to maybe, I don't know whether they just need to kind of get I think they're just kind of lacking in vision right now. And I want to see this Franco maybe a bit more forward in the map.
Yeah, and unfortunately that vision is going to go ahead and cost Flint. Looks like he's going to go ahead and try to get out of the way. Numion Hammer is going to come out as he sprints out of the way, but not fast enough before Kush can go ahead and get him. He is suppressed by Arvel here, taking a decent amount of damage as Thirsty King and the rest of New Wave are able to provide some type of support. Not really understanding what Arvel was going to attempt there at the tower. It does take a heap load of damage, and it looks like New Wave are going to go ahead and take this tower as well. Their macro game on point for this.
Yeah, they're just rotating around tower by tower. And, you know, they were kind of doing what Team First Blood was doing in that game 3, just methodically picking away, but they're doing it a lot more aggressively. A lot more aggressively. Really just a snowball of death. Mamiel hitting these feathered airstrikes at the right times. Playing a wonderful game as well, but Kush really on this Karina. You know, I think people need to respect that Karina. You know, everyone normally, you know, the first 2 weeks, everyone was respecting the hell out of it. It was getting banned constantly. And now, for some reason today, it just keeps getting let on the board.
Yeah, look at all this damage that she is taking. Not even afraid to go ahead and tank into this bush. Feathered Airstrike does come down there along with the Numion Hammer by Thirsty King. Does go down, though. So, but the rest of the Valley is taken a little bit low, so they're going to go ahead and go ahead and go back to base after those 2 kills on the side of New Wave there, and kind of almost evening out these kills to about a 9 and 7, and only a 2K gold lead on the side of New Wave.
Yeah, definitely good. But what the Valley needs to do right now is when you come up 2 like that, you need to take a tower. You know, if you kill 1 hero, maybe get a small objective. If you get a 2 for 0 trade, you should be taking a tower. If you're getting a 3 for 0 trade, you should be trying to take 2 objectives. Those are just, to me, those are like some rules of thumb, especially if it's not like you were on the back foot running away and you happen to get these kills. Like, oh, nice suppression onto Chronicles. Chronicles will go down. The Blazing Duet helps. And a nice hook onto Thirsty King now. He's able to just escape. The Lord is up, and the Valley's going to have a bit of an advantage on this with Chronicles off the map here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chronicles went into the wrong bush, and the rest of the Valley pretty much swarmed him quite quickly. Oh, wow. Do you see that sniper shot?
Yeah.
Does connect on the JC. So they're really not wasting any damage at all. Dustin Chronicles going to be up in 3 seconds while this Lord is still beckoned to be taken. This mid tower might be going down here as a feathered airstrike does come down, does ward away the Valley, but not before they take that mid tower.
And that is good. You know, they've finally taken a tower here, and a mid tower at that. Make that 2 towers. So the Valley hitting a bit of a spike here. You know, we passed that 10-minute mark. Flint, Nevada on this Clint also starting to do a little bit more damage. Same with Raquel and the rest of the team. So they know, don't count us out just yet. Yes, we've taken a lot, but this is a moment that we're going to start kind of rubber banding back. Kush now coming into Arvel. Will get suppressed. He's going to have to start being careful. Watching out for those hook. Chronicles also getting caught up. Raquel maybe a little too close, but Chronicles decided to go for Guapsi. Guapsi's got that retribution out, and they're not going to be able to take him down. But this is big for Clint. Flicker back and another hook onto Thirsty King. Thirsty King will be taken out as JC with the Black Dragon. Locks in, gets the Petrify. Almost the knock up on Amami, but the burn maybe too much. Arvel with the flicker secures that kill. And all 3 go down with 5 still standing for the side of the Valley. Let's move, rotate over on this Lord, and start a heavy push.
Yeah, they're creaming down this Lord quite quickly, and unfortunately, oh god, and the suppression onto Kush for his troubles. We do see that's not able to get away, even with the support from OA on that Beatrix. And man, an unfortunate turn of events. And this is kind of what I was we were talking about earlier. The Valley was playing a little bit more passive earlier, trying to get their power spikes. Now that they have passed that 10 minutes into that mid, moving on to the late game, they are being a lot more aggressive, catching people out and just basically diving them and basically having their way. And we have a Lord coming down, and this has already switched over to a 3K gold lead for the side of the Valley.
Yeah, and it quickly turned. That rubber band is real, and they have bounced back. One thing, you know, Kush had he was doing very well in the early game, but you kind of got to know, like, you know, you've hit into a certain point where you can't just go bush checking everywhere, especially when there's a Franco in the field. But Thirsty Kings with a beautiful Numenon blast coming in with the Blazing Duet trying to help secure Raquel, firing back, able to take out Cushion just when it looked like the side of New Wave had an advantage. The Valley strikes back. They do lose the Lord here, but they should still be able to take this tier 2 tower. Thirsty King almost getting caught up there. Not quite able to get the finish. JC can't, but they are going to take this tower and then also rotate down as Basic secures the bottom tier 2. A wonderful push from the Valley here, and they just keep moving forward as the feathered airstrike comes back. He is able to get away. Guapsi maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew, taking a bit too much damage. Will get taken out from the lethal counter. Wait, that wasn't a lethal counter. I don't know what I just saw.
Numeon Hammer, I believe.
Numenon Blast.
Unfortunately, that was a beautiful setup by New Wave earlier to catch all 5 members of the Valley. Unfortunately, Mamil was not in the vicinity and basically trying to put the damage onto the Lord while it was going mid. So maybe a little bit of a split priorities there on the side of New Wave.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some opportunities, and Thirsty King has made some really nice sets. This Numenon Blast. We've seen him. He can get the angles. use the flicker correctly. So just like there's some big opportunities with Arvel with this hook on the Franco, definitely a lot of possibilities for big sets. Not only that, but that teamed up with the feathered airstrike and things like that. A lot of high ground attacks coming from the side of New Wave. I think Kush has maybe learned his lesson now a little bit. You know, you can't really just jump at the front of things, even though you are kind of that, you know, but and it's kind of that question, like, do we send Thirsty King in first to bush check, or do we want to hold Thirsty King back to kind of be ready for that Numenum Blast? Because the thing is, whoever are you sending in first is at a huge threat every time you check one of these bushes, all because of that bloody hunt from Franco. And another hook onto Kush here will get suppressed down. But the Numenum Blast is ready to go. The return comes in. Feathered Airstrike comes down, and Arvel is taken out. Black Dragon comes out from JC. Does get the pet try on the Thirsty King, but he reverts over to OA. Chronicles will go down here. 2-for-1 trade, and the Lord will fall once again into the hands of the Valley.
Yeah, and unfortunately with that hook, it's basically catching New Wave out of position, because when you do hit that Numion Blast, you need the rest of your damage in position. You need Mamiel, you need OA on that Beatrix. They need to be able to put that damage on there. And I agree that Kush I would say that Kush needs to be the person that is checking that bush. Then you, as soon as you see that the team is there, you have Thirsty King setting up with that Numion Blast, and then Mamiel and OA in position to deal that range damage once that Numion Blast does land. Unfortunately, what we're having right here is we're having people getting caught out with the rest of the team not prepared.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's still some opportunity here, but they definitely need to tighten up. And now with Lord, this is second Lord coming in. Arvel with the conceal play. That was close. Sanguine Claws does hook up. Mamiel uses Feathered Airstrike to help zone them back. The inhibitor will go down here. The base has cracked as Raquel continues to be that artillery in the back line, firing off. Arvel also circling around this mid lane now. A flicker in, able to get the suppression onto Mamiel. Mamiel goes down. Flint with the Blazing Duet, able to help seal the deal. Guapsi, though, will pay the price. OA able to pick up that one. And it's a 2-for-1 on the map, but another hook onto Chronicles. 3 members down. We've breached the base. They're on the Nexus, and this could be it. The Valley takes game 1.
Yeah, that is an amazing turn of events. Basically playing patient. I don't want to say playing possum, but being patient that early game. You saw that New Wave was actually pushing and enforcing their will there. But toward the mid game, as soon as they started hitting their spike, as soon as they were able to start getting those picks with Arvel, they were doing an immense amount of damage. And basically it just swung so hard into the Valley's favor. You almost forgot that at some point New Wave was in the lead of this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. New Wave did have a nice early game jump. They had a nice little flow going on there, and then we just saw, we saw Kush walk into those bushes a few times. We saw a couple of them make a few mistakes there, and by then it was just too late. We hit that mid-game spike, as you mentioned, and the Valley just started to. They caught it quickly, and they just kept pushing forward, and it seems like New Wave couldn't really adjust in time. And again, you got to know when you have your advantages and when you don't, and how to play in every minute of the game. From the first minute to the last minute, you kind of have to switch things up. You can't just run around the map the same way throughout the whole game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it seemed like every single time that Mamiel was setting up with that Farza for that Feathered Airstrike, they were right there with that Yuzong Black Dragon heading their way. So there wasn't really enough time, especially toward the mid to the late game. He was always there charging in with that Black Dragon to go ahead and force Mamiel to go ahead and have to use that Wings by Wings, and sometimes even able to knock him out of the Wings by Wings to be able to get that kill. Yeah. And then after that, I mean, if you're not able to set up with that damage from Farza, with that damage from the Beatrix, I mean, you basically isolated like I want to say like 80% of the damage from that team, and it was pretty much game over from there.
Yeah, it was definitely game over. So hopefully, I mean, with the way we saw New Wave play in the early game, I definitely don't count them out for game 2. I definitely think there's possibilities for them to, go the distance with this. But once again, the Valley just looking good, man. You know, even when they were losing the early game, they were able to catch their breath and come through, take the win. So do they get the 2-0 sweep here?
Yeah, it was really interesting too, especially Arville on that Franco. I'm trying to think of a time where I saw him miss a hook, and I can't even place it. Especially at the end of that game, it was just hook after hook after hook landed, and every single hook answered very quickly and precisely by the team by the side of the Valley. Very quickly able to take him down, and that was kind of the story. Another part of the story of this match is people getting caught out there, especially while New Wave was out of position. Because on paper, the comp looked decent. You line up that Numion hammer, and you have those two ranged damage dealers along with Karina like in there tanking some damage, but it wasn't enough. Especially Dyroth in the lane. I think he went 0-5 that game. That might be kind of that mismatch I was talking about earlier into a Thamus there. We were expecting kind of a draw between them, kind of holding each other off, but a lot of aggression in the early game, I think, kind of meant that both laners were kind of pushing around to see who would win, and unfortunately it didn't look like Dyroth was winning those exchanges.
Yeah, I mean, Dyroth was kind of coming out on top in the early game. Was doing well. I honestly hate to just say like one player really carried that game, but Arvell, man. Like, because the reality is JC didn't like play an amazing game on the Yuzong. Like, I think he ended at like 3 something. He definitely had at least 2 or 3 deaths. Claude also had 3+ deaths. I mean, it wasn't like all of them. Raquel, she did end with only like 1 death, I think, in the end. Even Guapsi had like 4 or 5 deaths at the end game. So Arvell, though, like 4-0-7 or something like that. 4-0-8, maybe.
3-1-14.
3-1-14. 3-1-14. I mean, those hooks, even on the end there, what did he flicker in the base? Catches, like, and he's just precise with them, man. Like, you didn't just hit Thirsty King. You didn't just get Chronicles. You flickered in base and caught Momuel, an important pick. You know, you're not just, like, hooking anyone. You're getting people that you mean to get and making it count.
Yeah, unfortunately, that pretty much is what spelled doom for New Wave there. It's real interesting to see. It's because you kind of have to plan when the teams were kind of split up and you didn't really have too much a grouping. The things where New Wave was able to kind of like catch people out and force their will, and I think a lot of teams kind of have issues with that sometimes, is transitioning from that those separated lanes, the laning phase of this game, moving into the mid to late game where there's a lot more team play, where you've got a lot more tankiness or sustain or damage coming out. And I think that's been a story for a lot of these teams, is that type of transition through these games.
Yeah, I'm just telling. There's something I had to point out real fast. So Basic and JC both changed their names, so it's something we're dealing with right now. They have to change their names back. To anyone that's watching, Flint was Basic and JC is Uzi. We have a strict rule right now that players cannot change their names during the league. As the same when you watch an MPL game, you don't see names randomly change on players as such. So the reason why we haven't started the next game yet is because those players are changing their names right now. Seems like maybe they got lost on their way to get the name change card. I think I'm losing my voice a little bit, Private.
Yeah, it's been a longer set of games than I had anticipated. An upset at the beginning here, and then we went into Deuce Knights and First Blood, another 2-1 game there. And here, toward the end of the night, I wonder if we're going to be seeing the same thing from the Valley. But I mean, that last game was a very, very I want to say textbook by them. As far as, even though the beginning didn't really go over them, they knew what their win conditions were, kind of played to it, and eventually came out with the victory. And we are just going to be waiting for these little name changes. I think we're asking in there if they got lost, are they going to be able to find their way back? And we do see Basic coming on in. He was able to find his way, and it looks like we are all ready to go ahead and get started.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. The Valley versus New Wave. Will they 2-0 this? Let's, taking a look at the leaderboards, right? The Valley sitting at 6 points right now. They've won all their games, and they have also swept both of their games. If they can sweep this as well, they swept against Team Sexy. They swept against Deuce Knights. If they can sweep them, it gives them a very nice league and a nice lead in this season. I mean, you can almost say it's like a guaranteed playoff spot at that point. It puts them at 9 points, a big jump ahead of everyone else. And at that point, like, unless they just go on straight losses throughout the whole season, they've pretty much secured themselves up there as at least top 6 in the leaderboard throughout the whole season.
Well, it does give them a little bit of wiggle room. We have talked about this before, where I think the opening bits of the season, you do catch a couple of teams kind of, I don't want to say off guard, but a little bit different roster juggles, composition juggles. They kind of testing things out, and they really start to hit their motion toward the mid-season. So if anything, this is going to be giving the Valley a little bit of wiggle room, especially since we were talking about earlier. Think about next week or the week after that, we're going to start seeing New Wave with their entire roster, and probably I want to say a different team than we've been seeing here. Not that these guys haven't done a great job on New Wave, but I mean, man, it's not as comparable to the champion New Waves that we saw in this last season that pretty much took the season by storm in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely took the season by storm. And the fact is, and we said it in the last 2 weeks of games with New Wave, is even their bench players, like right now, like their team is running well. Like, yes, they did just lose, but they didn't lose horribly. It ended up being a semi-quick game, but they had the early game advantage. There's definitely a few. They're not quite the oiled machine that full roster New Wave is, but even right now, they're running good games. So I can't wait till we got the full 5 back in a week or so. Raquel immediately locking in this Cecilia, and it really seems to be a signature pick for her as long as it's open right now, private.
I don't believe you, sir, with that, Layla. And we are seeing that Karina is still open again, and maybe we're going to see if New Wave is actually going to go for that again this time, because they were basically lacking a pretty decent amount of damage toward the mid to late game with that. They are going to go ahead and elect to pick up the Lolita here.
The one's open as well.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how much I agree with the Lolita. Maybe they're trying to stave off a pick from the side of the Valley here. But I guess we're gonna find out. There is still a decent amount of priority picks here. A Clint might be getting picked up here. I think we were talking about, I think this is only the second time we've seen him today right now. Still, I still consider him a pretty strong pick, especially with the burst damage after he gets to mid to late game. But we do see that Franco going ahead and being picked up on the side of the Valley. And I mean, late game, such an effect on the match, but early game, I mean, we were talking about the passiveness that we see there, and I'm not sure if that's what you're going to want against a Clint, because as he starts getting into that late game, I think he's going to be firing, he's going to be doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, he's definitely someone, like I mentioned in some previous series, he's someone that can, even with some deaths, carry a game. There's not a whole lot that holds him back. He's always a looming threat over a game. JC will come in with this Esmeralda pick. And again, though, they're giving Arvel this Franco. That's something I'm a little worried. I think maybe you could have even sacrificed the Ling ban and banned out the Franco. I don't know, because like I said, Arvel carried that game with that Franco last time, and I got a feeling he might do it again. And then
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially now that we have Mamil on another mage that has to stand still for that ult, for that real world manipulation. Like Franco had a really big effect. I'm not sure if you're going to want to take out Ling for it though, especially with on the side of the Valley. I kind of fret with what they can do with a Ling, but definitely something I would have wanted to answer, maybe even have add it to our repertoire after seeing that Sicilian pickup.
Yeah, I mean, they could have even picked up the Franco, and then it would have given themselves a nice pick, and it would have taken away something from the enemy. And, you know, we saw how well he dealt with the Lolita last time, and they just pick up the Lolita again, and knowing that's a looming threat, so definitely a problem. They do ban out this Yuzong this time. Dairoth also coming off the board, so right now, this Esmeralda's looking pretty good. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Thamuz ban as well from the side of the Valley here, just to really help seal the deal with this Esmeralda.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because if they do ban the Thamus, then the only real answer that I can see is maybe a Uranus on their side. And yeah, it's just early game. I want to say like New Wave was almost like their lead in the early game could have been even worse if it weren't for the fact that Arvil was snatching up Thirsty King almost every single time he went for that Numian Blast. Like and that could have basically put a bunch of the team out of commission, and they are going to go ahead and take out that Uranus, maybe banking on the fact that they don't think New Wave can Thamus. Maybe.
I mean, you had to pick one, right? Like you had to pick one of them. So maybe they just feel like they can deal with the Thamuz a little bit better. I do believe that Thamuz may win out in the early game laning phase, but towards the end, I think as long as Esmeralda doesn't die or anything, she definitely wins out in the end game. To whereas Uranus beats out the Esmeralda in the end game.
I feel like, and also Esmeralda compared to a Thamus does provide a little bit more team synergy because she does have that ult that can provide a decent amount of stun on there, whereas all Thamus can really do is just run in there and like tank everything he can. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how those kind of collide with each other. And we are possibly looking at a carry jungle here for the side of the Valley. I don't believe that Kaja for a minute though.
Jungle Kaja. The new meta has arrived. I do like that Kaja skin though. Bobsy picking up. Finally, we see the Basha jungle, which, like I said, I think is still very, very, very viable. And I'm glad that the Valley is understanding that. I think this gives them, I think this kind of helps even out the team. Yes, they're still pretty damage-wise, they're pretty endgame right now. But they've kind of proved to us a few times that, like, you know, Raquel's able to get those stacks up pretty quickly, and with Franco being able to put out the pressure, and, you know, even Basha does have some decent damage in the early game, you know, with that he chase people down. Even when he used to just be ran as a roam, like just as a tank, he was a pretty aggressive tank, someone that could catch some kills on his own. Is that real?
No. I'm like, there's no way. There's just so many counters for him right now. Interesting here too. I'm not sure how well I like this into a Boxia. The amount of anti-heal he provides for his team, especially, what is it? The Turtles Puissance?
Yeah,
it's such a fun
Tortoise
word to say.
It's like the worst ult to say.
It does.
I remember when I looked it up, I was like, what? Tortoise Poisons? I'm supposed to say this? What is that? I just Google it. I was like, what the fuck is Poisons mean?
We'll censor that out in post. But yeah, it does provide a lot of anti-heal, which is going to be kind of a bane for Thamus and Fanny here. I guess it just depends on how great Kush can kind of set them apart in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Fanny, if targeted well, maybe focus down on the basic in this gold lane, really focus on ganks in this game right now. Like, don't really go for the Basha, don't really go for the Franco, just kind of really hone in on those off lanes, on that gold lane, on the EXP lane even, and try to make plays elsewhere. My question is, are we going to see Basha maybe play aggressive and go in on to Fanny maybe in the early game, try to maybe steal a blue buff here and there? You do have the bulky and tankiness to do that right now.
Well, we do have the Franco in there as well. Might try to come in here and try to throw some annoyance in there and some aggression to maybe frustrate back the blue buff here. Thirsty King does catch Franco trying to sneak in there. We do see that Chronicles is going to go ahead and meet him and gotta like guide him back to his tower because he must have been lost.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what happens here. We are going to see, you know, I feel like Clint should definitely win out in this gold lane against his completely outranges basic right now. Yuzi should, you know, we mentioned that Damu should win out in the early. Looks like Arvel's going to be a little aggressive on OA here, which is what I like to see. Continuously, we've seen Franco just hover over that gold lane anytime we see a Franco get picked recently.
Yeah, and Thirsty King's going to go ahead and head up there now. We're going to go ahead and see the duo lane. And this is actually really important, too, of them. They recognize this, they see it, and they're going to go ahead and meet it as well to make sure that OA is going to have the time he needs to go ahead and put on some, to get on some gold so that he can start getting that damage in the end game. And we do see that a little bit of pressure being put on to JC here. Chronicles starting to win out on this lane here. And Esmeralda, JC on Esmeralda going to have to back up a bit. Really not much happening here in the early game. Not as much of a kill count as we had definitely with that first game. I think both teams taking a very measured approach to this game right now.
Yeah, which is surprising because normally with Fanny you see some initial, you know, heavy plays, but maybe just biding a little bit of time right now, waiting for the right moment. But I'm just waiting for, you know, Fanny to come dashing up into this top lane and securing a kill on OA. But Turtle is up, so maybe we're just waiting for that play. Guapsi already starting on as Kush sits around in this bush. Needs to be careful of Arvel sitting here. Does miss that hook. Kush able to come in and steal that Lord as real manipulation does come out. Chronicles now focusing on the Guapsi. Guapsi taking a bit too much damage, and Kush gets the kill. First blood going to the side of New Wave along with the Turtle.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you can't really avoid the fights. Once the objective comes up, both teams are already in there, and unfortunately, Kush able to come in sweeping fashion very quickly, cable in, and steal that turtle away from the valley.
And well done at that, too. And Arvel was really close to getting that hook onto him. He's able to dash to the side. Kush going back to jungle right now, playing him methodically, and, you know, much less kills than what we saw in the last game. It was 8 kills in like 3 minutes. We're talking like a kill every 20 seconds or so. So definitely slow playing this, but they still need to be careful of Arvel. And I think that's what Kush is kind of doing. He's kind of playing his distance. They won't want to be too aggressive. It's something that caught them off. A nice pick onto OA though from Basic there, but Kush shows up just in the nick of time to help take out Basic back. And Guapsi maybe next, caught up in this road manipulation. There is no escape, and Kush gets the double kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do believe that the rest of the valley was trying to play it safe, because once their characters start getting low, once people start hitting, I want to say like that 30% mark, like you're going to start having Kush come in here on a Fanny, finish people off, and then start chaining those attacks together. And unfortunately, that's what happened there. You had some players take a little bit too much damage, and Kush came in and cleaned up. Basic and OA putting a little bit of damage on here. Arvel coming in with the support, able to take him down. And unfortunately, things not looking up for OA in that lane right now, losing out to Basic.
Yeah, I mean, Basic is winning out, which is good, because right now Kush is also really winning out. 4-0 on a Fanny at 4 minutes is a rough spot to be against, especially when you don't have any real hard answer for it. You know, you mentioned Guapsi having a lot of anti-heal, but Kush is all over the place. He doesn't need to worry about Guapsi's anti-heal. He's just going to dance around Guapsi. The thing is, you know, they have nothing really to stop this Fanny currently. So I think they need to just push in, but Real Manipulation does come out. Arvel will be taken out in the turtle pit, and Kush able to secure another turtle for the side of New Wave. This is putting them in a 2K gold lead at only 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, a very sizable lead, but honestly, this is what we saw last game. They were pretty dominant, getting their way around, taking towers. In fact, I think they had 3 towers over the valley before it started getting turned around here. And we do know that Fanny does start falling off toward the mid to the late game. So we're going to see how Kush can perform once we get to that point there. See Kush coming in there. Arvel, ooh, just misses a stop as Kush is going to go ahead and try to get his way out of here. Does miss a hook. Numion Blast is coming out. Guapsi does go down. Suppression onto Kush as Basic is trying to put some damage on him. Arvel goes down as well. And this is a 2 for none change. Basic trying to get out. Does get out as Raquel ults and provides a little bit of suppressive fire, but that the top tower is going to be going down.
Yeah, just when it felt like Basic was winning out in that top lane, New Wave immediately knows, all right, let's start focusing up here. They're able to push them back. Not only that, but put Guapsi at 0-3 right now. Kush 6-0. Really just snowballing at this point. I think New Wave really just wants to capitalize on this and keep on pushing hard, especially when you have a composition like this. Let's just keep getting aggressive, keep on making picks on these off lanes, keep on catching random heroes off guard. I think the best bet for the Valley right now is maybe group up a little bit earlier than you normally would in this game. Guapsi now taking a bit of damage. Kush gonna get another one, 7-0, a godlike kill. JC may just be next. Kush just waiting on some energy to build up so he can make another play.
Yeah, Kush is just magical with these cables here. It didn't matter how much Guapsi zigzagged and tried to get away. He was being fouled over. Would you see a real world manipulation come down and Raquel able to put the boots onto OA and Thirsty King and Mamiel arriving just a little bit too late. We do see Kush is coming in here onto Basic, putting some damage onto him. Does get hooked, but doesn't have the suppression to be able to take him down. Basic trying to run for his life is not going to be able to get away. Gets taken down by Mamiel. And a 3-10 game on the side of New Wave right now.
Yeah, that is huge. I mean, one thing that has been kind of going under the radar a bit, Raquel. Raquel's sitting at 1-0 right now, which is a good spot. And honestly, the Valley hasn't lost too much just yet. The gold deficit is still only 2.2k. Yes, Kush is really steamrolling, but maybe that'll slow down. Kush now coming in, will get the suppression on to Kush though, and Arvel will be taken out from that road manipulation though. That is rough for Arvel there as New Wave continues to be aggressive.
Oh, that was amazing too. Arvel did land the suppression onto Kush, but the cables let Kush get out of the way of the tower, so he was just stuck there getting rained on by Mamiel. Fortunately, we do have Chronicles. There might be in a little bit of trouble here as Guapsi and JC are tag teaming on him. He's going to try to get his way out of here, and he is power diving on him, but it looks like Thirsty King going to try to come in here and put some suppression on, but not able to land that stun, and it looks like they get a free kill onto the side of New World.
Yeah, which is good, but at the same time, New Wave immediately answers back by taking another tower on the top, and Kush getting a kill onto JC, just maneuvering his way around. 9-0-3. When will this stop? He is continuing to press forward. Another tower now going to be taken for the side of New Wave here, and you know, I still wouldn't completely count New Wave up. Fanny does eventually drop off. The thing is we're only just getting into the mid game, so this is still a long road for the Valley if they want to try to come out on top in game 2.
Yeah, but we do have real world manipulation that does come down. Raquel does go down here. Numion Blast is coming down, does catch the Franco. Arvel in trouble, does go down as well, and it looks like the rest of the team is going to try to press onto this tower. Basic goes down as well, followed closely by Guapsi. JC trying to make the escape. Is it going to be enough? Kush, unfortunately, goes down, lingered a little too close to that tower, flew a little too close to the sun with those cables, and gets taken out. 5-17 lead, but unfortunately, it doesn't look. New Wave is not sitting on these kills. They're not just like going back and retreating. They're getting towers. They're getting objectives. So they are pushing their way. So by the time Fanny starts falling off, we're going to have like nary a tower left on the side of the Valley.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Kush does finally go down. The shutdown finally comes in, but 12-1-3. I think you did very well until you finally took a death. 10 minutes in, Lord, back up. I don't even know if we want to see a contestant coming from the Valley right now. Maybe just give up this Lord and try to, you know, maybe get a tower or something in the top lane, send Esmeralda up there. Looking at the items right now, we've seen Kush now locking the Malefic Roar, the BOD, the Blade of Hepathes, 3 items in, 8k gold, which normally the gold laners are the ones really just keeping ahead of the game, but right now Kush is bringing back a very old school jungle right now, you know, really showing how things used to be, giving me a nice taste of nostalgia right now.
Oh, it looks like OA was almost caught up top from that gank, but able to flicker out of the way down here at the bottom. Kush and Chronicle's going to go ahead and be able to take out this tower, just providing a lot of value out of this Lord right now.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Lord hasn't even met, and they've already taken a tower, you know, during this Lord push. So what more are they going to get? Do they get an inhibitor with just this first Lord push here, Private?
Yeah, they're definitely gonna, I think they're definitely gonna be able to at least get one here. The Lord is kind of stuck up at top. They are gonna go ahead and put some pressure onto it. The damage, not really much that can be done on the side of the Valley to go ahead and stave off this pressure. Lord is still pushing up at top. Chronicles does take a decent amount of damage, is gonna go ahead and be able to disengage their OA, throwing some damage onto Guapsi. Thirsty King hiding up here in the bush, waiting probably for a good time to go ahead and attack. But he's gonna go over to mid, probably press on some damage there. Lord does go down, so they are able to get one tower out of that, but now we are just left to inhibitors. 5 and 17, 30 to 35 gold lead on the side of New Wave here.
Yeah, huge gold lead, and even though they don't get an inhibitor out of that, they do pop all the inhibitors. You know, there's no more of that little blast. I don't know exactly what you would call it, your little shield blast or whatever that clears the wave. Those have all been popped now, so now it's kind of free roam. The next waves that crash in are going to have free ability to just attack onto those towers, and New Wave is in a very solid position at 12 minutes into the game. You know, I don't know. It looks like the Valley wants to maybe be aggressive here and push forward. I think they should play a bit more reactionary. And a nice pick on the Thirsty King there. The Bloody Hunt does lock on, but the Numenon Blast comes out. Raquel able to get the finish before she can land down and get the stun. Kush, though, locking on to Basic in the back line and flying away. So it's a 1-for-1 trade on the map. The Valley trying to withstand, but I think, like I said, they need to maybe let New Wave come to them. You know, maybe wait for the ambush, wait for the moment to strike.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting there because Mamiel was a little caught out of position there, had to rotate all the way to the tower before he could drop that real world manipulation, and it did allow enough time for the Valley to go ahead and pick up that kill onto Thirsty King. So I mean, I'm not sure how well that speaks for the Valley with that gank, because it was, I want to say that was basically New Wave's fault for letting them get that kill, just because one person was caught out of position. I want to see how well they can do with these actual team fights that are going to be start coming up here, especially with this Lord who is now upgraded to that Luminous Lord.
Ooh, nice hook on the Chronicles, though. Nothing to come out of it. You know, I think the hard thing about going against the composition that New Wave has right now, hold on a second, might have a little bit of an engage. Kush does come in, Mamiel with the world manipulation. Guapsi will get caught out here. Thirsty King does not land the Numenon Blast, but it slows down Guapsi enough to secure the kill, and Kush takes the Lord. And you know, what I was saying is, I think you want to kind of play tight, right? When you're going up against this Fanny, you don't want to let anyone get caught off on the rims of the battle, so that Fanny can just come around the edge and take someone out. But also, when you're up against a Eve and a Lolita, you don't want to be too grouped up, right? So yeah, it's hard to choose exactly how you want to approach these team fights when you're going against such a variety of different enemies.
Yeah, and that's the most impressive part here, is that if you group up, Yves and Lolita are going to catch you. If you try to separate, try to get yourself some distance, then Kush is going to catch you. But right now we have an engagement going on. Kush coming in here with the blades as this Luminous Lord is crashing into the center here. Looks like we might be in trouble here. Kush just basically cabling himself away. Real world manipulation does come down, putting some damage and trying to siege onto this top tower as the mid tower does go down, as well as the bottom inhibitor. Chronicles Chronicles taking a lot of damage from Basic, who is trying to shred out this Lord. Not sure if it's going to be enough though, as all members are a little bit low here. Kush kind of dancing around a little bit low. The Lord is going to go down, but is this going to be enough to catch Mamil? Mamil's going to go ahead and try to make his escape as JC tries to come in with an ult, and it looks like the rest of New Wave is going to go ahead and disengage here. And I do believe we are starting to see the parts of where Kush is starting to fall off. Instead of actually going in for the kills right now, he's just kind of like throwing himself in as a distraction, just running in with like jazz hands and then cabling back out to try to
never gonna catch me.
Yeah, basically. While the rest of the team is trying to provide that damage. And if there is going to be a way for them to collect on it, the Valley, this is going to be the time for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also hard. It's hard when you're making that base siege and attacking for Fanny to really make a play there. So that's when the rest of the team, I think, when they get under that nexus, and especially when there's still some inhibitors up, like previously there was, you know, the middle inhibitor, which is finally gone. So eventually, if they can take that top one, Kush will have a bit of a better shot fighting under all that. But until then, it's definitely going to be a bit harder for him to make any plays when they're in that bottleneck of the base, right? There's not a whole lot to grab onto. There's a lot more open space in there. Kush now trying to make a play on a JC, but even there, the damage isn't as much as it was earlier. And while this is happening, while Kush is slowly sliding off the scale, Basic and Raquel are starting to step up a little bit.
Yeah, we saw shades of it, Basic there in that last fight. Oh, Owe actually might be in trouble, is able to dash back, and we see a real world manipulation. Does come down, Basic does go down. Chronicles and Thirsty King onto Guapsi and able to take him down, as Raquel and Arvel are going to go ahead and have to disengage right when the Lord comes back up.
Yeah, that was a bad engage. I know there was only 2 of them there. They go in for this pick on OA right next to the tower, so he's got a nice spot to be safe. And not only that, but Lord is coming up quick. A bad time to choose your fight, you know? Even if you think you have a guaranteed kill, sometimes you don't want to go for it when there's so much on the line.
Yeah, and that comes down to that kind of like practice and that kind of patience. They didn't have the rest of their team there ready to take advantage of it either. So, I mean, if you would have had your entire team in that bush waiting, yeah, I would have said go for that kill. But there was only 2 of you. You didn't know what your surroundings were. You didn't know how many other people were there. Kush actually putting a lot of damage on the Arville, throws in a hook, not able to capitalize. And here comes the Lord barreling down through the mid lane. We do have a real world manipulation that is going to come down. Guapsi's going to go ahead and try to come in there. Basic does go down. We do have a Numion blast coming down. Guapsi Thirsty King goes down, but this Lord is barreling in, and Kush takes down JC. Man, a beautiful gameplay by him right now, and New Wave is going to go ahead and take the core, making this a 1-1 game between the Valley and New Wave.
Victory!
That was definitely a clean, I mean, just a clean sweep from New Wave right there. Kush on the Fanny, definitely something that the Valley may need to watch out for game 3. Either make sure we have an answer to it or make sure we ban it. I mean, this brings a whole new level of drafting now when going up against New Wave here.
Bro, that Fanny from Kush is what mothers tell their children at night, the horror stories. That's what people feared in ranked, is those types of Fannies. And like, that is absolutely ridiculous what he was able to do on that early game. It just looked like as soon as Kush got you in his sights, like, why even run? Because the cables, the way he's able to manage the cables to chase somebody down, no matter which direction you were going, he was just basically on top of you, cable after cable after cable, getting those kills. At one point, 3 levels over even the enemy jungler. So it was, man, I don't think there's any doubt about the fact that Kush basically carried that game in there. Not to really kind of speak less about, like, there was some great setups by Thirsty King on that Lolita and Mamul on that Eve with those real world manipulations, basically trapping out and zoning out the team of the Valley there.
I mean, and I also got to give a nice hype out to Mamiel there. 0 deaths the whole game. She's another one that's been doing great on the, or he's another one that's been doing great on the KDA board recently. So this is just gonna spike them up even more. I'm excited for Game 3 here. So right now, the Valley take a beautiful Game 1. New Wave taking even more beautiful Game 2. Tonight we've every time all 3 of them best of 3s. Definitely not much we could ask for as casters. So we are going the distance here. New Wave this time will have first pick. Yes, New Wave will have first pick. We saw Kush get this Karina last time, right? In Game 1. Kush got the Karina, did wonderful in the early game, so I wouldn't really count it out. I think they just, once again, they just kind of fell off in the mid game and weren't able to take a step back and be patient. So do they either keep going in for that, heavy in your face composition, that heavy aggressiveness in the early, hold on. Oh, my bad. They ban out the Sicilian, which I think is good against Raquel. For some reason, I was confused. It's late. I thought Raquel was getting banned out. Whatever.
It's really interesting too, because I'm wondering what you do here, especially since that Fanny game was so remarkable. I think another part of the positivity of that Fanny game was Boxia. Not really one of the greatest counters for a Fanny or something that could draw in there, but even with a Franco on the side of the Valley, not able to shut down that Fanny. So are you going to waste a ban here for it? Do you have a plan if they pick up that Fanny again? And right now, it kind of looks like the bans are kind of like ignoring that. We do. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. There's the plan. Go ahead, and that's your counter. Ban out the Fanny, but it does open up the Akai for Kush, and that is one of his. He's been using it. It's basically one of his staple heroes right now in the squad league. He's been having great success on that Akai.
Yeah, so I'm definitely excited for it. We do get the Julian though, and with Raquel picking up this Eve Guaps, it looks like it's gonna be a jungle Julian. And this is probably one of the first. I mean, I know a lot of new heroes. It normally takes a while for them to really find their position, but Julian has probably been the most rotated around hero I've seen come out and be played early on. And maybe it's because a lot of the, like in past seasons, if a hero dropped right when a season started, we just didn't let it play the whole season. And this is the first season that we just waited 2 weeks like MPL and then immediately let it in. So maybe it's just because he's still a lot of teams are just having trouble. Like he hasn't had a lot of game time yet, even in rank. I'm sure he's getting banned here and there and just not really finding a position. So but he's just like, it's EXP lane, mid lane, jungle, and we haven't really found, no one's really like shown like, all right, this is the only spot to put him,
Yeah, it's been really interesting. He is super powerful right now, though, because if you remember, Valentina was being used almost everywhere. They were having her as a support, as a mage, as an XP laner when she first came out, because she was so strong. I think that's the same thing we're seeing with Julian. Yeah, and still like 100% banned right now. We do see that Arvel is going to pick up that Diggy, which we have seen as a viable counter for the Akai. I want to see how well this has played. I'm going to tell you right now, I have tried Diggy, I have tried countering Akai, and I cannot. I have no idea how these guys are able to make that work, but they do. I believe that's the time slip by the ultimate by Diggy, able to go ahead and kind of help his team be able to get out of the way of that hurricane rush by sorry,
hurricane dance.
The hurricane dance by Kush there, by that Akai. We're gonna see how well this is gonna go ahead and shape into this next match. We do have two pretty much of the basic mages here. We have the Eve and the Farja, both these long distance mages that have to stand still for their ults. So we're gonna see how well that they can probably counter with that. But basic picking up this Wan.
How did that slip through?
Yeah, well, they just have, I guess, other priorities. I maybe would have picked it over the Sicilian. I didn't really feel like Sicilian was having that great of an effect, especially on the last game.
But even the second ban phase, they ban out the carry and the Claude instead of the Wan. That's either it's a big brain plan, like big brain, big fucking brain, or it's a big whiff, like something we just overlooked while banning right now, and they're definitely feeling it. I gotta say, I think the Diggy, you were mentioning the Diggy, and I think it could really come in clutch, not only for the Kai here, but also good escape from that feathered airstrike. Now, even with this Ruby as well, good escape from her. Like, he is gonna have to kind of pick and choose. He needs to make sure he uses that ult at the right time, and to whereas New Wave needs to make sure they're not blowing all of their CC at one time as well. They need to make sure Diggy doesn't get, to make sure Diggy is not as important as he needs to be. Time it, use the I'm offended, and when he uses that ult, then come in with the hurricane dance, and then come in with the feathered airstrike. Space out your team fights a little bit. I think the goal for New Wave here is make these team fights a bit more drawn out than you would usually want.
Yeah, and we do see the OA picking up that Clint. It is on paper a decent counter for the Wanwan. It just depends on what kind of skill level you're dealing with. Basic, pretty much I want to say an expert user with most mechanically gifted here. So I don't think we're going to see how well that kind of laning phase goes on there. Are we going to have to provide support down there from Thirsty King to kind of help out OA there with that Clint, or how this is going to kind of shape out? But then also we're going to have that Julian. We've kind of seen him hot and cold. I don't think there's been an in-between yet. He's either had a great effect on the game, able to go ahead and isolate those squishier heroes, or he's been kind of like being held back and pushed away and not really having these great effects on the game. So we're going to see how well he does here.
Something else, so I'm almost 90% positive that Julian's knockup does work when a Kai is running his hurricane dance, which there's not really anyone that can deal with the Kai's hurricane dance and stop him. Even Franco's bloody hunt, you can't get close enough to use it and suppress him because every time you get close to him, you get bounced back. But I want to say that Julian's knockup does actually knock him up during the dance, which could be a big play if you can use it correctly. Could help you escape, things like that. So that could be something we see happen in this game as well. Already looks like Thirsty King playing a little bit on the opposite side of the river, helping get vision, and this Little Wander is going to go uncontested.
Yeah, and we've seen this before. Thirsty King usually goes ahead, supports the mid, and then goes ahead and to help out the gold lane, which has pretty much been dual laned by the Valley pretty consistently these last two games.
Yeah, Basic is starving out right now. Like, listen, you're not getting any of this gold, which sucks. Thirsty King's going to need to come down here and help out. But Arvel is also here. Mamiel rotating down with that wings by wings, maybe trying to make a stun play here. Not quite able to get it. Actually does stun up on Arvel, and Thirsty King able to get the lock up with that second skill, but Basic closing in, bringing Thirsty King very, very low, and Raquel also pushing forward. First blood going on to OA. Kush, though, able to take out Arvel. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and a nice suppression onto Basic against the wall. Guapsi now trying to come in. Huge burst damage. Mermiel and Thirsty King both go down. Guapsi making an important play, trying to dash away. Does stop up Kush here and able to escape to salvage what almost put New Wave in a big lead in the early game.
Yeah, I was about to say, first of all, it looked like it was going to be going over to the Valley. I'm like, oh man, they're going to get ahead. And then New Wave, Kush able to come in with that Kai and take down two of them. And then, of course, Guapsi comes in with that Julian. We do see Raquel does take down Mamiel, and Chronicle's going to go ahead and try to make an escape here. Is met by three other members of the Valley here. Is going to be able to disengage here while Kush and Thirsty King coming in here while this turtle is up. Looks like Kush is going to go ahead and disengage here, trying to take out this blue, while Chronicles and Thirsty King are trying to provide some support. Oh, and we do have a pause on the board.
Well, while we're trying to figure this out, I guess we can talk a bit more about this game. Definitely a crazy start, similar to game one, right? What we had 8 kills right off the rip. Second game, a bit more slow. We see a lot more plays happening around the gold lane, and this is something that I think we should be seeing a lot more. In a lot of the series tonight, we saw a lot of those gold lanes and just off lanes in general go unscathed. And that's not, I think, right now in the current meta, the gold laners are the carries, man. The gold laners are the junglers of the past, you know? They're the ones who are going to be outputting some of the major damage. Same thing with mages. So it's very important to make sure we're trying to get some play down there. Claude and Wanwan both sitting at a death, right? I mean, not Claude, Clint and Wanwan both sitting at death right now, so they are in a standstill. But you want to try to get one of them at an advantage over the other.
And this is what we were talking about before. This is why we've seen across the sea where the meta has kind of shifted slightly. They do know that these big tanky compositions, when they meet for the team fights, the real heroes of those fights are the damage dealers, the marksmen, the mages. So we've started seeing assassins kind of come back as the roamers to be able to take them out in the early game. But it's basically pointing to how important it is to start protecting these marksman lanes to be able to enforce your will there. We did see a little bit of the only problem that you see with this Diggy pick sometimes. It's going to probably start proving itself toward the mid to late game, but early game he is about as squishy as a minion. And we did see him go down quite quickly in the beginning there. And it looks like we're going to be coming back into this game here at this turtle fight with Thirsty King and Chronicles here kind of setting up as Kush does get his blue buff, is going to go ahead and try to set up here. We do have about 4 members kind of keeping their distance here. Thirsty King coming out there, putting a little bit of CC onto JC. Arvel, real world manipulation does come down. Guapsi is able to get the turtle, and the real world manipulation not putting on too much damage. Thirsty King is going to have to go back, but the rest of New Wave is going to have to disengage there with an unanswered turtle going to the valley.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, what? No. Yeah.
Down at the bottom, AO does take down Basic. A flicker into it. A beautiful play by him as he dove a tower deep to go ahead and finish that off there.
Yeah, Guapsi's doing pretty well in this Julian right now. 2-0-2, making some major plays. Not only making plays, but being very good at getting in and getting out. Even with all, with the CC of with all of the CC of New Wave right now, really able to just bob and weave. Arvel will get picked off here. Feathered Airstrike combed up with Kush, able to secure that kill. Guapsi now possibly in fear of a little bit of pressure as Kush comes in to try to steal that camp. Not quite able to get it though. Basic also in the gold lane getting teamed up by Mamiel. Guapsi coming in to try to help out. Thirsty King now joining the fight as Arvel and Raquel come in from the backside. A nice time offended onto Guapsi, and the Hurricane Dance comes in. Raquel bringing in that world manipulation to help slow them down. Arvel trying to also team up. Guapsi in a bit of a bad position here. Gonna dash through this wall. Will he be able to escape this? Kush with the jump through and the dash. Wow. Guapsi walking away unscathed. Mamiel with the wing by wings. Feathered Airstrike comes down. Guapsi with the sidestep, able to dash out and get away unscathed.
Oh,
what
man,
a dance that was, Guapsi.
He took them to Juke City. He was dancing around those bushes, and man, I really thought they were going to catch him. And even with that Feathered Airstrike, we do see Kush down here jumping onto JC here, but JC actually able to put on the boots, is going to go ahead and ult himself to safety. And it looks like we're having a little bit of trouble on the side of New Wave to go ahead and close the gap for a lot of these kills. They're just getting out distance here. Basic actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. Does put on a lot of damage. Arville activating that ult to give Basic a little bit of shielding to help him escape. We do see Kush coming in here, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough as he is reset by Arville.
I'm still in complete gasp by Guapsi just bobbing and weaving through the enemy jungle, escaping all of them. I wish we had I need to get the instant replay back. Right now the Valley's definitely holding strong, even in moments like that, and just their escapability. Basic should have gone down there, but Arvel uses that ultimate just in time to help Basic survive just a little bit longer and get out of those tower shots. Now moving on to OA. Big burst damage coming from Guapsi. Kush with the Hurricane Dance, though. Arvel will get taken out. Raquel with the real manipulation. Guapsi able to answer back and take out AO. And now a nice time offended on to Basic and Raquel, but still not enough. Basic uses that Bow of Tang finally, locking on to Thirsty King. Kush may be next, but not able to get the finish. A 2-for-1 trade on the map, but all the Valley loses is Arvel, so a beautiful trade at that.
Yeah, and then able to pick up the tower there, the first tower of the game here, and they're going to go ahead and be able to push New Wave back enough to be able to go ahead and secure this turtle for them as well.
Red team has slain the turtle.
Yeah, they're definitely doing a wonderful job just overall rotating around. Guapsi making some picks here and there. Earlier off cam, he gets a nice pick on Amamiel, which is good because that Feathered Airstrike is going to start really scaling up, and you got to worry about the damage of Farza sometimes, the burst damage and her capabilities as we creep into the mid to end game. And Guapsi's really slowed that down. The Valley in general has slowed that down. JC is the only one. I mean, JC also 1-0, playing a wonderful game. And he's going to start becoming a problem. Chronicles not really doing too amazing. World Manipulation does come down. Kush able to just escape. But every time that thing comes up, there's just no fighting for New Wave.
Yeah, and it's been kind of a story here. Kush, every single time he tries to go after Guapsi on this Julian, Chronicles actually might be in trouble, does get double teamed, and it looks like that the side of the Valley is going to go ahead and clean up this top tower as well. No towers answered so far. Feathered Airstrike is coming down onto Arvel. Is going to be able to finish him off. It is not. Thirsty King sitting here as well. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to put the damage onto him. He is able to ult his way out. Guapsi's coming down, does clean up Mamiel, and the rest, Thirsty Kings and Kush, are going to have to disengage here, or they actually might be in trouble. Thirsty King taking on a decent amount of damage. Kush getting chained in by that, is going to have to Hurricane dance himself to safety.
You know, this could be the second time in the whole season so far that we might see a Kai lose here. Definitely, I can't remember exactly, but no, I guess he's lost more than once. But either way, just playing a I'm starting to question, like, we are starting to see some possibilities to work around it. Kai was just this monster to deal with for a while there. You see some teams are finally getting used to it and finding answers. And you mentioned the Diggy, and that may be like the one gold thing. And the Valley seems to have found it and use it very, very well.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this too, especially from the day 4 when we started seeing this Diggy into the Kai, and Kush is just having a heck of a time, not just with Diggy, but Guapsi on this Julian is making me a believer, especially on the jungle, and especially with that earlier escape he was able to do there. Shades of almost like a old Roger. Mamiel's gonna have to wings by wings away of Chronicles, and Thirsty King are left here to try to defend this tower. Kush is gonna come up with some support here. Are they gonna be able to take down JC? Real World Manipulation does come down. I'm offended. Onto Arville. Is it gonna be enough as the Feathered Airstrike comes down? A lot of damage from both sides, but it looks like the side of New Wave is gonna have to try to disengage as JC comes in with a lot of damage, and we do have a little bit of a pause onto the screen.
Technical difficulties right during the big battle. Game froze on us. Let's try a restart. Let's jump back to the caster's desk. Sorry guys, big technical difficulties right in a huge pivot, a huge moment. I'm scared. Big shutdown. The game should still be running, even if I know that even as a spectator, the game always runs, because there's been times I've left lobby. We'll have things back up in just a minute. Our apologies. Right as JC comes in with a giant falling star. What sucks about this is we can't even it's not like a pause.
I just paused it for them. So the match is still going on. It just got paused now. It is.
Were they in a team fight when you paused?
No, they were not.
All right. Sorry guys. To anyone
watching, team fight had already ended, so we're going to be going our way back over there.
the game was like
too much.
Boom. We'll be back up in just a minute, guys. Everything's booting back on. Moonton said, "This is too much fire for you. We're gonna have to kick you off." So yeah, at this point, I do feel like, I mean, it's definitely gonna be a tough game for New Wave here. but I still wouldn't count them completely out. There's a 5K gold deficit, but the opportunities are still there. They do still have the Clinton who does some nice damage, and they do still have this Farza to output some decent damage. The Thirsty King picked off from basic there. JC now into the back line, but no damage is coming on to this Esmeralda right now. Chronicles on the run, everyone running. Raquel now coming in as backup. Chronicles may go down here. He does still have the Fallen Star Moon, will get pinned up from that Hurricane. Kush trying to defend, possibly doing something, but just not able to make a huge play.
Yeah.
Oh my
God. On their side,
God.
7K damage. Oh man, then a real world manipulation does come down and does take down OA. And this mid tower looks like it might be going over to the side of the valley as they are just enforcing their will. Feathered airstrike does come down, but like nobody within range of it. I guess just gonna try to use it to kind of take down the wave here. But man, the valley. Oh, we do see I'm Offended does hook on the JC. Kush does come in there, but it is not enough damage. JC able to go ahead and get away. Chains does catch Thirsty King, not enough to take him down, and we have a Lord barreling here at the top lane and coming in strong. And is New Wave going to be able to go ahead and take this down?
I don't know. I mean, I think they should be able to. Nope, that Lord got melted pretty fast. They do have a wave though coming into the bottom, but Clint is there to help out, so maybe no inhibitor for New Wave here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they still do have their inhibitors, but this game right now, we're looking at about almost a 9K gold lead for New Wave. You see a real manipulation does come down. Thirsty King taking a bit of damage, is going to get stunned out and taken down by Guapsi, and Basic does go down by Kush, who is able to catch him off before they're able to disengage from that. And looks like Kush and Chronicles are going to go ahead and try to engage here. I'm not sure if this is the fight that they want here. They are putting a lot of damage onto Arville, who does get taken down by Chronicles. We do have Kush inside of there. Oh, and we do see JC with the damage coming in. A Feathered Airstrike does come down, is able to take down JC. Raquel is able to take down Mommeal, and the rest of New Wave is trying to disengage, so low on health right now. Zigzag.
He's going for it. He's going for it.
But not able to get out of the way there. Thirsty King powerless to do anything but kind of just sit here now as the rest of the things settle down. I believe that was like 3 kills on the side of New Wave here right now. Guapsi gonna try to come in onto OA, does get caught, and right now they're gonna have to defend here right now. This is while it's an intense game, we do have real world manipulation that does come down. Thirsty King is able to catch him with a I'm Offended, but we have 3 members there right now taking heaps of damage. OA trying to provide some type of cover fire, but it is not enough, and Thirsty King goes down to the trio of the Valley.
Yeah, the Valley are just playing so aggressive right now. And Guapsi really just finding those moments. Might finally be getting picked off here. Finally, the shutdown comes in and Guapsi is off the map. But that Fallen Star Moon lands right on top of Chronicles, along with this real manipulation. Kush trying to venture in, take a little bit of damage here, but will survive. But I will say New Wave is starting to fight back a bit more than what we saw in the earlier mid-game. We're finally seeing them get into their groove a little bit. A few more items are getting locked in. The gold deficit still a little rough, 8K, but for having an 8K gold deficit, they're lasting a bit longer in these fights than I would expect.
It does look like Raquel does get caught by Kush in a Hurricane Dance. JC is able to escape, but Raquel is the cost right here, and looks like Kush is going to go ahead and clean up this. We do have this Luminous Lord up, and Kush is trying to get this blue buff, and I'm wondering if they're going to go ahead and try to contest or try to come in on this, as it is a 5v4 in favor of New Wave right now.
Yeah, I mean, and with Lord, Basic with the Bog Tang just getting out of there. Will get that health bar back, able to take him out, but Kush trying to lock in with that Hurricane Dance. Basic able to dance around, will get taken out by the Falling Star Moon though, as JC focuses on to Mommeal in the back line, but I'm Offended, able to slow him down. OA able to stun him up, immobilize, and get away, but Thirsty King may be the sacrifice for this. Guapsi gets the kill, a 2-for-1 trade on the map, and Lord is up as minions are very helpfully on the side of New Wave's map. This should give the advantage over to the Valley to help secure this Lord stress-free.
Yeah, and they are taking it down quite quickly. Guapsi does take down Mamiel as well, and that's going to give them enough space to probably go ahead and get into this Lord. We do have a Hurricane Dance, but nobody else on the side of New Wave is ready or able to actuate it. We just see a heap of damage coming from OA here. Raquel taken down by Kush, and Kush still in the fray of things as here comes some support from Chronicles. OA putting some damage in there, is able to flicker back, but JC comes and cleans him up. Arville taking a heap of damage. Kush does go down. Chronicles needs to disengage. They are not starting on this Lord. Well, they just started on the Lord right now. We do see Thirsty King coming in here, putting some damage and some CC onto Guaps as Chronicles is dancing around here. Needs to make his escape because he is taking a heap of damage from JC, but it does look like this Lord is going to go over to the side of the valley, but they did lose a turret for this engagement.
I mean, it's worth it. It's a tier 3 top lane turret, not a biggie. Huge engagement. And once again, New Wave, I mean, the last pretty long in that fight. And we're talking not a 3K gold deficit. Remember, a big gold difference, and they're able to fend off. So maybe, just maybe, you survive this Lord push, you push this game a bit farther, and they could come out on top here. They do finally have some of that bulkiness to survive. The problem is Guapsi 10-1 picking off Raquel in this backline consistently. A nice I'm offended though. The Lord has crashed. Kush does get the pin onto Basic, but it's still not enough. Thirsty King trying to flicker in, do a little bit of a play, then flickers out. Boateng does go off, and this should secure it for Basic. Does not get the kill, actually. Everyone's still on the map. OA finally does go down as Kush tries to defend. The Lord makes it to the base. The Nexus dropping lower. Can they get the finish? They do. The Valley takes game 3 and the series.
Yeah, and what an impressive victory by them as well. That Julian and I want to say Diggy providing enough of a counter for that Akai. There were so many times that Akai was trying to go in on somebody, and Julian read it, was able to throw that chains out. It was able to kind of trap or pop up Akai. We were talking about this earlier, that that might be a decent counter for him. But paired along with that Diggy, it was really able to go ahead and shut down Kush, unfortunately, for New Wave.
But, you know, Guapsi on that jungle Julian, and it's such a pleasure to watch a non-tank jungler. Which I think, like, and I don't get me wrong, I'm one of the few who enjoy the new meta, and I enjoy all the meta changes, but it's still so refreshing. We got to see 2 games like that in this final series. We got to see the Fanny with the damage build, and now we got to see Guapsi as this last pick on the Julian with damage build, coming into the back line, making plays, bursting people down. So definitely an action-packed series. But once
we
again,
also
the
saw
Valley
the
comes out on
Lance
top.
from Deuce Knights
Yeah,
play
was
that
that a tank
assassin
lance,
as well. No, it wasn't a tank lance. It was a damage.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
all right.
So it's been
we got to see a bit of it
some-
tonight.
It's been impressive. It's been we started off the night with the underdogs in Insomniacs, I want to say, taking on Area 77 victoriously. Man, it's just been a lovely bunch of games here, especially seeing Akai brought down pretty decisively. Gives hope to the rest of us who pretty much prominently see that band. He's probably got, I'm pretty sure he's still got the highest pick ban rate right now in the league.
Most
But
definitely.
now Julian's going to start probably making his way through there as well, especially if you could play it. Well, I don't really know too many people. From what I've seen, I have not seen many people play it on the level that Guapsi did in this last game. Like, that was just absolutely remarkable, and especially those escapes. Like I was saying before, like almost shades of like watching a Roger being able to dash through and transform, and to be able through all of the walls and everything to be able to get his escape there. But it was just remarkable to watch there.
Yeah, that's definitely getting clipped. That's definitely you'll see it on TikTok soon, guys. But yeah, just a wonderful game for both teams. We are at an end though for tonight. It's been a long night. All games going best of 3. We haven't seen that in a while. And you know, this is what I meant when I said I think all of the teams that we have right now have really stepped up their game. Very rarely do we see 3 best of 3s in a night. It's not something that comes around a lot. It's normally a sweep, and maybe if we're lucky, we see one go all the way. But it seems like we've been seeing a lot more of them this season. I think we have a lot more to come. So I'm excited. The season's still very fresh. We have another week coming in next week. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, guys, 6 p.m. Then next week we have another week, and then we're going to be on break for the NACT. For those that don't know, the North American Challenges Tournament is coming back. It's got a huge prize pool, $10.5 grand. If you guys have any questions about it, make sure you guys tune in. Or tune into the Discord. Feel free to ask. And for those that also don't know, me, G, and Private will all be casting on it, of course, because we're the best. But yeah, this tonight is over. Any last words from you, Private?
No, just great games by all the teams tonight. I know we were a little bit out of schedule lately, but every team was able to come through, and it was quite enjoyable matches. And thanks to the viewers and everybody who works out in the back, especially G, the silent
G's
guardian
been
in
doing
the back.
production all night tonight. He's probably falling asleep here and there, or he's eating. He's either eating or he's falling asleep. It's one of the two. I knew it. All right. Well, thank you everyone for watching. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you follow the casters. You can type ! Casters in the chat. ! Teams to follow all of the teams. And ! Links if you want to follow all of the league socials. We have an Instagram, Twitter, all that stuff, etc., etc. So make sure you check us all out. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.